back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kamay chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number 1 team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Welcome, welcome, one and all. It's the UNITE Championship Series, Season 4, and, well, we've arrived in the shortest month of them all. It's February, but it is packed. That's for sure. My name is Relic, and, oh, what's this? I'm joined by a slightly different-looking round table. Zero in on Alex. Welcome to the UNITE Championship Series. How's the time zone?
Well, see, here in Los Angeles, it might not be... Well, I mean, this is where the argument comes in. Is it really late or is it really early? As it is 1 a.m. or 12:50 a.m. on the nose here in Southern California, Los Angeles. So you could say it's the start of the morning or it's just really late. Technically, I haven't gone to bed, so I guess it's probably just still really late.
I mean, no better time for Pokemon Unite, right? Hey, speaking of... Wonder Chef, what are you doing? How's the time zone?
Well, see, here in Los Angeles, we... no, I'm just kidding, but I'm not kidding. We're both in LA. Let's go. And actually, we're now outnumbering you all. So NA has invaded. In fact, Alex, can you give me a high five? Can you give me a high five?
High five or low five? Over here? Somewhere over here?
No,
We'll figure it out.
first one. 3, 2, 1, go. Boom. Okay, good enough.
Nice.
We got it. Good enough.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly like we planned. But
course.
no, I'm pumped to be here. You know, we're doing a little bit of a foreign exchange student situation between me and Draku, who obviously loves NA as well. But I love you, and I'm up at this hour normally anyway, so it just works out.
Perfect. We should say, by the way, hope that Soph gets better. Fortunately had some technical issues, and so we wish her well, hopefully back for the next show. But in the meantime, I at least have a regular face here. It's wonderful, Kellosaurus. Lovely to see you again. How's the times? No, I'm joking. But I do have to ask you, of course, about how things happened, how things happened, why things happened, do things happen over in OS, because I believe you have some exciting news.
Well, look, here in OS, we are in a normal time zone, so I'm lucky for that and thankful. And you know what, I've just become part of the family, a part of EU, so you'll always see me here. But in terms of OS, pretty exciting stuff. I gotta say, Zoinks, you're gonna be proud. We managed to beat your New Year's resolution, getting those double-digit sign-ups, so, you know, on to the next New Year's resolution, hopefully. But otherwise, in terms of what happened today, we have Antic X Odium coming back. Now, they did end up winning the AOS Cup play-in, so are representing at EUIC. They didn't end up playing last month, but in between then, they've made some roster changes. So they have picked up Joe as their top laner, and I have got to say, it was pretty amazing them pop off with Liz. They ended up playing a Zarina and a Kamay game, and Zarina ended up getting a ban. That's wild. But otherwise, all in all, they had a really, really good run all through the winners set, and they managed to go into the grand finals and 2-0 Nadu's revenge. So welcome back, Antic X Odium.
And it's so good to see that team having a good result before EUIC, by the way, because unfortunately OS on, in those in-person events, it's not been the greatest record, but hey, maybe they can change that this time around. Speaking of roster changes, by the way, more on that, by the way. It's not just in OS, and it's definitely not just on the desk. But in the meantime, let's talk about what's on the line for today. February Cup, $3,500, and your 300 CP for first place, of course. That's, $3,500 prize pool spread over, and you got the 300 CP specifically for first. All of your regulars that you would expect from the UNITE Championship Series as per. But let's take a look at what happened last time out, shall we? Let's take a look at the January Cup. And really, it's just more of the same here. More of the same. Nouns Esports, doing Nouns Esports things. And Alex, one of the biggest challenges to Nouns Esports over the past couple of months, as I'm sure you've seen, has been Gen 5. Let's have a focus on them first and foremost, because they have pressed the panic button. They've made a change. An interesting one, though. Qatar out. Sarayu in, switching squads for the second time this season.
Right, Sarayu has been jumping around from team to team, as we saw them at part of LAIC, and they were part of Nouns Esports, and now moving over to a new team. I mean, it's really one of those things that, like, do you really want to change things up? I do think Sarayu is a phenomenal player, but it really feels like, is this the piece? Is this the key piece that's going to be able to allow Gen 5 to kind of get over that, like, little road bump in the road? They're always kind of like just on the cusp of being victorious, but Nouns Esports is that thorn in their side. But now that Sarayu is a part of them, is that the difference maker? Is the chemistry necessarily there to put them over?
Hot take coming in from the host. I'm not entirely sure it's the right move. Could be proven completely wrong. That's part of the fun of being an analyst. But hey, Chef, talking of Nouns Esports, the grand master plan is like the puppeteer pulling the strings right now, because their multi-month plan has finally come to fruition. Inda returns to the UNITE Championship Series, replacing what we have to admit here, a super informed Blaine. Did phenomenally well for this squad to quote-unquote fill in. He's heading back to the dumpster truck, but now it's time for Inda to step in. And as it stands, Chef, undefeated with Nouns Esports.
Well, first of all, I'd like to give a shout out to Blaine for doing such an amazing job up to this point. And I do want to say I did hear that he may have gotten COVID. So hopefully, you recover quite well. But Inder, I'm so excited. Well, I mean, even if it wasn't going to EU, it would be very exciting because Inder's been gone for an entire season. But going back to EU is... I mean, that's like a double huge shift. It's definitely one of the biggest storylines we've seen in the entirety of UCS. And so far it's looked good, but any change, even if it is technically an on-paper upgrade, is going to be tough for a team to kind of get used to, especially with how recent Inder's travel has been to get over there. So we'll see if there's any, little obstacles in their path, I should say, that they've got to get over before they become even stronger than before.
Indeed. Their first opponents for today, Kello, Kamay Esports, we can see they're making their way through the top 8. In fact, a fun fact is, this is the first time since the AOS Cup play-ins that the top 8 in the upper bracket of the qualifiers are actually the top 8 going into today. We've always had one of those teams making a lower bracket run, not this time around. Kamai being one of these teams that's been quite flexible, actually. They've had to struggle with illness, they've had to struggle with work, they've had roster changes at basically every which way, and today they give a rookie their debut.
Yes, and I think that's really exciting. So we actually have 2 roster changes for this team, but the first one that we have to make a note of is Kranix. So they have picked them up as their top laner. They have been seen in the grassroots scene here and there, but this is their first tournament in the UNITE Championship Series, and what a way to make an entrance by making it into top 8. So I think for Kamai to pick up Kranix, we obviously wish them all the success there, but another one that we want to make note of as well is Zante. So Zante hasn't actually been seen at all during the 2025 season, so to see Zante come back into the scene, and well, I did a little bit of, deep diving as I do in terms of the history. So back when we actually had Gecko Kami and Zante play together during their first season of UCS. So long lost friends reunited together, which I think is actually really awesome to see.
I know this one's been in the offing. Watch out for their Inteleon. Zante is not to be underestimated, that is for sure. Maybe we can have a quick look once again at those first matchups here for the February Cup today. Really interesting ones. As you say, the Nouns Kamai series, that's going to be super exciting to see how Inda fits in, how Kranix is going to deal in their Sunday debut. Gen 5 Lelovers, we were thinking about that maybe. What a storyline. How does Sarayu fit into Gen 5? Of course, Lelovers knocking Gen 5 out the competition in January 2-0. Congrats to Drill Peckers, of course, now known as Engage, going up against Game Life Balance. Our first series, though, up for you guys. BH3 Esport versus Absolute Cinema. And BH3, worth noting, Qatar dropped by Gen 5, picked up by BH3 Esport. Absolute Cinema, of course, they've made the top 8 a number of times, not really progressed that far. Alex, do they turn to Garchomp, perhaps? A Pokemon that never seems to avoid the ban table.
I mean, Garchomp is one of those Pokemon that has just risen so much in popularity. I remember the days when Garchomp was just kind of considered one of the worst Pokemon, but the absolute sustain that this Pokemon has, and like you said, we've talked about this before, Rapid Fire Scarf, Muscle Band, and the Focus Band, the sustain, the damage, the being able to use the Dragon Rush with Dragon Claw as a combo to essentially scoop up a team and reposition them. Garchomp avoids the ban so often, yet when it is played and played properly, might I add, it can just absolutely shred objectives, it's able to self-sustain, and its Unite move just can absolutely decimate so many opponents. So I think Garchomp is going to be a key piece we see. I know I've seen it many a time in North America, so I'm excited to see how EU kind of plays this Pokemon into its competitiveness.
Hit the A button and watch that health bar rise. Garchomp, of course, a Pokemon that is very well known for use under Potato. Sometimes Kello, I mean, to be fair, any all-rounder, I feel like Potato can do well on Lelovers. In the past, utilizing a Garchomp, Shifu combination. And Shifu's a weird one, isn't it? Because it seems to get picked a lot and doesn't find a lot of success yet.
It does and it doesn't. I feel like, yeah, the potential is there. The build that we do have here, and I think this is the brilliance with Urshifu, it does have the two styles to it. So once you actually evolve into that level 5, you can either select a Rapid Strike build or the Single Strike build. So with this one, I feel like not something we see very often. It did actually end up receiving a buff in the latest patch. And I guess the benefits to the Rapid Strike style is that it does have that high sustain. Having the liquidation to provide you those shields, especially in those group fights, but also the lifesteal. And also, one of the cool things about this style is, I mean, it has cool combos. Who doesn't want to just see a Kung Fu Bear just kicking through the team? So obviously our held items that are recommended are going to be that Razor Claw, Muscle Band, just to give you that boost in attack, but also because it's that melee character, it ends up actually slowing down your opponent. So it allows for that chase down, but I don't know whether we're actually going to see this in the EU region. We've only seen it in NA so far, being played by Overlord one time, but this is the one that we have to watch out for, and likely the one that we're going to see very often, which is the Single Strike. So that Wicked Blow, it has that charge up, it has not only that massive burst damage, but it is such a reliable objective secure, as long as you can time it perfectly. Similar build in that sense of you have that Razor Claw, you have that Muscle Band once again, but you can be a little bit more flexible and pump up even more attack with that attack weight, if you can get your stacks, of course. So I guess the benefit for this one is it does have that low move cooldown to it when you do hit your throat chops. So yeah,
It's a good tank buster with the burst. It's a good objective buster with the burst. But then again, Overlord, he does seem to be a trailblazer, doesn't he? Lots of really good points there. Chef, let's just, go to the Church of Aegislash here. This Pokemon got buffed a couple of weeks ago. Was a little too close to the January Cup for people to cook. But we really want to see this Pokemon. It's got so much pop-off potential.
Right. So for to show the potential of this Pokemon, I would like to ask production if they would just replay the entirety of Season 1 of Pokemon Unite for me. Thank you very much. But honestly, it's true, but then it kind of like fell out of favor, then fell back in favor a little bit, then out of favor for a very long time. And right now, this is a huge Pokemon. Slash from LG just recently made a tier list, putting it on S tier, and pretty much every region agrees at this point. We've been seeing it all over the place, every single region, whether it be Asia or NA or EU in the the matches in this tournament previous to what we're seeing today. And the reasons are, it can dive so incredibly well, right? I mean, Sacred Sword back up in the meta. That is one of the furthest attacking dive attacks in the entire game. You can instantly reach, even from basically in front of the enemy team's front line, you can reach their back line. And then you just control the pace of the fight, because if they turn to hit you, you wide guard, it stuns people, they're wasting their time hitting you. So it's like, what do you even do at that point? Then, of course, the biggest thing, honestly, that we've been seeing is people really focusing on Secure, which is why we saw Urshifu earlier, why we saw Garchomp as well, you know, being one of those Pokemon that really help, I guess, set up the Secure by burning down objectives very quickly. But the Unite move from Aegislash Coup de Grace is one of the best Secure tools in the entire game. It has super far range, it does more damage based on how much health the enemy is missing, so whether you're securing an enemy Pokemon or whether it's Rayquaza, we are seeing it currently be the game winner in a lot of situations. It is going to be seen, I think, in maybe even the majority of of games today. It's doing really well.
It's very easy to miss with the coup de grace, though. That's its one trade-off, isn't it? Like, one wrong move, one slight misclick, and uh-oh, we're in trouble town. And maybe some folks will find themselves in trouble town, Alex, with the last of the Pokemon which we're going to highlight here today. A Pokemon which we feel could potentially be there in the right circumstances, maybe just hasn't found the right spotlight to shine under. We're talking about Cerulege here. Bitterblade. Bittersweet, though?
Oh man, I mean, I personally love Cerulege and what it's able to do with its kit. You know, I feel like Phantom Force is kind of the most optimal like move, especially because you're able to absolutely just kind of say nope to any real damage if you stay long enough in the Phantom Force. You can reposition yourself. Psycho Cut does a great amount of damage. It's a good combo. That's not to say though, because like you said, Bitterblade, more like Bittersweet. It did recently get a buff not too long ago, but you can avoid damage with Phantom Force, and yes, you do get a good amount of lifesteal, but the burst damage that you can get with Cerulege with Psycho Cut is absolutely insane, especially if you don't want to go Phantom Force and you want to go Flame Charge. You are just a bursting sword machine. And honestly, with the muscle weight, if you can get your stacks on the attack weight, you are dealing massive amounts of damage. And honestly, for me, the key piece of Cerulege is almost like a bowling ball. You line up your Revenant Rend as your Unite move, and you can slash through 5 Pokemon all at once. If they are lined up perfectly, you can shred through a team. And if you have any follow-up, Cerulege can be either the Pokemon that kind of sends these Pokemon to the Pokemon Center, or with the proper follow-up, you get a major amount of knockouts and potentially wiping out an enemy team. I've seen it many a time where a Cerulege, Revenant Rends, and a Buzzwole comes in, swarming in, and it is just a wombo combo. And I love Cerulege. So while Bitterblade is a little bittersweet, there are many flavors of Cerulege.
Could not agree more. That's why tanks are still very, very important in this current meta, because that Revenant Rend can decimate health bars in the blink of an eye. Very similar, I think, why we see Absol, you know, peering into the meta here and now. Midnight Slash, you could whiff, or you could hit a whole bunch of damage in one place. Right, let's go back to Chefs, shall we? Because you know, you've had a look at all these teams, you've casted out of all of us so much Pokemon Unite alongside Kello, of course. You've both been to Worlds, you've both seen all of these incredible teams. But with all of that experience behind you, is it still difficult to look past Nouns for today, especially with Inder? I mean, we're talking about one of the all-timer supports in NA rejoining the scene.
Well, just minorly, I'll just repeat what I said earlier, where it's like, even if you have the best players in the entire world combo together, it can be a little bit tough when you're just getting your team together. I think it's something that happened to LG in North America back in last season, where they put together truly, I mean, obviously this is a team, but they put together like a god squad, right? Like an all-star team, and then just kind of flopped and changed, and then they did better. But that can certainly happen, and I think Inder is one of those players who just does so well with every single team, like a true team player, that he just brings something extra to no matter what he's playing with or who he's playing with, what team he's playing with. So I do think it's not going to be that big of an issue. Obviously they're undefeated already, but I don't need to talk about them. Obviously, they're dominant. Obviously, Inder's amazing. Nouns, they're the top of the top of the peak right now. But the other squads, I think the big thing for me casting EU in previous years is that a lot of EU squads have always had this kind of weird upset potential. And I think I had some predictions going into last Worlds that some of the EU squads could pull off some of the biggest upsets. There are lots of players. I mean, like basically any team that has Potato on it, you mentioned Potato earlier, has the ability to kind of snowball and run other teams over, even if they are the absolute best. We saw that in previous seasons. Obviously, like Gen 5 and Lelovers are kind of the teams to look at, and I think think either of them could pull off a win one of these months, and it's just going to take them finding some momentum and finding their stride, which is obviously really tough against Nouns right now, but it could happen. I really do believe there's some of the most like momentum-based players in EU.
Well, look, let's not hold them up any longer, shall we? Kello, Alex, thank you so much for your time. We will see you in a couple of series. For myself and Chef, we are diving into the deep end. We're going into the lower bracket to start our day as BH3 take on Absolute Cinema. Two squads who I think you've kind of basically just gone over it there will be unfancied today, but with this lower bracket, you have a great chance to start your day right.
Right, and the thing is, actually, Kello said this, so as soon as Kello leaves, I get to say nice things about her, but she so smartly said on the broadcast last time that this is where the season usually starts in UCS. So basically, you can kind of imagine that everything previous to this was basically a preview of what's to come. So even if teams are finding their footing now, it's essentially them starting from zero, which is very, very cool to see. And this is just going to be one of the best seasons ever. The fact that this is where we started before. Bands coming in, and I don't think there's anything too unexpected.
Except the Y is an X. Chef.
Oh, wait, yes!
Wait.
Okay, well, I never said I could read, okay?
Sorry.
That was not in my contract.
What is this read? What is Absolute Cinema doing in scrims that we don't know about? I can understand the Intellion ban from Absolute Cinema because we know Mifil is an absolute monster on there. Blissey as well. Can we talk about Blissey, by the way? 100% win rate when it was selected over in ACL. Nuts. This draft, though, wild start.
Yeah, I wonder if that was supposed to be a Mewtwo Y, but I don't think it is, because if so, we would have seen Mewtwo Y picked already, so I don't know what's going on. That's certainly something that we're going to have to see later, but assuming it's a targeted ban, Miraidon also almost knocking through at all in any region in the past couple of weeks even, so to see that as a first pick, well, I mean, not even a first pick, a second set of picks for BH3 Esports, that feels like a big win for them, but both comps are turning out to be quite scary.
EU, baby, EU. It's already going out the window with our picks. And I'm really excited to see what these 4th and 5ths look like. A Gyarados enters the fray. Now, this is a Pokemon, Chef, that seems to have really been on the rough end of recent meta changes. But check this out. Darkrai back on the table for February. Insta-picked here, locked in for that 4th pick for BH3, alongside a potential Volto Scizor.
Ooh, I am always 100% incorrect when I choose who it's going to be, you know, whether it's going to be Scizor or Scyther, but those items certainly do look like Scizor to me. We also just saw Scizor on ACL as we were getting ready for this tournament, but final pick from Absolute Cinema, they're looking at maybe the Venusaur, and it does look like it'll be the Venusaur. Is this going to be a return of double beam comp? Because we haven't seen double beam comp in I feel kind of a while, and actually we got all 3 beams in this match if they do decide to go that.
Yeah, I'd assume it would be Charge Beam, looking at Japer's loadout there with double glasses and the Slick Spoon as well. Obviously, we're looking at more of a support style Mew. We can see that just by virtue of the EXP share. And so although they do have access to a beam, they're not necessarily going to be looking for the damage. I imagine that in terms of that secure, we're honestly looking at that, where it has to be a Venusaur, surely, running the energy amp on top of all of this as well. And so looking for that, you know, as much damage as possible off the Verdant Anger. Of course, a lot this early game, as is the case with Gyarados, it's the risk reward that you run, Chef. Getting that Magikarp into Gyarados ASAP. At this level, it's got to be first minute or you're already behind.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting strategy to see how every team decides to try and build up that Gyarados and the effort gauge. We actually just saw in a qualifying match where they did qualify in North America, Colin Tang, famous speedster player for previously Brave Birders, then now Rush Hour. They qualified using Gyarados up in that top path, and they got an 8-minute, like 50 evolution or something like that, 840, and that was pretty strong. It's pretty hard to beat, and usually if these teams do pick the Gyarados, they've got some good strategies. Of course, you can build up that effort gauge by scoring or getting assists or KOs or farming. There's just a million different ways to do it, and we'll see if we see like an extra bit of pressure coming up to that top path to try to prevent that from happening.
All right, then, into game 1 of the day. BH3 versus Absolute Cinema in this best of 3. BH3 on your purple side, Absolute Cinema on your orange side. The Darkrai and Mimikyu head central area, and we look to these first evolutions as, honestly, the K-opener, especially on a day like this, Chef, can make all the difference.
It can. And on Invade Snorlax, I love Invade Snorlax. I've talked about this a lot on the NA broadcast. It is one of my favorite invaders. That little belly bump is one of the strongest secure tools in the game at that early level. And you can just be so obnoxious. You can live for so long. Exactly like that. You go to sleep, you take a little bit of a nap, feeling a little bit eepy, and then you're like, okay, well, you're going to spend more time trying to take me out. Doesn't even matter because I'm just walking away. So I do love that a whole lot, but that's not where I expected the pressure to go. This Magikarp being, I don't want to say unpressured. Obviously, we do see the Darkrai right there, but not super pressured quite yet. We'll see as you walk into the tall grass and find an unfriendly face.
Yeah, and oh my god, just look at the boosted auto and how little damage that does with this build with Mew as well. On the bottom path, meanwhile, here is that charge beam going in with Dodo. This is an interesting rotate down south, something slightly different therefore, and a KO onto the Snorlax. That's going to be a nice little bit of revenge here for that Mimikyu who lost out on the one piece of ball toy that was in the central area. Evolution onto the Umbreon as well. Foul play running here, Niels.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be interesting coming up later. Another thing that we didn't even get a chance to talk about all that much is the inclusion of Scizor and what exactly it's against. There's a good amount of physical damage, and it's going to be a really strong at tanking that, tanking the Mimikyu, tanking the Gyarados once it becomes a Gyarados, which so far, not the fastest evolution, I will say, but I'm really excited to see how that goes. Like I said, it literally just won a game in ACL over in Japan, so it's certainly got potential. And right now we're seeing tanks fight and not really doing anything to each other.
My goodness, that Miraidon Holoware is so pretty. I do love it. I also love Mephil and how bold they are going into the backline and eliminating the Mew immediately. We've got to rotate up from the Snorlax. 2 KO streak on this Darkrai. Foul play catches 2, but the Hadron engine goes down. 4v1. Niels has to pop the X speed, but finds themselves in enemy territory still. Gonna have to take the long way around here. Caught with the charge beam, and there's a little bit of shielding somehow still online, Niels. Small margins, not big enough to be able to survive that. 30-2 in these early stages as we look to the first set of Reggies in 20.
That was an inch away. I mean, not even an inch. It was like a frame of time away from being able to get the shield from that goal zone and surviving. That was almost a beautiful escape, but a really nice catch from the side of BH3. And right now, they're still fighting up top with this finally fully evolved Gyarados. Great job for everybody to get through that Hoopa portal. Looks like just Scizor will be coming back through, but Volto is going to meet with a couple enemies at the moment. They are, I mean, this is awkward. Usually we got, I think, a few more people gathered for the big objectives, but right now it's mostly a split, and Reggie's still almost going down. Can they get the steal on it? It will, in fact, work. Wow!
Right from underneath the noses of BH3. I actually support the split push, but it has gone against them. Roll the dice. It's come up Snake Eyes as Regieleki, the mercenary, now on Team Absolute Cinema. Looking to put on a real show. Not Dodo falls, but the Regieleki hits the zone. Means that this Gyarados can dunk the 13 Mimikyu with the 16 small dunks. Whatever stacks they can find, they're going to look to get. Can they break the zone, though? I think they've run out of energy. 4v1. Eventually, Daddy Leon here will fall. But here comes another 18, and the zone is broken. Absolute Cinema get their value.
That was actually perfect. I mean, right now, you might survive. Nils currently kind of an MVP with these plays, I will say. I don't expect that you get out of this situation, but that was a great way to close out that tier 1. But the biggest thing right there was that was 4 to 5 free stacks for Gyarados, who was not getting opportunity to score early with the fact that they had 3 stacking, or it's not stacking, but 3 gathering top to put on pressure. So that is a huge catch-up moment. Also, that beam was perfectly aimed for a nice little pick against the Mew. This is just constant fighting everywhere this game.
Yeah, could not agree with you more. BH3 were, what, 2 to 3 levels ahead? And to be fair, Mephil on the Darkrai, level 11, leads the entire lobby still by 2, despite, I mean, of course, now Mephil goes, the Miraidon goes on to level 10. Never mind me. The point being that Absolute Cinema, that roster now looks a lot more healthy. 9s across the board. First level 10, of course, on to Dodo on the Mimikyu, but a big push down here for BH3 on the bottom path, and Daddy Leon ain't holding up for too long.
Oh, this Darkrai damage is very scary. You can see the little long legs, little skinny legs as it scores. My favorite animation in the game, but they're just going all the way in. And I mean, Snorlax is so hard to take out, especially using that Unite. You're just like, I'm just going to create some space for my team. Volto sitting there as well, gets cut out just slightly, but they really want to fight for this basement Reggie. This is going to be the first full 5v5 team fight of this game.
All 10 players, you can throw a blanket over them. I saw the Virgin Anger go in there, but it's not going to be the Venusaur. It's in fact Dojo on the Mimikyu that takes away the objective. Either or works for Absolute Cinema. 3 KO streak now for this Venusaur as they push back BH3, not just onto point, but beyond the point. Scores go down. Zone broken, 107 to 196. A 40 score in there from this Mimikyu, and all of a sudden, from early game dominance, BH3 falling apart.
I did not expect how fast they were going to burn down that Registeel. I was like basically finishing my sentence and it was already KO'd. They were just ready for that thing. I thought they were going to fight over it. They were like, no, we're going to take this first and then we're going to fight. And then the fight's going to continue for the next 40 minutes of this game, which obviously the game is not 40 minutes long. But that's going to be another pick. Mimikyu getting hit a few different times. Currently, Mew is in the bad place, as I like to call it, and gets KO. That's a 2 streak. It's about to be a 3 streak coming from, oh my goodness, Darkrai just being an absolute monster, and BH3, they're starting to really fight back, despite the fact that was tough. That's a 4. You can just keep going. Find the Penta.
He's 13. He's level 13. How has he done this? Phil. You take away the Inteleon. You have rattled, I guess, the Vespiquen's nest in this particular situation. And because they've broken that zone, it means that Regieleki is on its bike to the T2. Gives them an option to rotate down south, Chef.
I miss the Vespiquens, if I'm being honest, even though they've KO'd me a few times when I didn't want it. But yes, that is amazing. I mean, that's great flexibility as well, being able to see a player go from something like an Inteleon to a Darkrai, where the playstyle is completely different. But this is nightmares. Level 14, 3 minutes to go. Sometimes you don't see people at level 14 when the game is over. So this is exactly what you want to see. The big thing is, how are they going to control it, right? They've got some great CC on the side of Absolute Cinema, but they don't have something obvious like a slow beam, right? Like, you have to, well, I mean, I guess you do have the Mimikyu Unite, so you really have to find that as the target, maybe. It's going to be really interesting to see what they go for, but 30 seconds left, and we're going to see Absolute Cinema take for free this Basement Reggie.
Interesting call, isn't it? That 48 points going down. It does give BH3 the points lead, and they will come to understand that this is the case in about 30 seconds time. Setting up now in the central area. There's not really many yellow dots on that mini map to go and try and find more EXP to get into the pool. I'm worried about this Hooper, still level 11, but BH3 looking very healthy otherwise, with the 13s and 14 now on the Darkrai.
Yeah, we need to see it be level 15 before it, Actually, they are really farming right now. Is there any chance that they could get 15? Why else would you be farming at, like, the 2-minute mark? Okay, maybe not quite there, but they did get the last of experience that they possibly could, and already they're starting the initiation. We're going to see Snorlax get jumped on. They're going to back up just a little bit. Nothing used yet.
Oh, Dodo go for the backline poke and finds the come play with me onto the Miraidon, and there's the Venusaur ready to finish it off, but they waste the Virgin Anger. That's a huge tool, and in goes the Power Nap as well. Daddy Leon forced into the Dragon Current just to get away. Oh, what a fun though, with the heavy slam, but the block unable to capture anyone in its midst. Another beam goes down, and that's a huge one eaten by Volto. Greg moves back, and look at the Bad Dreams passive there, claiming Niels on the Umbreon. Another KO, this time coming down from Mimikyu onto the Snorlax. Volto goes in, but there goes the Sludge Bomb. Will Aaron turn around and find the beam? No, they will not. Right now it's the Hooper, as far as I can see, Chef, making the difference, keeping BH3 in it.
Yeah, Midfield getting very low, but should be able to get back through that portal, and they haven't dealt with him. That's going to be the biggest problem here. Currently level 15. Right now, the lead just barely still in the favor of BH3 Esports. I'm not sure if they know 100% they're in the lead. I assume they do, but they are getting pushed by Umbreon. Not going to be able to steal all that much away with the Unite move. A 1v1 happening between the Gyarados and the Umbreon on the right side. No longer a 1v1. Getting a little bit of help. Absolute Cinema getting pushed back once again, but there's still technically 39 seconds left. Honestly, if I'm BH3, this is a scary call, whether or not you decide to try and take down the Rayquaza. Once again, we're just going to see Umbreon jump back in, try to fight solo. I think they were just checking to see if they were burning down that Rayquaza, if they had to steal it. Now they're going to see that's not the case. They're trying to maybe get back for a little bit of a back cap, and at this point, every point matters. They should probably be able to get this 8 points off, but a score in the bottom 52 from the Hoopa is going to push that lead up by almost, I think, 135 points, and I don't think there's any chance left for Absolute Cinema to even up this score.
They put the pressure on at the perfect moment. BH3 play their cards right, and they find themselves with a game 1 win. It was safe ultimately, even with the points that they entered those final 2 minutes with, Chef, but they couldn't be too sure. And to be fair, they found 2 or 3 KOs. And what's important is that they shot called they made that decision and they stuck to it. And seeing Mifil on that level 14, 15 Darkrai, pushing up, applying pressure, and more importantly, laying down the passive of Bad Dreams, it meant that even if there was somebody on zone to defend, if they had little enough Eos energy to slip underneath their nose while they were asleep, free scores, baby.
Mifil almost had half of the KOs in the entire game, by the way.
Yeah,
it was
he did.
14 to Mifil and 16 to everybody else combined from both teams. So, pretty impressive, I think I'll say. I think that maybe goes without saying. Solid, even damage across the board, though, from the side of Absolute Cinema. I like that, and that's something that you really want to see from a team that's kind of comped like that, where everything's playing like half roles with the support Mew and Umbreon just being Umbreon. So, honestly, I think that was well played. They just unfortunately let, I think, Mifil on that Darkrai get a little bit too strong. They weren't able to solo that out as a target. I think taking out that Miraidon early was beautiful, but when you have a level advantage like that, it is so hard to say whether or not that was the fully correct choice. And I mean, they almost won the fight. They just weren't able to close out anything. And Absolute Cinema having to be the ones that made the action happen in the end because they had the point deficit meant that they just weren't ever able to do anything.
And you know what's crazy is that's a legacy of early game. I mean, keep in mind, Mifil was rotating up to top path, which is normal, and you had Not Dodo and the Mimikyu rotating bottom path, which isn't normal. I love a bit of I love a bit of spice. I love a bit of variety of life, but I just feel like when you've got a Pokemon like Darkrai that can take over the game, you gotta match up with them. That Mimikyu would have been so welcomed on that top path, at the very least, to face off and maybe scare off Mifil. But no, Mifil got some KOs in, got plenty of free rotates. Excellent work on the EXP sharing, by the way. Just BH3, their rotates back into the central area. Beautiful, despite losing a load of objectives.
Right. I mean, you don't get level 14 at the, before the 2-minute mark, let's just say, by just doing well as far as KOs. I mean, maybe you do if it's like the biggest stomp in the world, but this wasn't the biggest stomp in the world, right? This was a combination of really well-placed picks and KOs from Mifil, and then also really well-placed assignment and allotment of experience from whatever wild Pokemon they happen to have. So really, really good stuff by them. Really smart math. But again, I really think this was a pretty close match, despite the fact that we're obviously focusing a lot on that particular Darkrai. The first few KOs in that final fight did go the direction, the opposite direction. Like, there was certainly a chance that they could have continued to run away with that, but it just didn't quite go their way. So I expect that we could see a pretty close set.
Me too. Look, Absolute Cinema did so well to bounce back from the first 2 minutes where they were absolutely dominated, aside from that alternate bottom path rotate where they were able to get the K opener on the Snorlax. They looked like the favorites going into Raid, despite the fact that they didn't have the points lead. Overall, it felt like the strategies that they were employing, their rotates were stronger. It's just that BH3 really did just have that guy on that Pokemon at that level, and combine that with some wonderful Hooper plays. That was all the sustain that they needed. And it makes me wonder whether Absolute Cinema will look to ban the Darkrai. No, they prioritized the Mimikyu this time around. So Psyduck potentially on the table for BH3 Esport, who again banned the Mewtwo X. They know something that we don't.
I need somebody to message me or talk to me or something and explain to me this Mewtwo X ban, because I truly don't understand it. And I mean, they won with that ban, so I'm impressed. Okay, I am really surprised here that you were gonna first pick the Hoopa while not getting rid of that Darkrai, but I guess there are a lot of really good options, right? The Miraidon's great, the Umbreon's great, being able to steal that away. Darkrai could easily come back to you if you want to take it right now. Psyduck is still available. We've seen a lot of these Pokemon be basically auto-banned in, I would say, the majority of regions and matches from every region right now. I mean, Psyduck is still banned sometimes, Miraidon almost every game, Umbreon a lot of the games, but getting them both in your first pick's got to feel pretty good. Okay, Darkrai's still available after all that. I'm very, very surprised. I don't know if they have a strategy against it. I don't know if this is going to be their pick right now. There's a lot you can go to, but Sylveon early pick is a little bit surprising.
Absolute Cinema feeling a little bit indie right now. Are we in Cannes or something? Because it's definitely different from no supporters to double supporter and the Sylveon, which isn't oft seen. Jape are going to lock in the Shifu. Right now, I feel like we're looking at Solo Strike. Daddy Leon with the Armor Rouge, of all things, and rounding out this roster with a Blaziken, no defenders for Cinema.
This is I don't even know exactly what to think about this Absolute Cinema squad. There's definitely an opportunity to take advantage of this from BH3. The fact that they realize how not tanky this team is, I feel like they could choose something that like could have like a decent amount of range, or this could work as well. I mean, this is a lot of AoE damage, and a lot of these members of Absolute Cinema do have to get relatively close. Like with Armors, you don't necessarily need to get super close unless you're going the Flame Spin, but you're not a sniper per se, right? You do have to get at least in mid-range. And same thing with the Sylveon, although maybe a little bit even closer than that. So I think they will be grouping up a decent amount. There's going to be a pretty decent opportunity to land some big chunky AoEs, or maybe a big Unite with the Ceruledge that could just be super nasty.
Not often that we see the Armor Rouge versus Ceruledge situation, but I think that Psycho Boom here could make a big difference, albeit we're not looking at the squishiest of health bars across this BH3 squad. The Ceruledge is sure, the Miraidon, sure, but that Urshifu, I'm presuming it's going to head central area here, Chef. That Urshifu is going to be tanky. It's surely going to be ahead of the level curve. We saw Japer have a super good game last time out on the Miraidon. Mifil, of course, moving over to the Miraidon. And actually, that's a point in itself. No Darkrai. Like, we went from the most dominant game from this one player to no Darkrai at all. Is this really where the meta's at? Unpredictable? Volatile?
It's definitely a volatile meta right now. We've got a really cool meta, I think, across the board. There's so many picks that you can choose, and I think this goes to show it, right? There are picks that were banned last month or banned in previous games this month that are just going completely unpicked because there's so many different directions that you can go. But Game 2, BH3 Esports up by 1. They need to win this to continue on. And again, this is a loser's bracket match, so you got to win this or you are going home. And Absolute Cinema knows that. Cinema.
Will they have the spice of cinnamon to take themselves through into a game number 3, of course. A reminder, if you're just joining us, best of 3, BH3, with the opening win of the day. And we'll be sure to update you with other scores as they come in after this match. But so far, so good then for this Sylveon Psyduck bottom path, winning out the early fight. On top path, you got Luigi and not Dodo fighting over this Buneri. We've got Volto up on the top path with this Ceruledge, and so really looking to build that up with the EXP share.
It's going to be a little bit of a slow start, I think, for both sides. Nobody wants to fight super duper early. We are now going to see the Urshifu, so I mean that's kind of where it starts, right? We are going to see these level 5 power spikes mean a whole lot. Down here, I feel like nobody's going to be able to take each other out, right? They're just going to be harassing each other. Up top is going to be the scary potential first big burst, fighting for the 8-minute 50-second spawns with all this AoE. That's going to be so much. BH3 Esports doing a great job of backing off in time, because boy, the combination there between what I think was the fire spin, right? That's surprising. They're a very close range team then.
So I'm presuming that we're looking at the Charge Beam Miraidon as well, because of course it's worth mentioning the passive of Armor Rouge, since we don't see it that often. Flash Fire, whenever it takes special attack based damage, it's reduced that damage by 20% for 3 seconds, and their next auto attack deals additional damage. So it really wants to get in close to Mifil on this Miraidon.
Yeah, if it can get in, I mean, it's still really scary. I actually played a decent amount of that just kind of in solo queue, and it can still, even after all of its first big nerfs, and I know it's not as popular, but it can tear apart teams. It does so much damage. It can be very tanky, too, in the right situations. Great way to pull away all of these wild Pokemon back towards the side of BH3 Esports. They are going to potentially sacrifice a member here, although it looks like they might have actually set up a little bit of an ambush with that, as Volto was waiting in the tall grass. Nobody gets a KO on anybody, but it was a cool little way to get them away from your main targets and potentially try to get a pick of your own. And that's something that we've been seeing from BH3. They're quite good at kind of setting up where they want to go.
Really nice set piece from BH3, and looking down into the bottom path. Again, not much joy but Absolute Cinema, I think, will take that. They have gone for an anti-Cabbage rotate down onto this southern path and looking to push in against the Umbreon and the Miraidon. Fizzy eats a lot of damage there. Got the Citrus Berry in response. Hadron Engine goes down, almost operating as a turret now with that Charge Beam, and it looks to me like Absolute Cinema are going to set up and try to rip this bottom Reggie.
Ooh, they are not quite going to break this yet. I wonder if they're going for a little bit of an overdunk or they're just going to wait. And this basement Reggie getting extremely low. That charging, trying to finish it off. Not going to be able to quite do that. And it is going to be the Armorous that gets the finish there. 2 members to hunt down, and Midfield's going to go down. Looks like just one more. And while you can be pretty tanky as Umbreon, I don't think you're able to stop this many people from scoring. Goal Zone not going down quite yet, though. They are actually just going to return. They realize how much of a push is happening up top, and they say this is not worth losing what we have to try and 4v1, as they may lose a tier 2 Goal Zone. They're getting really close to it.
Absolute Cinema a little bit lost in the sauce. Popcorn on the floor moment. Time to clean up. You got the disable and the push away onto Volto, who is stunned, unable to use that jump pad. In comes Fizzy for a little bit. Well, I was going to say they're looking for a bit of cover here, but no, they've gone straight for the zone. Score the 17, inting a little bit, yes, but that zone now down to 13 points.
Yeah, they do not care about their own well-being at this point. You know, they were trying to defend 1v4, which they did amicably, but then they're like, okay, we'll get some points. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be here. I'll come back. But now they're not there to defend against this push from Absolute Cinema, trying to push into this tier 1 Goal Zone, which is being defended very, very well at the moment. I mean, Urshifu doing a chunk of damage to everybody. Is going to be able to take down at least one, which I think is just enough damage to be able to get out of that fight that Absolute Cinema no longer wants to push. Psyduck can do a decent amount of damage, but not enough.
I respect the Armourouge going in for the brawl with an Urshifu, but unleashing the E-Bomb Fist, there was no way out. 56 then to 180 as we approach the halfway point. Our next Reggie in the basement on the way. Will be interesting to see whether it becomes a steel or a rock. Could be influential for BH3 or Absolute Cinema, as both those T1s still up.
This is not a situation you can get out of, even as Psyduck, and that's most situations with Psyduck that you can freely get out of. But honestly, pretty low-scoring game. We're halfway through, and there's only one Goal Zone down. The only reason why there's a decent amount of score on BH3 is because they're almost done with the tier 2 in that same exact path, but there's still a juicy amount to be scored here, so whoever takes this could continue to push it.
Moving in with a hyper voice, Midnight Prance. We've got the Bright Future Meteor Storm unleashed, and there's a Cotton Cloud Crash just to get out of danger. Fire Spin into the back line. Never mind, it's the Charge Beam that steals it away. BH3 now looking for the onslaught. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's bowling alley out here. Can they find the strike? Niels with the sidekick, and the Surfs trying to desperately push away BH3, but there are simply too many in their face to deal with, and BH3 take a commanding lead.
You can see the cool new back animation from that Serral Edge, but after a pretty big win, you deserve to be able to show that off. This is certainly a great situation for BH3 Esports. We're at 4 minutes. They are almost at 300 points. They have a 231-point lead. That is one of those leads that it's like, if you don't have any more scoring before the final stretch, you just absolutely threaten not doing anything at all and winning the game. Like, even if they take the Rayquaza, you just walk past them, you win regardless by just kind of counter capping. It's like a base race, and that's all you need to do. But look at that, they've got 20 more points down bottom. There's been some annoying Umbreon play. It's like Speedster Umbreon.
Oh, the Psycho Boom does actually land, but here comes the Revenant Rend! Oh, and look at Volto. Is there a health bar there left? Unbelievable that they got away with that 3 KO streak, and the Regieleki in pocket as well. Absolute Cinema, the real, is getting burned up here as for BH3, they can just sit pretty and check out these Swablu for free.
Very quickly, by the way. The farm that Rhydon has is so fast. All right, going to be using the Evan Fist to try and take out Not Dodo. Not Dodo will get away, though. Great mobility. They were able to completely prevent that from happening. That is a pretty late Unite to use as well. Under 3 minutes left, so you're going to have to farm that. I almost wonder if it's like, I mean, it's not really worth getting KO'd because you're the level leader currently, but they've got to find a good way. And this is a pretty big fight as well for a 2-minute 40-second, I guess, engagement. Obviously, they want this Reggie, but usually you're not this far forward just in case.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for Absolute Cinema. Level 13 for the Armor Rouge and level 12 for that Blaziken that has been behind for the entire game. 94 to 327. There is a chance here, Chef, but Absolute Cinema have to play their cards right.
I expect that we are going to see a huge Revenant Rend. That's my prediction for this 2-minute fight. I think it's going to be something that's just disgusting, and this fight could be over very, very quickly, or it might be a late one that we just don't expect, but certainly keep your eye out for that. This is going to be a tough team fight. They've got to get close. This is relatively split, actually. Nobody really combining on each other. We do have the cool, lore-accurate 1v1 up top, potentially, and level 14 on this Urshifu, by the way. That is a great boon. They're about to get the buff as well. Both buffs going into this potential final fight.
Very scary. Daddy Leon, I think, knows that Volto is there, just providing vision for his team on the top path. Niels is back in the fight as Not Dodo pokes away the Rayquaza. Down goes the Thunder from me, Phil. Got the Hadron engine as well. That's unfortunate timing on the passive. Honestly, would have liked that a little bit later when all of this really starts to kick off. Absolute Cinema now clumping up. Volto watching, waiting, looking for that opportunity to Revenant Rend. Niels down to about 40% health. It's a chink in the armor, really a weak part of the wall. Meanwhile, we've got a back cap on the bottom path. BH3, that's your signal to go, go, go. Hyper Voice, got the Midnight Prance. Luigi brings in Blaziken from the back line, but meanwhile on the top side of this Rayquaza, J-Pod's being caught out, got the Psychic, in goes the Umbreon as well. The Bright Future Meteor Storm falls down and the Midnight Prance. We've got ourselves a Sylveon Unite move, but the Poop is the first to fall. Finally, the Armor Rouge goes down after an elongated fight. Eldegoss catches one. 3 against 1, though. Not exactly looking good for Absolute Cinema.
I mean, they have some members up, but the problem is they need more damage. They've got some secure potential, but there is secure potential on the other side as well. Not Dodo trying to solo this Rayquaza, but at this point, really, what are you going to do? 23 seconds left. I think you've just got to give this one up, and with 18 seconds, we're going to see an attempt to back cap, but I mean, hey, it's not even going to be enough points. Even if everybody got in all their points, what they have in pocket is not quite enough, so BH3 Esports is going to hold on, defend at Rayquaza, and take the set 2-0 to move on in the losers bracket.
Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie. Absolute Cinema sent home from the theater yet again as a 7th, 8th placed team. BH3 really impressive showing. There wasn't really a single moment in that final fight where they didn't look in control, although you have to say, when you start to cook with compositions, Chef, sometimes it can work spectacularly, and sometimes, well, it's better left to dump it in the garbage can. I feel like we're in the latter case for Absolute Cinema on this occasion.
I like some of the concepts for the Absolute Cinema team, but I think their problem was they just didn't have a way to initiate, and they didn't have enough range. So when you're like a middle ground team like that, your only real opportunity is to kind of sneak around, find an engage that the opponent team's not ready for. But with the amount of range that we had from specifically just the Miraidon, and the fact that Fizzy's playstyle was so far forward, so I called it annoying earlier, and I want that to be known that was a huge compliment, because that was some of my favorite Umbreon play that I've seen. They just weren't able to really find a situation that BH3 Esports was not ready for, and that's why you can see this graph pretty decidedly one-sided, and that's exactly how the game felt from start to finish. So good job to BH3 Esports. Their comp 2 was extremely good, solid all around, covered every single base you could possibly want, and when you've got that range advantage, it's hard to lose those fights.
Relatively low damage game overall looking at this, and I think that speaks volumes to BH3's determination and how clinical really they were out there on Thea Sky Ruins. Absolute Cinema did have their moments of, yeah, we got something going here, but it was often at a cost. I mean, this for me, Chef, the first sign of trouble, the fact that they went all in on a zone and on a bottom path Reggie, didn't even take the zone, and actually on the top path, that Regieleki hit the tier 2.
Yeah, again, Fizzy doing a great job, right? I think, was that the previous game where they stole the basement Reggie, and then a full defend 1v4 on that path? They just did so many, like, I guess it's speedsterish things. I'm surprised that we haven't seen the invasion from their Umbreon, because invade Umbreon is a pretty, I don't want to say rare thing to see. It's not like unrare either. So from that playstyle, I feel like that would fit quite well. But that was certainly, like you said, one of the first big signs of things just not going their way. They just did not have the engagement. They didn't have the team fight potential. And when you've got a tanky team that can sustain itself and support itself and just hold fast onto defensive positions like BH3 Esports had, it's hard to break through. It's very hard to break through unless you get your entire team on them. And that just wasn't going to happen. We
now have to ask the question, of course, for Absolute Cinema, because we are approaching that halfway point of the season. We're looking towards the European regionals, of course, the doorway to the World Championships this year in Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Is it really just a case now of consolidating and continuing to build the squad as they look forward to the next few months? Or for them, is it another chance to look around for maybe more players? Like, can they aspire to more now is what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a great question, honestly. I mean, the nice thing, though, is that, of course, with the way that this works, you just need to do well in the regional finals to qualify for Worlds. And if you're sitting in these kind of like 8th, 9th place spots, or I should say tied for 7th, tied for 9th place spots consistently, you should, by the math, be in the top 12 by the end of the season if you can hold on to it. So any of these teams, I could really say that for kind of either of these teams based on how they've been performing this season. They can take some time and know that they are still holding on to a spot and try to make some slight changes, try to figure out what they should commit to, because there's still a few more months before they really truly have to perform at their absolute best. But honestly, I mean, especially from what we saw from BH3, I feel like there's potential there for much more in a good way, right? Like, it just looks like there's potential.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks improved, that's for sure. And it's actually, I say they picked up Qatar as their sub, as it turns out, because not even playing today. Other scores, Engage taking down Game Life Balance 2-0, Gen 5 taking down Lelovers 2-0. So, hey, Sorayu popping off. Go off, King. Nouns Esports 1-0 against Kamay Esports. And once we have that result in, we will be back with our next match on screen. Gen 5's awaiting the winner of that in the winners final on then, after this. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series Season 4, where Relic is a liar confirmed. We're not going to be covering the winners' finals. That's a little bit later. But for the moment, myself and Wonder Chef, we're going to be covering the first of our lower bracket quarterfinals. We got ourselves Lelovers and the rebranded Drill Peckers, now known as Engage. Not a face-off, Chef, that Engage have done well in previously, losing 2-0 both times.
That's true, but hey, you know, congratulations to them for getting picked up for this particular month. I think the announcement was about 1 day ago. And, you know, hey, you got to impress, right, when something like that happens. So we'll see if anything has changed. But certainly two teams that we've seen a whole lot, I think, have both of them been in the top 8 every single month so far?
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
so very familiar at the moment. And, okay, interesting first ban, by the way. Alola Ninetales, not something I'd expect, I should say. On the other side, though, Garchomp, it is pretty strong. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, not good enough for the ban table, as it turns out. Alongside Eldegoss and Blissey, so that's 2 of your premier supports gone immediately. That puts a lot of pressure onto your Umbreons. I know it's not a support, but you know, your Hoopers, of course, maybe a Comfey appearance in the offing. Worth mentioning, Engage working with their alternate today, Aslan, in place of Globes. They're going to lock in the Blastoise first and foremost. Are we okay?
What is this? What is EU?
Okay. They are going to go with the Hooper, not the Mewtwo X.
Okay, that's actually good. Obviously, the Mewtwo X would have been wild, but I was going to say, if they gave up the Hoopa, you can completely, like, rotate your strategy and take the Hoopa on the side of Lelovers and then be a full tank Umbreon, right? There's, a bunch of different ways you could do it, but you can really deny them their support choices. Of course, we are going to get, I want to say 2 supports in a row. This is 3 supports on Lelovers, okay? This is, this is actually quite sick. 2 big, strong all-rounders. My joke has to end quick with the Aegislash and the Serena.
3 hyperscalers for Engage, late game monsters. Now, usually we would see Potato go all-rounder, and you can see he's flicking between the options. I think Buzzwole, their ace in the hole 100%, and I do think that goes well into your Blastoises and your Serenas, certainly. Dodrio, an interesting one. Shifu rounds out the Engage roster, so triple all-rounder. That is a beefy composition that I'm not entirely sure this Dodrio is going to go well into.
Well, it's interesting. There's certainly a decision to be made for this Dodrio, because you can go Tri-Attack, and I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be Tri-Attack. I feel like we only see Tri-Attack nowadays, but Tri-Attack could play a little bit of a kiting game, which could be quite annoying, and then you triple trample when you need to in the big fights. But you can also go Drill Peck, because their team is entirely melee, right? I mean, reasonably. Their damage is entirely melee, is what I should say, and you could actually displace them a little bit more than they want to be displaced. There is that possibility. I think we're probably still going to see the Tri-Attack. I just like to think of kind of fun things, but I do think that this Buzzwole is going to have a field day. It's going to have so many targets to pick up and dunk. It's just their pick of the pack.
Not only that, but its early game is massive. It's huge, which going into, again, and I remind you, 3 hyperscalers and an Urshifu that takes a little while to cook and get online itself. I don't know. I think that if Potato spurns this opportunity, that's kind of a waste for Lelovers, given that they've got such a huge counter to so many picks there. I think we'll take this opportunity now, since we have seen the Dodrio, to mention the Galarian Rapidash, of course, still under its moratorium, still not available, so G-Dash, we will see you maybe in a couple of weeks. But for now, Chef, it's game 1 of our second series of the day, lower quarters, Lelovers versus Engage.
And this is a pretty early scary team from Lelovers, on top of the fact that we've got a very slow to build up team with 3 members being stage 2 Pokemon technically on the side of Engage. So they've got to really be careful. You were talking about it earlier, but specifically that Buzzwole is going to be scary. However, the Mew as well, not being an actual support Mew, as much as I made that joke before, is going to pop off with some very strong early damage down in that bottom path and really deal with that melee lane well. And look at this, we can already see the bullying, right? Potato doesn't need to be afraid of anything, especially now too that Kaizen as the full evolved Umbreon, they're chilling.
Oh my word, what a huge water gun from Aslan here. Pushes both the Psyduck and the Mew into what was an incredible wicked blow, and they use that same move. Oh no, the whiff! Never mind, I thought they were going to use it to get back to base. Not they turn around, they try and say, call the ambulance, not for me. But look at this, Dodrio rotates Snow with a huge play.
That is a gigantic swing to start things off. That went from what could have honestly been a really big win for Engage early on to Lelovers getting one of the biggest wins you could possibly ask for. I mean, they got so much experience for so many of their members. They prevented this team from getting more experience than they already had, which is already pretty low, and now they're continuing with the bullying. Look at this, 2 members of Lelovers all the way east. 3 members! This is not your side! You're going to the wrong goal zone, my friends! They are just bullying, although this is giving some space for the bottom path of Engage to be able to get some stacks, get some experience. However, those are not your friends coming from behind. Those are your enemies.
Again, it's all part of the master plan, Chef. They were like, hey, go on, score your small amount of points on our goal zone. We're just going to rotate back around and pick up more KOs for free. Although when you look at the score, it's close. When you look at the levels, my goodness, 4 for the Squirtle, 4 for the Hone Edge. Still not a Doublade, 2 minutes, and finally finds that level 5. Engage are hurting, and they are going to be relying heavily on catch-up EXP for the rest of the game.
Level 8 on the Mew and the Dodrio, as that is just, and the Buzzwole, and 9 on the Dodrio. How are they getting so many levels so fast? That was like a second away from it leveling up before. This is looking like a nightmare. Engage need to find something. They need to hold on. I mean, they did finally become Serena. They're not quite the Aegislash yet. They're getting jumped on from the side. This Dodrio just causing so much havoc. Not able to pick up the first KO that they wanted to, but Serena will be going down, and they're going to continue. This might be a little bit too aggressive. They've got to be careful. Mew is going to try to use the Unite to get out of there, and that's a good call, because a level 8 going down at this point would have given them so much return EXP. They do not want that to happen, and they didn't give it up, but it was kind of close.
Potato all on their own on that top path means it's 4v5 on this bottom path, and they do not have a Hooper here, Lelovers, for the rotate. They're going to have to hope that the level advantage is enough. Got our Psychic going in. Finally, our Aegislash online with a wide guard, and it's going to be the Urshifu that takes the Regirock with that defensive and special defensive buff. It's now 5v3, but they're not committing to the zone. They're actually hard rotating top for that Regieleki.
Oh yeah, we're getting one of those awkward moments where everybody runs up next to each other, and it's even more awkward because all of the birds spawned at that exact moment. It does look like the majority will be going to Engage, and Engage honestly doing a surprisingly good job of holding on to things now. Well, okay, I say that immediately they get a KO, but you know, before that exact moment, they're doing a pretty solid job. Aegislash holding on, getting another KO, in fact. So Galaxy now with a 2 KO streak, and unfortunately, this does look like it's going to be a little bit more of a collapse from Lelovers. They should be able to close this up 3v1, and everybody rotated for top. Nobody made it there.
Yes, so right. Honestly, life of a Unite commentator. Everything's going well until it doesn't. Want to shout out there, by the way, the Serena was locked out of their Unite move. This Psychic Psyduck into the hands of Potato. What an inspired combination. Really love this tech. 122 to 61. Lelover's still in the lead, and still this Regieleki What's on as it's other wild Pokemon that are being prioritized over the objective.
Yeah, this Regieleki is a little bit lonely right now. Maybe finally it'll go down, but even still, okay, we're going to see a second attempt at rotating top through the center area. They're going to pick up a few more Eos energy that they see along the way, but they're not going to find any enemies, as most of the Lelovers, they're going to rotate up a little bit slower, and a huge dunk to get things in, but Aegislash a hard target to do that on because of exactly that. The wide guard, and they're going to chin so much damage on their entire team. They were all way too grouped up for that fight. That was a melting.
Where's Tatsugiri? Because we're practically looking at sashimi being carved up here. Another mystical Mirage Pop saves the Mew at the last moment. Look at that Hooper and Bound being slammed into the ground. Coup de grace fired off in there, but eventually the Hooper will be felled. Engage, though, are focusing on the Regieleki. They're going to take that, but for the moment, they've got to focus on this team fight. Big Surf, but look at this. They've been able to turn this one around, Engage. Because of that Surf, it sets it up perfectly for the rest of this squad, who are now all online. The hyperscalers, the stats ballooning. They've potentially got a 30-point overdunk if they want to have it. No, how about a 46-point overdunk? Engage take the lead.
Wow, they were honestly behind by about as much as you could be behind in, a pro UCS game, but they are really pulling it back. Levels still not quite there in even, but I mean, as close as you can realistically be at this point, and the points lead going to Engage as well. Could have been a little bit more. I like the attempt. Great Phantom Force to be able to not get picked up by that scary Buzzwole right there, and at least get a little bit more vision. They are being jumped on in the center area as well, but currently we're going to just be melting down this Regirock. The Secure is certainly in the favor of Engage. They've got maybe too much Secure.
You got 1.5 minutes. You might as well use it. You got the Queen Ascendant as well, and I'm afraid, Mew, no Mystical Mirage is going to be able to save you this time. Kaizen lost in the source. What are you doing? Wandering into a melee of 5 very powerful looking Pokemon. Another 40 score goes down. This game has swung violently in favor of Engage. Level 14 Urshifu, Chef.
This may be the biggest swing that I've ever seen in a UCS game. Like, they were so far down, in my mind, I was like, well, we should probably, just start thinking about the next game. And within, 2 minutes, they are ahead by multiple levels and almost 100 points. I do not understand how amazing that comeback was. But a lot of it is that these Pokemon, when they're online, they're very scary, and the amount of secure that you have from this team, having both Single Strike Urshifu and the Aegislash is gross. So not only are they strong in the team fights right now, they're going to have a pretty solid advantage going into a Rayquaza fight if they do end up kind of flipping it or getting into a near flip situation. But first, they really want to take this Regieleki before it despawns. 24 seconds. I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Oh, wonderful Psychic into the mean look. Forces out the Hydro Typhoon, only catches the Buzzwole. The beam ain't going to save him though. That's 17 seconds cooldown on the reset for the Buzzwole, who's back at base. And the Dodrio takes down the Urshifu, and now they're looking for a second. Somehow this Aegislash is still online, going in with that shield form, going in with that wide guard. Got the Surf still not down. Galaxy buying so much time for his team, but they're still down by 2.
Hoopa Unite is still up. That's gigantic. You really... Oh, the Hoopa went back. Oh, no, they didn't go back. Oh, they went back and then came back to the Phantom Force. Big back cap up top. This should be enough to steal back the lead, and that's going to mean Lelovers has the lead. Hoopa is going to unite. That's going to be huge. It's going to be able to come back up right when Aegislash comes back, but the fight's already started as Marv went in, and everybody on the side of Engage is getting backed up into this corner, and immediately we're going to at least lose the Blastoise.
Massive Super Swole Slam, massive KO. Coup de grace, Queen Ascendant. That Dodrio ain't taking part in this fight no more. Mean Look goes down, in with a wide guard once again, aiming for Kaizen perhaps. Boosted auto, eaten by the shielding on the Aegislash. Serena claims her second KO, going with the triple axle. No, it's the Hooper with the auto on Kaizen. Engage have turned this around, securing the Rayquaza.
Wow, after nearly losing off of that fight alone, a great comeback. I mean, Hoopa was so key into getting your entire team back. There still needs to be some points scored, but they all have shields. It's all going in. It's looking like it might be just one of those games where the lead is insurmountable. 40 seconds left. An attempt to backcap from Marv, but unfortunately not going to happen. They're not even going to chase down Marv all the way. It is a Psyduck, so certainly you probably won't be able to catch it. But moving forward to defend this potential tier 1, I mean, there's really not that much that you can do. You could get a few more points in, but there's still even more backcapping. Another look at that. 96, I think, from the Hoopa. At this point, I think you got to give it up for Engage, who came back for one of the worst deficits I've ever seen into one of the best leads and wins that I've maybe ever seen.
They rode the storm well, and their hyperscalers brought it. Massive from Engage, who for the first time this season in a top 8 bracket, Chef, get a game over Lelovers. Now can they do the double?
I mean, that's got to feel so good, right? That's got to feel so good coming from that start of that game to the end of that game. And then even still, they honestly kind of got engaged on really well in the final fight, and they still turned that around. So all of that, it makes it feel like it's like, well, no matter what we do, we can make it back, right? It's got to fill you with confidence and well-earned confidence. This comp was kind of scary to me, but it certainly paid off in the end. So I think Engage can do it. This would be a great time for them to take their first win over Lelovers. You know, of course, previously Drill Peckers. If they've never won before, and then they immediately get picked up and then immediately win, I feel like that's just momentum. It's everything.
it's so anti-esports. Like, usually it's a new org curse, right?
They lose,
But I guess
yes, all the time.
I guess that when you keep losing against the same squad, maybe the curse turns into a bit of grace, a bit of a reprieve, a complete turnaround, like you say. Despite the scores looking very close, we were more looking at the level situation. We were looking at those individual one-on-ones, those team fights. Of course, that hilarious rotate from bottom to top path, where again
Well,
nobody made
almost
it
rotate.
in the end. Almost rotate, yeah. But I go back to my concerns about this composition for Lelovers in draft. It just felt like there was nothing quite there to deal with Engage once they got into those top levels. The Buzzwole, yes, but Buzzwole's main Achilles heel really is into the late game. It does struggle a tad.
I do think that one thing they could have really used was, especially, I mean, it was a really late decision by Engage to go triple all-rounder, but I think something that has like a good defensive would have been great, but I believe Lelovers actually banned it. Yeah, Lelovers were the ones that banned it, so they couldn't pick that themselves, but that would have been another great option if it was still on board. Espeon, though, would have been super nice. I'm trying to think of what else. Trevenant potentially could have worked out really well, because you know that when they're engaging on you, they're all together. Exactly this moment right here, they're all together. If you have something big to stop them, which you can't have Hydro Typhoon because they have Hydro Typhoon, just something that's really, I think, where you catch them all out. You instantly burn them down. Another one could have been Saraledge, could have had a huge Unite moment with everybody gathered, but they just didn't really have anything. A lot of what they had were like kind of not as impactful against the full team as it could be.
Sure, I'm thinking Mamoswine even, something which adds into this control, because I mean that's really what Lelovers were going for. Both teams really, they were looking for control over team fights. With Lelovers, you had Mean Look Umbreon, Psychic Psyduck, Mew that has Surf. You've got a lot of, and of course Buzzwole, just by nature of its kit, a lot of Pokemon that can transport opponents into a different space to set up for a KO. But Engage also had that, just with much more powerful picks late game. You've got the stuns of the Hooper, of course, with the relocating ability of that Unite move as well to bring everybody elsewhere from the map. Queen Ascendant removes players from the game instantly. Ebon Fist removes players from the game instantly. And of course, you've got the stun from the Wicked Blow as well on that Urshifu. Wide Guard. It's a move I have constantly gone on about at grassroots level, at UCS level. Its stun is nasty. And if you're close enough, it doesn't matter how far away you move, you're going to get that second stun. Perfect setup if the team is on the same wavelength and ready to take the opportunity when it arises.
Yeah, and it's not something you can really do that much about either. It is, it's really good. Aegislash, like I said, I feel like we're going to see it the majority of games today. Most likely it is in a really good spot. And I'm surprised we're actually not seeing it banned a little bit more, because it really does a great job of diving. And before we get into the next match, because this could be potentially important, somebody did message me on Twitter, Street Dub, and they told me that they think that the reason why we're seeing Mewtwo bans is that if you ban Mewtwo X, it also bans Mewtwo Y. And I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but if that's the case, that would make more sense as to why we're seeing a bunch of Mewtwo X bans. But I could be wrong. It could be totally wrong. I have no idea. I don't know why I've never seen that happen, but it's just something to think about.
I am 99% sure that that's not how it works. I'm pretty sure you have to ban each of them individually. You know what? We're going to leave that there. We're going to just say EU things, and we'll let everyone else sort it out in the background. Feel free to shout at us in chat if you so wish. By the way, score update, since I know that those were interested. Nouns Kamay went to game 3. Nouns do win. So Inda has officially lost his first game as a Nouns player, but he is still flawless in terms of I guess not flawless, but he's still undefeated in terms of series, so they move on to face Gen 5 later on in the day. But right now, we shouldn't think about Gen 5 and Nouns. We should think about Lelovers and the fact that they are potentially going, Chef, from top 2, facing Nouns themselves, to potentially being dumped out of the competition really early.
Yeah, this could definitely be a really big upset. I also just got word that I didn't hear exactly what the scoreline was, but I do think that game 3 of that match up in winners was like within a 1-point difference or something close to that. It was really close, is what I'm hearing. So that's pretty impressive, honestly. That almost could have been Nouns' first big loss, but not quite yet. But we'll see if anybody can make them make them have to fight their way back up from losers for the first time, but not quite yet. And currently, yeah, like you said, Lelovers going out, this would be relatively early for them, I feel, and Engage doing well. It's not that this team hasn't done well, but this is certainly a tough set of opponents to fight this early in the losers bracket, and it would be a big statement to make.
Not just a 1-point game, Chef. A 0-point game.
It was 0-point game. Okay.
I mean, listen,
Wow.
I as much as I want to talk about Lelovers and Engage, because I remember, what was it, Gatlu was posting about how he very rarely gets wins with tie games anymore, like just tie games in general, such a rarity in Unite. So to have this at UCS level, nuts. And we did see a Mewtwo in there, by the way. I don't see any bans, but yeah. Right, let's go back to Lelovers versus Engage. For Engage, look, I'm gonna hazard a guess they won't be able to get away with what they did last time. Because I don't think they will have all of their choices available. I imagine that Lelovers might want to switch up what they're banning, potentially looking towards the Serena or the Aegislash maybe. But also, if I am Lelovers, I might be stealing away some of what Engage picked last time just to try and disrupt your composition build in draft.
There are a good amount of picks that could be used to either steal away or disrupt. I think I'm trying to think of what else could be like really, really good situationally. I feel like I guess if we wanted to go a more support level Umbreon in that game, we also could have chosen Slowbro, which could have stopped at least one person on that team really well. I don't remember if Darkrai was banned, but that could be something that you could end up stealing away. Yeah, we saw it like dominate one game and then just not get picked for the rest of the day, apparently. Yeah. But that's a great way to take out one member that's a little bit more squishy that can't 1v1 you in that Unite, and then you're just suddenly at a big advantage. And while that's happening, of course, they are essentially out of the fight. Even if they do manage to survive, it really holds on to them for a long time. So I think there's a lot of paths that you can go. Lelovers, they have so many experienced players that have been playing in this in UCS for basically every season. I mean, all the way back from season 1, some of their members, and I think that they're going to have an idea of what to do. I don't think we're going to see them make the same draft choices again. But the question is, what does Engage switch to, and how comfortable do they feel once that happens, I think? Because it's kind of, again, even though they have the lead, the history here is just so in Lelovers' favor. I should say the history is against Engage's favor. So they've got to make some rough, tough decisions.
They're strong rivals. Good questions, Chef. Questions that I'm sure will be answered after a short break. Turns out it was too breathless, the action, so they need a bit more of a breather. So we will return with the UCS after this break, folks. Don't go anywhere. To anyone who says that the Neo Street Hollowware looks terrible, quite frankly, you have the wrong opinion. Just putting it out there. Looks incredible. Go and grab it while it's hot. Welcome back, by the way, to the UNITE Championship Series, where we are currently deep in the midst of a lower quarter-final match between Lelovers and Engage. Engage picking up their first top 8 win against Lelovers this season. They faced them twice before. It was 4-0 going into this. Now 4-1 total between these two teams. Could it be 4-2? by the end of Game 2, Chef. We're back into draft.
And honestly, draft is going to be so important here. Once again, same bands, I should say, starting things off, and they're clearly very player targeted. You know, Potato being quite well known for that Garchomp, and yeah, they do not want them to give some sort of support with the Blissey. Blissey's been banned a whole lot, so once again, we're in that double support ban. I believe this is the exact same bans from game number 1, and same sides as well. So we do get the chance to see whether they're going to just basically repeat draft, and I really highly expect that's not going to be the case.
You'd imagine so, wouldn't you? You'd imagine so. Especially if you're Lelovers, where it really didn't go well for you in the late game. But Engage and Lelovers, as the first 3 picks are through the door, and it is as expected. Lelovers may be looking towards Psyduck, which they do lock in, but what I predicted has come to pass, Chef. They're going to steal away that Serena.
We did see the Galarian Rapidash highlighted. Not quite yet. You're not allowed yet. And even when you're allowed, I think it's going to be in a different type of jail for a little bit, if I did have to guess. But we are going to see 2 repeat picks, it looks like, assuming the Urshifu gets locked in. And I think that would be a pretty good choice, as we're going to have to shift just one choice differently. But this is where the big difference can really be, right? Final 2 picks for the side of Lelovers. They still don't have too much as far as like AoE control. Oh, a Glaceon could be great here. I think that targets down a lot of their team well. It also does have a relatively good AoE-ish Unite, and as I say that, of course, we are immediately going to shift back to very similar to what we saw last game, which is a surprise to me.
I don't like that. I thought that the Glaceon was really good, especially with the chase down of Icicle Spear. It's one of the only counters with a question mark to a Hooper that can send folks back to home base. Engage. Oh, wow, we're going to see another triple all-rounder. The Serena replaced with a Metagross. Ew. I mean, especially if we're running Zen Headbutt, there is going to be no... I mean, the Zen Headbutt would have chased down a Kiting Glaceon anyway, so I guess that's my theory crafting in the bin.
This is a cool pick, right? This is a Pokemon that gets picked not uncommonly, but not commonly, and it is very strong against a lot of physical damage. And currently, this team is set up to be a very physical team. Now, they are going to be doing kind of normal attacker Mew, right? It's not going to be support attacking Mew, so that's going to be the biggest fear for the Metagross. But the damage from the Serena and the Buzzwole are both going to be somewhat mitigated in this situation. And just because of that, I think it's going to be able to get through more Hoopa portals. And I think Engage is happy to just continue to play the game that they've been playing. We'll see if it's any different in the other direction, because it's a little bit less scary in that early game, I think, maybe with this comp that they currently have. So we are going to scale a little bit better into the late game on Lelovers, but it's still a very similar idea of a comp, and that didn't work out for them last time.
No, but they do at least have that one hyperscaler in there, and I think that the Serena is going to be particularly important to lock down Jean-Mi on the Hooper. We know Jean-Mi very well by this point, definitely rising as one of the better Hooper players in the region. And they were running riot. I mean, we were seeing Phantom Force being used beautifully in synergy with the likes of Aslan, who was able to immediately head from the front line to the back. We head into game number 2, folks, with Engage on the precipice. But moving into the lower semi-finals, they got a big lower bracket run still to go if they want to find success. But Chef, they've already done it once before.
And it's working out the same way. I mean, well, it's not that it's working out the same way, obviously we haven't seen, but they're going to try and play it out the same way, which, hey, you might as well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's the #1 rule of any competition. Make your opponents prove that they can overcome something. Don't preemptively adapt to them. And with a game of Buffer, I like this strategy a lot. Lelovers, though, they clearly had some discussion. I mean, we did take a little bit of a break in between the matches, so there's clearly has been some time for them to try and figure out something else. 3 members on bottom for Engage, though. 4 members on bottom for Engage, 3 for Lelovers. This is definitely going to be kind of the first big battle spot, especially once the Serena comes back from their center area.
Another anti-Cabbage rotate here from Lelovers. Still haven't found that Umbreon online, but Benji certainly has that Urshifu. Ew, that doesn't look good at all, but check out the damage being tanked here as Kaizen goes in. It is going to be the Zen Headbutt. Revenge is pushed back by this. Like, look at the shield from that, from the Gyro Ball, of course. Catches a lot of Lelovers in its rotation has moved back naturally because it was still in a difficult position, and all of it kind of comes to nothing as it's another 10 on the top path for the Buzzwole.
It was just walking away. It was just like, ow, 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 ow. It's just like this shield just not breaking at that like 10% health. It was pretty good. But yeah, that's a good reason why we're going to be seeing that Pokemon picked up in the place of the Serena. But at the moment, Lullovers, they're doing great up top. I'm surprised that they left the I think it's a Honedge right now to 1v1 the Buzzwole. That's just not a fight that you could possibly win. You're going to let the Buzzwole get a lot of stacks. You're not going to be able to defend against that. You might get dunked away from your goal zone even. So not looking super great up there at the moment, and this point difference is kind of actually starting to even up as this bottom path focus is starting to pay off a little bit for Engage.
Yeah, slow evos for the Wartortle and the Doublade, but they still do get there nonetheless. Triple Axel kind of misses out on Aslan, and I fear for this Serena. Wow, the shielding coming in clutcher. Marv is not going to pay for it either. Big pressure from Engage on the bottom path, and fair plays because our first set of Reggies on the way, Chef, and still no goal zone crushed.
Yeah, it's staying pretty even. I mean, this is a very even game so far, and that's already looking a lot better for Engage, if I'm being honest. They were absolutely annihilated in the start of the last game, and we can say that because they won, so that is all the much more impressive. But they are taking their time, and they do have less scaling right now. Well, no, they're not really, actually. It's kind of the same amount. It's just the other side has more scaling on their side, so they're not being quite as aggressive. But this Regice, heavily contested. Yeah,
look at this. Now Buzzwole rotating down, and already the battle's being won by the Serena alone. Psyduck takes down the Matang, and a lovely use of this moment to dunk a load of points, bring this T1 zone down to 8. That Regice is already over to Lullovers. Engage taking the L and rotating top for Regieleki.
Well, Lullovers do have a few extra L's in their name to be able to give away, you know. They could just be Lullovers even without one more. They've got some extra S's as well, but I don't know if they want to give away the S's. Another big fight up top potentially for this Regieleki as Potato's going to go in immediately off the bat. Going to be Unite into the backline, but on that Aegis Launch, it didn't really do all that much. The rest of the team, though, is going to do plenty as they no longer have the damage that they needed to take that fight. So two huge objectives going to Lullovers. They're going to take out this Tier 1 goal zone as well. 22 overdunk, and this Regieleki certainly will be theirs.
Oh, Toast with the surf catches 3. 174 to 47. That's a bit more like it. Lullovers are stepping on the gas, and they are not going to let go. In fact, they're going to continue to follow this Regieleki. A lot of shielding going up for Galaxy and for the Matang here, of course. Revenge picking up a little bit more with that gyro ball. That Sai is unleashed. He was knocked up into the air, and it still hasn't gone down for the Evil Fist. In fact, it's the complete opposite. The coup de grace is a misfire. Oh, disaster class for Engage as the Regieleki hits zone. 40 score goes down. 1-8. They'll take the small overdunk. It's a huge win for Lullovers.
You caused that to happen. You talked about earlier in the show how the coup de grace can completely miss sometimes, and you know, it does happen. It certainly does happen, but a nice surf to be able to push a couple members out. Marv, though, going to be too tanky to take down easily. This is still a little bit of a health advantage for Engage. If they're trying to pre-fight here, maybe take down a Tier 1 goal zone before this basement Reggie spawns, but one member going down, just the Umbreon, not going to be the worst thing in the world, as finally we're going to get an Engage from Potato, who goes down just as quickly.
Okay, Revenge is starting to cook, but the Solar Beam means that a lot of damage is put down on Engage, not enough to unfortunately find KOs, and that Metagross now got so well protected. Big overdunk and a free rotate into the Regice. We're going to have Kaizen taking a little look at this. Steal of the Century if he's able to get it, not in time. Engage bounce back. Big win.
This very much could have been the case last time, and I just wasn't really talking about it, by the way, but Trick Hoopa, which is something that we've been seeing a lot more recently. We did see that used to let Metagross go back, Revenge go back, and then teleport all the way back through with that shield on. That's one of those really cool techs that you can do, but I like that with all of these attackers. The fights are just going to keep continuing in this game.
Hydro Typhoon, but taken down. Midnight Prance steals away all the shield, which is what enables that to happen. Look to try and isolate Revenge here, and manages to find the Compute and Crush up the Colosseum of rocks. Another Solar Beam goes in, but Engage overall winning the fight. Aegislash manages to find the KO in all of this. Still got the Mystical Mirage Mew coming in here, and Umbreon looking to try and steal away the Regieleki. Could be a second Reggie in as many minutes, and indeed it is for Engage. Too late with a reinforcement, too late for the superpower. Buzzwole Slam, X attack is popped through the Phantom Force. Tricky Benji synergizing so well with Jeanmi, who now turns around. Potatoes deep into the backline. Lelover's joining him though into the Queen Ascender. Might as well use it now. Still hasn't found the KO. Big Surf, but it's going to be the Mew who ultimately fells the Urshifu. Maybe more value here as the Blastoise falls, and surely it's only a matter of time indeed for the Aegislash.
Well, great turnaround. I mean, they lost the Regieleki, but they really didn't take that much from it. I mean, it went directly into their goal zone. Still up, though, and this is still a 140-ish point lead, 130, I don't know, 7, something like that. This is still looking quite good for Lelovers, but Engage certainly find their way back into this, which they did last game, so things are looking relatively similar altogether. The levels are starting to get, actually they're just about exactly even. Their supports are down by 1 level, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. Their attackers, their carries are just about on that same wavelength. One more big pick, one more good team fight, and they're certainly going to be able to bring this back. That's also a pretty huge dunk up top as this Regice is being taken down.
Yeah, 2 major moments here. Metagross being taken down on the bottom path opens the door to the Regice heading over to Lelovers. That's going to ensure that they have the overall level lead going into Rayquaza. But Engage have closed the gap on the points lead. Oh, they are not going to get the 47 off, but they might get the 50 instead. Oh, it's only 3 points at the end of the day, but those 3 points could matter, Chef.
Well, we already saw it matter this tournament. I mean, we didn't see it, but we heard about it mattering. And oh no, that's a terrible way to start things off. They lose the Aegislash immediately.
Super Swole Slam goes in. Midnight Prance again steals away all of that shielding that the Hydro Typhoon would have provided. And there is the Queen Ascendant into the Potato Slam. Bam. Thank you very much, Mama, because Potato's here and he's looking to roast the competition. It's just Revenge left in the central area to be joined by this Shifu sooner rather than later. The Revenge absolutely cooked. Somehow still alive, but no, using the Eskelagor as a hammering tool to ensure that they're sent back to the Pokemon Center. 338 to 228. Surf for the Buzzwole. Caught in Trouble Town though, and they're going to the back line. They're going to be felled eventually by the Mew on the back foot. Engage. Lelover's looking for scores.
And it looks like they should be able to get some in. Not able to stop all of it. Just a 58-point dunk, though. Not the worst thing in the world. There's 1 minute left. We are seeing Revenge be a spawn. There's a Unite coming up from the hoop, but let's try and start the fight. They're going to just immediately go to the Rayquaza. They may be trying to flip this with only 59 seconds left. It might be their best opportunity, but their Shifu's going to be extremely low, and they're going to lose their best secure. 3 members down, 4 engaged, 4 members only. Hoopa left, and Rayquaza going in the meantime to Lelovers to secure what they were trying to do earlier. This is going to go almost certainly to a game 3.
Yeah, Lelovers are flying the flag right now, but it's not white in color. We're talking about Decimation Nation here. 3 players from Engage into that Ray Pit. None of them escape. Health bars shredded into oblivion, and Lelovers with a huge response to Engage, despite a couple of moments in this game, Chef, where we saw genuine threat. Engage potentially going and, delivering a bit of deja vu, honestly, with their comeback ability. No, Lelovers stand strong, find a big pick on Revenge early on, find that Regice into the Ray Pit. Wonderful performance, and sets up a mighty game 3. I'm looking forward to this.
Me as well. This is a close set, as it should be. But honestly, Engage was looking very, very strong. It's just that first fight, or not the first fight, the first moment of the last fight was just not in their favor. What are we laughing at here?
The assist numbers, are you joking?
Oh, wow.
12,
Look at that.
13, 16, 19. This is my dream in ranked play. Everybody on the same wavelength, everybody helping each other. The fact that Potato only has an 8 and 9 is one of the least impressive numbers there. Fair play to Lelovers. They've properly cooked.
Yeah, that I mean, if you look at that individually, it almost looks like there's way more KOs than there are, but they really fought together as a team, which is exactly what you need to do against a comp that is going to be grouped up so significantly. But like I was saying, that fight just didn't work out well for them. They got picked off so quickly off the bat, and then they had to like fight in a way that they didn't want to, and they staggered themselves a little bit. And when they came back, they were afraid that Lelovers was just going to be burning down Rayquaza, so then another member ran in and then got staggered as well, and then they were never able to get that full like 5v5 team fight refight that they wanted to. So it just was unfortunately like playing from behind a little bit too much at the end, even though their strength was plenty strong. And now, I mean, the fact that both teams have won based off of kind of what's happened in the final moments means that really anybody can win this third game. I feel like they have adapted well, and this is going to be a big toss-up.
I don't ever want to put too much emphasis on one Pokemon turning the tide, but that Serena made a huge difference for Lelovers. I think not just looking at the Queen Ascendant as a Unite move, which basically lined up as I thought. You're looking to identify either Pokemon on low health bars just to confirm the KO, or, I mean, when we look at that, Ray fight, of course, singled out Jean-Mi and made him look like a sucker. I look at everyone else in there, and it just synergizes so well with the Trop Kick, the slows, just sets up, the triple axle, really nice counter to the clump ups that we saw from Engage. Worked perfectly fine in game one, but now with something that can deal out that much damage to that many people over that amount sustained a time, of course, multiple charges on the triple axle, I'd be shocked if it's not on the ban table for Game 3, Chef. It's simply too important to not have.
Well, it has a 100% win rate in this set, so
right?
That's pretty good. Yeah, and the whole reason why I'm here, obviously, is that we're doing a little bit of, like I said, a little exchange, a cultural exchange between NA and EU, and I'll say, I don't know why, for some reason, NA just never picks Serena, but every other region has shown the strength of this Pokemon currently, and if NA doesn't start picking it soon, I'm going to get tilted, but we've seen it do exceptionally well in all of the ACL, whether it's the ACL or the Japan ACL. I actually don't remember what the name difference exactly is between those two, but this is a Pokemon that, especially after those last buffs that it got, I mean, it was used even before then to quite good effect, but after those last buffs, it is so hard to take down when it is popping off. It can just snowball into a full team wipe, basically. Plus, it has, like you said, the Unite that really is, there's only a few Pokemon in the game that have options like that to solo out one member. Every single one of those Pokemon is good. Not a single one is bad. They're all meta, and combining that with what its main kit has, it's so good.
Shout out to our wonderful production team, by the way, for our wonderful slow-mo look of just the individual elements of how a Ray fight like that, a Ray flip as we would call it, if it is flipped ultimately, how that all breaks down from the compute, or from the Zen headbutt, sorry, of the Metagross into how ultimately that Metagross was the last hope, really. I mean, the Blastoise Surf came in just a little too late. And so now, look, to reuse, to recycle a phrase that you had, Chef, or rather to put it into the forum for discussion, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now it is broke. Engage had that Serena taken out from the composition. They tried to replace it with a Metagross, didn't quite work out. So do they stick to the principle now? Do they try and find another piece of the puzzle to make this composition complete again? Or do we see a pivot away, something brand new to maybe surprise Lelovers into Game 3? Because right now, the momentum's with them.
Well, I think that the big thing here is that now you do get to choose which side you're on. So if you really want to choose the same comp, you can put yourself in a first pick position and maybe give yourself more options, like being able to steal away that Serena. So the first big question is they're going to have to decide whether or not you're first or second pick, and then they're going to have to base their judgment based on whether or not that Serena is banned. Because if we do see them go first and then Serena gets banned on the second side, then their first pick may be a little bit less valuable for themselves, or basically they're going to have to flex their comp no matter what if they're going that direction. So a few things have to happen before I think the answer can be fully given. But assuming it was the same situation, I think you try something else, because while they were doing quite well in that game, I think that this is the time where you shift slightly, just that you don't become too predictable. The more games you give your opponents of the same play style, the better they're going to be able to react to it without having to hesitate.
Couldn't agree more. And so we're about to see the exact same bands as we've seen all game, I guess. Garchomp up there, Umbreon up there. Okay, so Umbreon off the table. No Umbreon for either side. Maybe looking at a Slowbro, Dodrio, Revenge. Flicking through a number of options before ultimately deciding to go with the Blissey, which I feel like will not get a lot of time on our screens today. That feels like the vibe we're going with. And A9 ultimately meant Lelovers are really scared of Benji's A9 today, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, I'm not surprised either, that's still like a pretty heavy commitment to a target ban, I think. A little Ninetales, not one that you usually see up on that list, but it's certainly a compliment. Definitely got to be a big compliment. You're top 8 of a UCS tournament and somebody solo bans your character. Same thing, obviously, with Potato and the Garchomp there, but it's Psyduck first pick, and that's a strong first pick. But honestly, in this day and age, second team can pull 2 extremely strong, like basically first pick Pokemon. So yeah, they are going to immediately take that Serena. I think it's a beautiful choice, and the Hoopa has been a huge part of the wins as well. So I think that this honestly kind of is better for Lelovers, if I had to even say.
Here's the thing though, Zhonmi also an excellent Eldegoss player. It's available for the first time this series, and they are going to be running double support alongside the big sword with a shield that is locked in as early as possible. Lelovers are going to throw Mew onto the, or throw Toast onto the Mew, I should say. And Marv is going to rotate onto the Trevenant. Now, Marv, of course, a player that we know, kind of similar to Metallic in a sense, over in NA, where good at all-rounders, great at defenders. I think that this just helps a lot with the crowd control, the CC as we like to call it, which is going to be very useful, especially when you're looking to close down a very maneuverable Absol and Glaceon.
Ooh, that's a spicy last set of picks. I think that's really, really different than what they've been going for, and that's a perfect time to flex. And I think the Glaceon is going to be excellent right now. It's going to be able to deal with so many members. I mean, really like 3 of the strongest members of Lelovers very, very well. The Absol is interesting. That's a Pokemon that I've seen get a few bans in the top-level matches recently. It's a very strong kind of assassin, and the Mews are going to have a hard time with it. The Hoop is going to have a hard time with it, but it also has the damage to be able to take down some of the tankier Pokemon, especially if you're taking damage from basically everybody else on the team as well. This is going to be a pretty high damage team from Engage.
I am honestly kind of surprised that Potato is stuck with the Buzzwole here. I mean, look, it's always going to have value because it's Potato on Buzzwole, but you've got one of the greatest kiters in the game in Glaceon. And you've kind of not got much to chase it down with. For me personally, I would have said, hey, this is our chance to use the Metagross ourselves. Zen Headbutt, although it procs the Snow Cloak passive, of course, on Glaceon, it also means that you go straight into the Gyro Ball. You're immediately removing, I don't know, if you're in a good level situation, maybe 30, 40, potentially 50% of the health bar of that Glaceon. Then again, maybe they just don't want to change things up too much. Maybe the comfort pick, especially in a game 3 pressure situation, is exactly what the doctor ordered. As we head into game 3 then, Engage, Lelovers, a battle for progression, and indeed, elimination.
Our game 3 tense situation. Very, very tense. Again, this could be the first time that Engage manages to take it to Lelovers. And again, I'll just say it for everybody who maybe didn't know. That is Drill Peckers, now picked up by Engage, who you certainly should be familiar with if you've watched previous months of this tournament. A relatively tame start. Potato, of course, being very, very aggressive, as one does on the Buzzwole. And the Mew, by the way, up top is, was there? So there's a center area Mew. I actually didn't even notice that to begin with, and that's something that we haven't seen, I feel like, for quite a long time, but it can be very hard to deal with up top. However, they're fighting back exceptionally well for what I would say is a pretty weak set of Pokemon to be up top against the 3-stack.
There's nobody on the bottom path for Lelovers.
What?
Yeah, John Travolta's looking around and he don't see anybody. Finally, a rotate down. Marv had gone into the central area to help out Snow with that, and I'm not surprised because both are looking for pretty early evos into the Trevenant and the Serena respectively. On this top path, in goes the Absol, caught immediately by the grasp of Potato. Still no Eldegoss online, just one wild Pokemon taken down. You can see the catch-up EXP there, the little green bar after the blue, and surely Eldegoss is theirs. Meanwhile, on bottom path, the Serena is online, still not close enough. Never mind. Trevenant on line 2. Uh-oh, Engage.
Oh, and big invade potential against Engage. There's not really anything to steal at the moment. Okay, it looks like there was. Oh, wow, perfect timing, actually. That is certainly well planned. They were standing there as it spawned like it was a Reggie. They're going to go back over that. I assume they're not going to go all the way back through, but Lelover is certainly knowing their timing very well. And before we get to too many more fights, this is not going to be a chance to survive. I got to say, my fear here is that Engage's team does not have the best Engage. And wow, okay, hold on a minute. Maybe I was wrong. This is at least going to be quite annoying to deal with.
Did you spot Snow's running Glassy Glide? So between games, we're seeing a different build. What do we think the advantage of Glassy Glide is in this going into this particular composition compared to what we saw last game? Of course, the Trop Kick and Triple Axel.
I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being honest. I could make up an answer, but I'm gonna say I just think the other build is just so good. You know, it's so solid. Maybe you want like some level of mobility that's different, but I truly do not know the answer to that. Maybe we'll see as it happens.
I guess if I was to think of something, I guess it kind of helps bring a Pokemon closer to the Buzzwole. But I'm with you. I'm kind of stretching for an answer there.
Yeah.
Who's going to overstretch here, though? That's the question. We've got our first set of Reggies on the board. Very low scoring game. 60-65, and immediately the Engage, or rather the Engage onto Engage with the Super Swole Slam. Oh, Psycho Cut, though, goes into Marv, who eats a lot of damage, but the health regen is so nasty. Meanwhile, because of that pressure up front, Lelovers have been able to take the Reggie Rock. That was masterfully handled.
All right, so this is what I was saying earlier, as we are going to see a little bit of a retreat, a rotate up top. But really quick, I'm going to say it. The Engage on Engage is not strong. They don't have a true defender. They don't have a person who wants to be in first. And you really want to try to sandwich people between something tankier and either the Absol or the Aegislash, and they just haven't been able to do that quite yet. Mew going to be using the Unite to survive enough to get back. But unfortunately, they are going to lose this Regieleki pretty handedly. I thought they were going to rotate up top a lot heavier, especially with the Hyperspace Highway, but they actually just kind of left it alone.
There's been a huge miscommunication here, because I'm kind of left speechless. Potato, I have to ask what he was thinking to try and go and score 28 when clearly everybody and their family were turning up at the top path on the side of Engage. It's just given over a bunch of free KOs, Chef, and although they still don't have the lead level-wise, they've caught up immensely, and they have the points lead.
Yeah, I agree with you. That entire, I don't know, past minute or so, it felt like there was some weird miscommunication. Like, nobody rotated to anywhere important. There was certainly some clearing, but, like, not enough people. And then there was, like, kind of an attempt to fight, but it's like nobody was there. But I don't really know what happened. Still, though, that's huge for Engage. That's going to give them a great chance to really push back and pull ahead, actually, a little bit as far as levels. They do have a level 11 on the Absol, and they've been losing fights, but okay, they're not even going to attempt to defend that. They're like, oh, come right in. This is not my fight to take. But actually, they do teleport on down to the bottom as well.
I was going to say, did you see that play from Kaizen? Incredible. Lays down the Hyperspace Highway, then unleashes Hooper Unbound, means that he gets the reset, so any damage he tanked immediately gotten back. 96 to 119. Lelovers surround this bottom path. Reggie once again. It's Reggie Steele this time. Engage feels a little bit more ready. Phantom Forest. Super Soul Slam goes in. Looks to try and take down Galaxy. This Reggie Steele still nasty. Sai moves in. Meanwhile, the Kiting from Revenge laying down a lot of damage, but it's simply not enough. It's a 4 KO streak for Lelovers. A 2 KO streak for Snow. It's an ace for Lelovers onto Engage. And this T1 zone is surely done. Or is it? They're playing with a bit of fire here. They're going to go, for the 11-point overdunk, I should say. Safer rather than sorry, but this Reggie Steele's still on the map, and Regieleki's just joined us too.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to just about the 4-minute mark. I think at that point, you'd rather just break it than try to get even better math. They also have a significant lead already. It's over 100. You're going to want it. Can you get the steal away? No. I like the attempt, but double supports down there, just not going to have the best chance in the world. And as far as Secure goes on these teams, really the best thing that we're possibly going to have is this Aegislash. Obviously, it wasn't there, but that's just something to look for when we do go into potentially the Rayquaza fight, if they even get a chance to try and secure it, because there's really not the best secure in the game. Like, no Urshifus, no Blazikins, no Espeons, no, I don't know what else I'm missing. Dragonites, I guess. Not that we see that all that often. So, Aegis is going to have to be.
They push on to the bottom path. 5. It's a full rotate, but here comes the Midnight Slash looking to try and buy a bit of space. Not for too much longer, though, because Lelovers have brought the party. They got a 2 KO streak earlier this arena. Make that 3. Snow landing the avalanche onto Engage, who keep on getting stopped at the door.
That was a penta denied because of a Hoopa KO. That was almost a penta. That's funny. Great stuff, though. I mean, certainly Serena, if we have to choose, I mean, we don't even need to watch the rest of this game. Serena's the MVP Pokemon of this set, right?
Sure,
like, we don't, it's basically uncontested. And the fact that it was not banned away nor first picked is pretty surprising. That might come back to bite Engage, or kick Engage, I guess, kind of, if that's a little bit more accurate. And currently, it's kicking them a little bit. That was a great team fight win for Lelovers, but not the biggest lead in the world. Level difference is good, but not also the biggest thing in the world. This could easily just come down to a final fight.
Does Serena have teeth? That's a question for the Pokemon professors out there.
So I think we should remove that question from the record. That's my official legal request, please.
Oh dear. Well, silly questions aside, we now enter our Ray fight 112 to 196. There's going to be no chance to get this bottom path, Reggie. So what you've got is what you're going to have to go in with. 2 level 14s for Lelovers, looking honestly unassailable at this point, and they fancy taking the fight immediately to Engage. Glacial Stage goes down, Super Swole goes down, looking to chase down anybody that they can find. The Sai buys a bit of space, but the Glaceon is ultimately out of there, followed in quick succession by the Aegis Slash. Zhonmi being bullied. Meanwhile, you got the Mew with a 2 KO streak. Absol's made a runner, not for too much longer, sliced down by the Hooper Unbound, and now it's just left to Aslan, the alternate, the substitute, going for a hero play, but there are no heroics on this day for Engage.
Wow, that was, I mean, it was a good attempt, but there's really no chance of that happening. That was an amazing engage from Lelovers on Engage, and we can stop making that joke because honestly, this looks like this is probably going to be it. That was a zero hesitation, 2 minutes has begun. We are just suddenly in the midst of your team. That was, okay, so we saw the slow-mo earlier. I would like to request that we get to see that initiation at a pretty slow-mo in the replays because that was absolutely beautifully executed from the side of Lelovers. And I mean, great stuff from Engage the entire game, but they just were not able to deal with the start of that fight at all, and things just crumbled from there.
I just love that Lelovers took the initiative. They had the level advantage. They know that they've been able to bounce Engage off of their defenses multiple times over. By all rights, they could have just sat back and waited for Engage to make their play, wander into their trap, whatever metaphor you want to use, whatever objectives you want to throw in there, don't matter. Lelovers seize the narrative. They seize the day. Wonder Chef, folks out there in the audience, every team's got a bogey team. Doesn't matter who you are. And for Engage, it is the Lelovers. They progress in the lower bracket. Engage, new org. Same lack of ideas at the end of the day. Unfortunately, they are out of the February Cup.
They, you know, it's the best they've done though, so the story continues. You know, this is like we said earlier, a long season, so they've definitely got slightly more ideas than before, but Lelovers is their kryptonite, and I mean, well earned from Lelovers. They honestly were doing really well in a lot of the early games. Their late game was not kind of up to par, but they really won by adapting their drafts over the course of the set, and that is one of the strongest, I guess, kind of facets of a good team that has been playing for a long time, and they certainly got that by stealing away multiple Pokemon from the enemy team, understanding exactly what the enemy team wanted to bring to the table and how to counter it, and really just taking away their key members. I mean, this Serena play was so good. That is the Pokemon that actually started the initiation, which is kind of funny. Not going to be the Trevenant of all things, but it was just great from start to finish. Only not getting a Penta because it was stolen away by Kaisen.
And the 2 different movesets as well. The 2 different movesets utilized over both games. I mean, that in of itself will probably have thrown Engage for a loop, expecting to deal with a drop kick, triple axle, and instead getting met with a move that provides shielding on that initial dive, and then a pullback, a slight stun, a half second for the rest of the team to move in and secure a KO. It's just one of those series that makes you really excited about what Lelovers can do in the future. Remember, they came second place, Chef. They had a flawless lower bracket run in the January Cup, only to be stopped by Nouns Esports at the last.
Well, you know, if we already got one run back today, we might get that happening again, especially with how well Lillivers was playing. Again, this was just a strong game, I think, from a lot of moments from both sides. Really big team fights, fighting all the time, and I do hope we get to see a slowdown of this first engage, because that was huge in that final 2-minute spot.
Yeah, Marv, I gotta say, rather quiet on the Trevin in the end, but
yeah,
honestly, bringing that Horn Leech immediately into the Ray Pit was such a moment from Engage. They didn't know how to handle it. We saw the Glacial Stage, I think, thrown down there. Lovely rotate, by the way, again. Kaizen stealing away the Hooper from Jean-Mi. Just another one of those moments that unsettles Engage, and here we are then. Into the backline, the wide guard goes up. There's the Glacial Stage in response, but Toast on the Mew, I think, the unsung hero here. A lot of secures with that Solar Beam, a lot of damage put down with that Solar Beam. The Sai is unleashed in an attempt to try and deny Snow any further backline access, but the damage is already being done up top here, Chef. Look, Potato helping take down that Glacial and actually stolen away by the Mew, and then chasing after Jean-Mi. The support network was decimated.
Wow, so this is actually really interesting. Something that you just mentioned a second ago was Marv a little bit quiet in this final fight, but actually we got a chance to see that Marv was, the latest Unite of all time, by the way, but Marv stayed back, I think intentionally, to defend the backline. So they chose to have their defender not be engaging and instead truly be defending, because they were literally sitting there in the backline as the engage was happening, walking around in circles, and that wasn't them not knowing that they were going in. That was them waiting for the Aegislash, who did in fact try to counter dive and then was stopped by the Trevenant CC. So really, really smart play, and a really cool idea to not have your defender with great engage be the one that engages, but instead have your all-rounders with great engage be the ones who engage, and your defender protects the back line. Great stuff, well earned from Lillovers. Yeah, I know.
That's a lot of mathematics there, but it all makes sense in the end. And the results are in there, conclusive. Lillovers have booked that spot in the lower bracket semi-final. Their opponents, well, we're going to find out their identity on the other side of this break. Kamay Esport going up against BH3 Esport. It's a big one. Got rookies. It's exciting, and I hope you are as well. This after this.
Pokémon UNITE!
And hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the EU UNITE Championship Series. I'm Kello, and we have Zero and Alex. I know we did a little bit of an introduction during the pre-show, but Alex, it's lovely to have you here. How are you feeling today?
I am pumped. I mean, I know over here in Los Angeles, what's that, Chef? You were in the same time zone? Yes, down here in Los Angeles, it is about to be 3 in the morning, and there is no better place I would rather be right now than casting some Pokemon Unite. I am amped. This is more energizing than any cup of coffee could ever do to me right now.
No, we were even doing our little dances a little bit earlier to warm ourselves up. And I mean, well, I feel like watching these matches, listening to Relic and Chef cast those games, that's definitely got us pumped up. But folks, we are heading into your second losers quarterfinals. We have Kamay Esports going up against BH3 Esports. Now, I know Relic and Chef did touch on it, but it was a pretty spicy matchup between BH3 and Nouns Esports, resulting in a tie, 246 to 246-0. Holy macaroni!
I mean, when you talk about, we're starting the February Cup, it's Nouns Esports versus Kamay, and to think that to know that 246, it is a tie. This is game 3, mind you. One of these teams is going to go down. We've seen how unstoppable the force is of Nouns Esports. Luckily, Kamay was able to take one game away from them, and to go into a game 3 to end in a 246, on top of the fact that this is now a newer, updated Nouns Esports with Inder joining the roster. Just jaw is still on the floor. I still need to find the other half of my jaw because I could not believe that is how we were starting things up for the February Cup.
No, and that's a thing. Not only have they had some mix-ups, BH3 have also had some mix-ups in terms of their roster. So they have actually picked up Qatar, who was their defender on Gem 5. So, I'm really excited to see how well Qatar fits into their team composition. With last month, they didn't actually end up qualifying. They ended up coming 9th place. So they were knocked out just before the end. So it's great to see them back here again. But I mean, we have Kamay. We're talking about roster swaps and everything like that. We mentioned earlier that they have picked up Kranix and Zante.
Yeah, and we have talked about how good Zante can be, and already we're seeing the bans with Inteleon, so that does mean Zante is not going to be available. And this is something that I've been wanting to point out. Blissey is one of those top-tier Pokemon that I think right now, especially with its recent buffs to Bliss Assist, it definitely now earns, in my opinion, the eligibility to be deserving of a ban. From Rhydon, Zante is the attack specialist. No Inteleon for me. Well, I'll take the next best thing in Miraidon.
Are we going to see a 100% ban rate for EU UCS as well? I know it happened during ACL, but is there a Pokemon on your wish list here that you'd like to see today, Zero? I know we've seen it in previous games, but we're casting this one. What do you want to see?
I just really want to see a Buzzwole. We've seen it before. I mean, how could you not enjoy Buzzwole, especially with the recent buffs to Superpower? Yeah, big shields, big muscles, big wins. The question is, will we actually see it today? I don't know. Aegislash is finally entering the fray, and I love what Kamay is doing. Am I gonna get my wish? You know what? It's just my birthday. It just might as well be my birthday. I was gonna go into the whole fact that Leorio and Narami are going with one of my favorite duos in Zoroark Comfey, but my wish has come true. I get to see the Buzzwole in action today for BH3 Esport.
The fact that Zoroark and Comfey is your favorite, to me, it explains pain. When I see this duo, I think absolute pain. Just this duo, the Speedster and the Comfey. I know at some point or other, if you had played Pokemon Unite coming into it, that's the word that just comes to mind, pain. But I mean, looking at their team composition, besides this, we are also having a bit of an unusual pick in that of the Mamoswine, something we don't really see much of as of lately in the 2025 season. It did actually rise up in the ranks at the end of 2024, especially during World. So to see that we have a Mamoswine pick here, why do you think they've selected this one up?
I mean, I think Mamoswine remains one of those underrated defender picks. We saw that Umbreon was banned out, but the thing that Mamoswine can set up, not only does it have the crowd control of, you know, freezing things, whether it be with Ice Fang and kind of displacing the enemy opponent to somewhere else, but even if you go Icicle Crash, you have a little bit more range. If you have high horsepower, you can move in a team. I think Mamoswine just has that underrated prowess that a lot of players just kind of miss out on. And like you said, we did see a little bit in 2024, and hopefully we're able to see how it does here for Kamay Esport versus BH3 as we're getting into game 1 in a best of 3.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't surprise me here that we are setting that cover into that central area. We know earlier on it doesn't do so well, so sending that supporter Hooper along with that Comfey to go and help that Zorua as well. Meaning that, you know, they both need that level 5 to evolve.
Absolutely. Level 5 are big power spikes here for both of these Pokemon. And kind of what I was saying earlier, while I do like the combo, it's more or less that I love the Zoroark Comfey combo in terms that it really gets, or allows, I should say, a player to really show off their skill expression, because they can be a little bit more dangerous. They could be a little bit more aggressive, knowing they have a little bit more of a safety net. And historically, we have seen that combo play really well, not only in North America, but if a Zoroark Comfey duo works out well like we're seeing here, you can expect a lot of pain on the receiving end unless you accidentally mess up the combo.
Well, look at here. We have 4 members of BH3 up in the top half going up against 3, but Zoroark's going to dive on in, slash up that Buzzwole. Ooh, but we do have the sword end up getting taken down as well. So a trade for each all-rounder for either side.
A big exchange there. You don't want to give up too much. And I saw Zoroark. It's one of those things, right? You kind of gained a little bit of confidence thinking, oh, I could go in. I can mess around with this. And look at the aggression as they're trying to take the red buff away. They're able to get it. The question is, will they be able to escape? Slow Smoke is going to come out and allow them to barely make it out. Leorio, though, like a very hungry wolf, just stalking its prey, waiting to see what it can do. But luckily for Japa, they were able to secure the other buff.
Wait a minute. I thought that Urshifu was a bear, not a wolf. What are you talking about, Zero?
I'm talking about the Zoroark is the wolf, you know, maybe bears, there's wolves. I mean, we also have a giant bug with muscles, so at this point, you know, why not?
Well, we have it all here today, including a Dragon Bike down in that bottom path who is going to be poking out range. I believe it was a Charge Beam Miraidon. So, guess just staying in the back line, still waiting for this Mammo to come online. Is a level 5, but otherwise, in terms of looking at the levels so far, Kamay just that one step ahead as we do have Zoroark going and diving in once again.
Oh, that is dangerous. That is dangerous money. But look at that wicked blow coming out of Japa. And now Zoroark's trying to go in. They're able to get the Buzzwole and escape. Leorio's going to try to make it out of here, but the wicked blow is going to miss. Look at the way they've just been gliding around, being able to survive. Not too much engagements, but the thing that they're getting away with, Leorio is picking these KOs and using them carefully, just kind of slowly building up. They are very close to level 9, meaning they're going to have their Unite move as this basement Reggie spawns onto the map.
Yeah, but instead of prioritizing that, going for the Indeedis, they want to shred this down ASAP. Otherwise, I can see Neithil hiding in the tall grass, waiting for the perfect moment. Unfortunately, that moment was just a little bit too late, and that buff is going to go over to Kamay, and that isn't going to stop them here as they're pushing this tier 1 pad up against Hooper and Trevenant. I don't know whether they're going to be able to defend it, though, as the Zoroark Unite ends up coming out. 2 KO streak for them.
What a play by Leorio. And look at this, the way that Kamay have been able to split this. Kranix is going to be able to secure the Regieleki for themselves, get a big score. And right now, Kamay is quite literally controlling the state of affairs here. I'm no mathematologist here, but 128, 138 minus 0, that is a 138 difference in points. I might need a calculator. Chef, get me my calculator, please.
Oh, but look at that. They're just going to blow up that scoreboard even more. It's now at 190 because of that Regieleki crashing in. And this isn't going to stop as they're trying to push on through tier 2. They managed to pick off 3 members and some more points are raining on through. Are they going to be able to break this tier 2 before the halfway mark? Nah, unfortunately, they don't have enough Chaos energy. But you know what? No Chaos energy, fighting doesn't stop.
They are not gonna go down without swinging the Leorio, and look at Kranix able to come in. These Kamay Esport is coming out swinging like a very well-oiled machine. You got to imagine at bare minimum there is revenge in their eyesight. They want to know, they want to make a statement. They were sent here and they are trying to prove a point that they do not belong here in loser side, and it's showing 246-0, and we're barely halfway through the match, Kello.
One thing I am noticing is we have double digits across the board in terms of the levels for Kamay, where BH3, their highest levels are level 9. So they need to try and gather up some experience, whether it's going to be KOing this Mammoth fight, but instead they're going to go in with a Mammoth mash and answer back. Also pick up that Buzzwole and push him back, ready for the others to feast on. But no, even the trick was able to save them out of harm's way.
I mean, the Buzzwole tried to lift up the Mammo, and the Mammo said, oh, that's a pretty trick you have there. I have it of my own version called Ice Fang, and they were able to have the last laugh here. Meanwhile, you have Kranix, who's kind of taking on 3, dancing around, and I don't know about you, but the onomatopoeia of a sword is swing, swing, swish, swash, as they are just moving around the map. Big Unite move coming at him right on, though, and again, Leorio using their Unite move, but quickly, luckily, the Mew was able to use its Unite move to evade a big amount of damage, and now Leorio just swinging across the map for a triple. My oh my, this wolf is on a hunt.
Oh my gosh, just seeing Leorio just go back and forth there on that Zoroark as the Comfey actually ended up disembarking. I'm wondering if they were just using that as a decoy, but oh, wait, Leorio may be caught out here. As a level 14, they finally end up getting taken down, and once your host gets taken down, it's a 2-for-1 deal for BH3 there.
I mean, Buzzwole, big swole slam damage. I can almost hear them in the distance just growling out, just like, you must go down for my big muscles, for I am Buzzwole. We're hearing from production that is in fact what Buzzwole sounds like on a daily basis here. I cannot confirm or deny that is true, but that is what they are telling me. I am just the messenger, okay?
Yeah, you are the Buzzwole Whisperer after all, but you know what? We're almost at this 3-minute mark. Still no points on the board for BH3. Aegislash and the Comfey are going to shred down this Regieleki along with the help of Zante as well. But, well, it's going in for a bit of a reset. But I guess, you know, considering the level discrepancy, BH3, they don't even want to contest this at this moment.
A big deal there, you know. Again, they have plenty of time. They could shred it off. Again, because of the level differential, especially with Leorio, this is not one of those times you want to give up way too much EXP, especially when you're already behind in EXP. You are behind on points, and look, just more points are going in. Kamay Esports has had complete control of this match, and they have no signs of slowing down.
No, they have just locked in a Reg ISO, going to provide that HP regeneration over time. But we do have all members of BH3 circling it around down in that tier 1. 13 seconds left to go. Aegislash is making sure to protect that tier 2 for some potential back caps, but it's all going to come down to this 0. A BH3 going to be able to plow through Kamay Esports as they take position in the tall grass.
Man, look at the position. Then look at Leorio, gonna waste no time using their Unite move. But Buzzwole might be answering back. Here comes the rest of the Marina. The Ultra Swole Slam is gonna land and find absolutely nobody, though. They're gonna need a retreat. Right now, BH3 is trying to find a little bit of an opening, but Kamay Esports has essentially gone in. And look at Leorio taking out a Mew. The Ebon Fist is gonna be caught, and now here comes the coup de grace. Catches absolutely nobody, but right now with 3:16 to 0, 130 seconds left to go. Kamay Esports are looking solid.
Oh my gosh, the Ice Fang high horsepower combinations coming out from Gek to just go pick them up, displace them, and now that Buzzwole has been taken down. But even then, nobody's actually entered into this row. Wait, I see on the minimap, Shifu is there, as the rest of BH3 are just sticking by pad, hoping to defend, maybe just relying on the shields and healing that it can provide to try and win this fight?
What a way. They were trying to provide as much as they can, but look at the defense. I mean, it almost feels like nobody is paying attention to Rayquaza. I mean, Urshifu is trying to get some points in, but to what avail? And here comes Buzzwole just going to be lifting Gecko Kami. But look at these charge beams from afar, just keeping them down. BH3 is going to try to take down Kranix. Kranix does go down, but look at that score. 30 seconds remaining, and now Leorio's on the loose. Look at that Buzzwole saying, I have you. Get to the Rayquaza. We need to do it now. And I don't know if there is enough time for BH3 Esports. 3 members are down for Kamay. BH3 might be trying to pull out one absolute win with 20 seconds remaining. They might have a hope. They need pockets full, and they need to run off and score. One hundo is going in. More hundos, but they're trying to back up. 10 seconds remain. Kello, is it enough?
Well, it's now or never. They managed to get in some dunks, but the question is it enough? Maridon ends up scoring 4 points of their own, but I don't know. I'm not able to do math real quickly like a calculator as Voltu ends up getting another 100.
What?
Was this just...
No!
Oh my gosh! They actually did it!
What? Did they actually do it with 20 seconds remaining? Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Are we witnessing? There is no way that they were able to pull it off, but the screen shows it, and it's true. It's almost like I predicted. Buzzwole yelled, get to the Rayquaza, do it now. And they did. They were able to secure it. They had their pockets full of Aos, and it went in. Completely shocking. Kamai Esport.
I feel like Kamay might be kicking themselves right now after just losing that. They had such a commanding lead through the majority of that match. We can see Leo Rio being able to reach that 6-digit number thanks to Narami on the Comfey, just being able to shred on through, and things were actually looking up Kamay Esports at that 2-minute mark, but BH3 being able to pick off 3 members by sticking down on that tier 1 pad ended up benefiting them. Yes, Kamai got the majority of the objectives, but after all, it came down to securing Rayquaza. That was the last 20 seconds as well. And look at all those hundo burgers. Each member managed to get in a dunk.
This is I don't know about you, Kello. I'm still looking for the other half of my job because it is on the floor right now. And again, it felt like Komai almost in a weird way. It's almost like they were just almost so confident that they were going to win that they stayed in the tier 1 in the bottom path, and it just ended up being the reason that they lost. I mean, like you said, the pace of the game, objectives, the way Leorio was getting knockouts, everything on paper, Kamai Esports was in control the entire time. The aggressiveness, the approach, they had so many points, and it's not until the end, and I'm just going to go out and on a limb and say it. As a once very popular, famous caster once said, if there's a Ray, well, that is in fact a way. I don't know about you, Kello, but that caster right there, she's quite the smart cookie.
No, I think a lot of casters actually say that, don't they? It is a really popular saying. But yeah, this is definitely one of those games that just demonstrates the power, the comeback mechanic of a Rayquaza. Being able to have that numbers lead, shred it on up, and, you know, quick scoring speed. You can't go wrong with that when there is nobody there to go and stop you. And I guess this is where things just started to look a little bit haywire. We did have that tier 1 finally break on down, but look at these HP pools. Leorio and Narami ended up getting wiped out, and without that shred damage there, they couldn't do anything and defend. And even though we had Zante trying to counter score, the points just weren't enough. But I think one thing that really that I was taking note of during that final stretch was J-Pa, who was on the Urshifu in the top path. They only managed to dunk in, 50 odd points or something, which I thought, they're not going to be be able to make 400 points difference. What are
Right.
they doing? Why are they doing this instead of helping their team? Was this all just a distraction or leaving it, putting a lot of trust into the other 4 members? But hey, doesn't really matter because they ended up winning it in the end, eh?
You know, it's funny because you and I both kind of made a mention on that, and we're like, what are you doing? You think you're going to get 400 points on your own? That's cute. But in the end, it's one of those things where it's like a butterfly effect, right? Because they were able to get that little bit of advantage and all their pockets were full of AOs, they were able to make a play. And in the end, it allowed them to win. But now we got to move on. Kamay Esport, they have to realize, hey, maybe we gave a little bit too much leeway. We need to kind of lock in. We can make this happen. We were winning before. We can win again. So turn the page. Go to game 2. Kamay Esport again. Talk about just shock. Right? To be sent down here because of a tie, thanks to Nouns Esports, and now to be absolutely stunned. I mean, so far, Kamay Esports seems to be not only having similar bands and everything, but similar team composition. But this time, Japa is going to be taking away the Zoroark away from Kamay Esports, so they cannot go for the typical Zoroark Comfey combo.
I feel like if you do this combination once, usually you don't go and do it again, but I guess sometimes you just have to be safe. But because Japa locked in that Zoroark for their team, Leorio is going to take away Volto's Buzzwole there, along with Greg's Hooper, considering they are on the Eldegoss. So be really interesting to see what final pick Volto... Garchomp last pick? I feel like we haven't seen this in a while. Usually we'll see Garchomp earlier on in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
But are people just forgetting about Garchomp this month? What's going on?
They really shouldn't, because we talked about this in the pre-show too. How good is Garchomp? Like, really? Yeah. Not only the fact that it has great sustain. Shout out to Relic. You know, we are Garchomp aficionado, if you will, because yeah, it can shred, it can do damage, it can scoop an entire team, and it can set up a lot of follow-up plays. So honestly, I don't know why people forget it, but I think that goes to show, Kello, where we're at in the meta. There are so many great Pokemon. You know, it feels like for once the meta doesn't feel necessarily stale, where you still have some staples, right? But you have more options, you have more flexibility, which I think personally makes it not only healthier, more interesting, and it allows teams to create these compositions. Like you just said, typically we see Garchomp maybe earlier on, but seeing it late in the game, it could be a difference maker. All I know is Leorio was an amazing player on the Zoroark. I really want to see how they play with their Buzzwole. And again, I'm pretty sure this is factually correct, but I'm almost 100% positive, 98% of the time, that every Buzzwole player makes that voice. It's not just me, it's every Buzzwole player ever in the history of Pokemon Unite. Do not fact check me, because I might 100% be wrong, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I'm probably right.
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to find out as we are heading on into our second match for the losers quarters. Kamay Esports over on the purple side, BH3 on the orange, and they do have that 1 point advantage. So they win this, Kamay Esports are out of the competition.
Which, how shocking would that be? Just the way things have rolled out the way they have. But you know what? Gekakami and Zante being together. I mean, the early game is going to be very impressive, but we're going to see Kranix actually, who's going to be taking over the Buzzwole, and they have been very aggressive with that Hoopa. And again, you want to be able to commit. You want to get to superpower, because once you have your superpower, you can do massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, but it's all about getting those levels up first, trying to out-secure a Gibble. We know that Gibble in that early game is actually probably one of the best all-rounders that we have. But to pivot down into the bottom path, we have that Mamoswine pick once again, the Swim-Up, paired up with the Miraidon. So I guess, once again, that's a pretty, oppressive bottom path there too.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have the freeze you can get from Gekokami, Zante having the range. It's going to spell out a lot of danger. And look at Japa, though. They're going to try to pull off a couple of moves of their own. Unable to get the KO. They were trying to be slick. They were trying to be the big bad wolf, but they were unable to get it. Kranix, though, again, going to try to get these stacks for their team, because this Buzzwole, once it gets to level 7 and it has its combo, it is very hard to deal with. And again, let's not forget that superpower was buffed not too long ago, so you get 20% more shield than you would have from before, and that allows Buzzwole to have that much more sustain. But look at that, Volto trying to use those boosted autos and might actually get the KO. They do. Gibble was able to get the KO, and that's gonna allow them to shoot up to a Gabite.
Oh, Gabite gets the KO on them, but we do have the Miraidon also picking up a KO of their own on that Zoroark. But otherwise, we do have the birds that ended up spawning in that middle section there. I think majority of them ended up going up to the Aegis Slash, looking over at the mini-map. So far, no Unite moves just yet, and we still only have a Swinub, so they need to try and secure some farm to try and get that second evolution.
Yeah, you really want to get to Piloswine and then to end up as Mamoswine, especially with its Unite move. Again, we're already going to be seeing the first objective spawn up. And so far, once again, we're kind of seeing the repetition. Kamay has been really good at trying to get those scores early on. And look at Buzzwole. They're trying to do as much as they can. Good damage coming out, but unable to get it. The Hoopa, those hyperspace highways are going to allow them to escape, get some health, and potentially return back in time for another refight.
But looky here, we do have our first objective spawning. It is going to be a Reg Ice this time around. They're going to shred that up. Meanwhile, we have BH3 trying to focus on the Regieleki, but Hooper and Buzzwole still looking about, potentially looking for a steal. But you were talking about this, the scoop to just push back that Buzzwole. That way they cannot get the steal. And that is going to go to the BH3. And this Pat, it's left on 80 points.
Oh, 80 points, and this Regieleki is trying to find its home, and they do. I mean, serve a double scoop size of Rocky Road, because Volto was able to shove them aside, get the scoop, allow Japo to kind of secure the Regieleki, and look at this math. They're doing quick maths here and there, but Leorio wants a piece of this. Another big scoop with the Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo, and luckily, nobody's going to go down, but Leorio has shown historically to be very aggressive, and they're trying to get the knockout here as they go in with the coup de grace, but here comes Garchomp using its Unite move to survive. They are staying alive.
The way that we just had Leorio escape through the hyperspace hole and don't end up actually getting crushed by that livid outrage there. Do not want to give a free KO over to the opposite side, but otherwise points are quite close here as we do have Fizzy pushing on back with a Horn Leech, trying to get some of those birds. But once again, these hyperspace holes that we have Narami just saving their teammates time and time again are perfection.
Oh, absolutely. They might be Wonder Chef because they have been cooking with those hyperspace holes. And again, being able to reposition. Look how Gekakami was able to use the Ice Fang. Once again, kind of like a forklift. Go in, pick up an enemy, bring it over here. And as a team collectively, we can make something happen. They're trying to make a little bit of a convergence. Ultra Swole Slam gonna go in. And now here comes the Mew Unite move. The Mystical Mirage is gonna go in there. But luckily, Kranix is gonna get 40 points up there. Own, and look at the way they're able to take down the Buzzwole, and now BH3 Esport is trying to move in.
Yeah, they just got pincered up against the wall from that Horn Leech. You can push me back. I can push you back too. Do not discount me. Otherwise, Registeel is on the table here. It's just a question of who can actually get the circle. Was that the coup de grace? No. It ends up being the Miraidon Charge Beam that locks it on down. And 3 KOs over to their side as well. They end up getting the 4th, and it's only Greg remaining on the Eldebus.
Oh my goodness. Greg is trying to do everything that they can as they use their Unite move, but the rings unbound from Narami though to switch positions. They said, hey, we can't go for down there. Let's go up here. Volto's gonna try to go in a little bit though. 3 members of Kamay Esports are up here. Buzzwole has 2 big KOs before they get absolutely knocked down, and all of Kamay needs to escape. Great job by BH3. Great job by Volto to be able to get there, and this is what we talked about, the shred that Garchomp has. Great job by Greg using the Cotton Cloud Crash to not only avoid damage, but also to then quickly reposition on top. And so far right now, this game is a lot closer than we saw the first time around, Kella.
Well, yeah, it's not a donut over to just one side. We already had that Zoroark at level 12 as well. So just need a matter of getting that level 13. But we do have a little bit of of a push down in that bottom path, but Mamoswine and Maridon were ready to catch him off guard with an Ice Fang and a Hyperspace Hold to send the rest of the team down as well.
Wow, what a quick turn of events. The way Kamay was able to kind of reposition the hyperspace highway to be able to reposition and move around the map. And that's going to be the key, right? Hoopa's, like, the hyperspace holes not only works really well in healing, but oh my god, Japa, that is not, I don't know how much I agree with that positioning, but the Ultra Swole Slam comes out in dividends. Just a great job so far from both sides. Just kind of just one KO for another. It just has been non-stop action, and it really feels like there is a snowball effect. Volto does need to get those levels up just slightly bit more. 50 seconds remain before that big green dragon in the sky lands on the Thea Sky Ruins, as Registeel is going to be the Reggie that spawns in the basement.
I guess there is a lot on the line for Kamay Esports because, yeah, once again, if BH3, they manage to try and take back that lead, they're going home. But Eldegoss, well, they're going back home to the Pokemon Center for some healing. And I think, yeah, Narami hanging about in that tall grass. That way, as soon as they popped up on the minimap to be able to teleport them, rather than actually focusing on this Registeel up straight away, was actually a really smart play from their team.
Absolutely. Again, you want to be able to have good defense. Kamay Esports does have the lead, and we might be seeing an early engage as Leorio might have been caught out. A big Solar Beam's going to cash out. And I think the Garchomp was able to take the hyperspace hole. No, they were able to survive it, though. And meanwhile, there was the Unite move coming out from Japa, but Japa's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They need escape. Great job so far from Kamay Esports to still maintain momentum. Both members are still up, but a lot of Unite moves were expended by BH3.
Oh, the thing is, look at the presence that Kamay is putting on here as we have Mystical Mirage being popped on out from Meafield. Boosted Order ends up shooting across the sky because Mamoswine ended up going home, but Japa ends up getting caught out, picked up by the Buzzwole and slammed on down. And now they have that numbers advantage, but also the Unite advantage here. And points, I mean, they don't really actually need to do this Rayquaza, do they, Zero?
They don't at all, but we do see the Ultra Swole Slam going to go in. The Rayquaza is not necessarily that much of importance. Garchomp is still living around. You got to be careful because a big scoop might spell a lot of trouble. The coup de grace comes out, not able to secure it with the coup de grace, but the sword does slay the dragon in themselves. They are going off to rescue the princess, and by rescuing the princess, I really just mean delivering Eos energy onto these pads. But I mean, what's the difference between a princess and Eos energy? I will tell you what's the difference. There is no difference, because both of them brighten up my life.
I love that. I love that. And you know what else is brightened up? I guess Kamay's life here is having that lead, securing that Rayquaza, winning that team fight, because it means they are not going home just yet unless 30 seconds left on the clock and VH3 can somehow make a miracle happen. But I mean, look, I'm not sure about that considering two members are down, Zero.
Listen, I once again would like to reiterate, I'm no mathematologist and I am also not a chef, so I might be completely wrong on this, but when you have 3 members down and they are not coming back within the next 10 seconds, I don't think, I could be wrong. Feel free to yell at me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to score enough points in that time. But again, I'm no mathematologist. Hell, I'm not even a scientist. I'm just a caster here talking about Pokemon Unite. But I'm pretty sure that Kamay Esports have locked it up. And more importantly, they are not ready to go home. I think they really went back, looked at themselves and said, hey, we made a couple of calls there that probably cost us the game. And so they went back, they ticked the same composition, took some pieces. And again, the Buzzwole Ultra Swole Slam, I said it before, big muscles, big shields, big wins, and 654 to 114 is a big win, and so far Kamay is going to be staying alive.
I think the fact that they had 2 Pokemon over on their side that have that ability to go and pick up their opponents. You have that, Buzzwole picking them up, but you also have Gek on the Ice Fang that was being able to displace them as well. So just being able to get those isolations really ended up paying off in the end. And once again, just shout outs to Narami on the Hooper. Those hyperspace holes were absolutely insane. There were one moment, which I'm sure we'll end up seeing during the highlights, but Leorio ended up getting caught out during a team fight and managed to take that hyperspace whole bus back home and come back full HP, which is wild.
Absolutely. I mean, shout out to any supporters out there. If you play support, I will happily defend them for the rest of my eternity. In my opinion, they are the backbone of a team. They never get the recognition they deserve, but those carefully placed heals to be able to send your teammates back is the difference many a time to stay in the fight, be able to win. We saw how Leorio was caught out, but thanks to Narami, they were able to heal them up, bring them back into the fray. And yeah, the displacement from Gecko Kami was bar none some of the best I've seen in a Mamoswine.
Oh, yeah, just being able to dive into that back line with the earthquake there, get the isolations. Yeah, once again, just hyperspace hole, being able to just send those members back. I know Blissey is getting a lot of bans. Currently, it is a lot of threat, but Hooper, in my opinion, is also just a massive threat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, supports right now, they are a massive threat. The way they're able to provide for a team. And I get it. You know, Hoopa maybe not only is able to bring heals, but it enables a lot of movement. Look at this great defense that Kamay was able to do. They saw that BH3 was trying to make a play, and they were able to go back, defend it. And look, we see how important those hyperspace holes really are for a team.
Oh, and then once you're in your unbound form as well, just the stuns that you end up getting, stopping that Mew from trying to attempt to get a steal on the Rayquaza really paid off. But look, we've seen Zoroark the past 2 matches. One win, one... Well, actually, wait, no. Yeah, 1 win, 1 loss.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actually landing themselves on the banning block.
I kind of like this.
Sorry,
this is what I'm saying. I love when teams ban out things like Zoroark, and we might see. And I think that was more of a preemptive pick, more or less. Take it away from Zante, because we know how good Zante is on the Inteleon, but I love these bans. Yes, you're still going to see Blissey because of how good it is, and same with Miraidon, but when you take away Aegislash and Zoroark, who have been 2 Pokemon who have played really well so far, it allows teams to kind of move around. So now instead of seeing Mew, we're going to be seeing Inteleon, we're seeing Umbreon, and we're seeing one of my favorites, the little duck, Psyduck. Listen, I've been waiting all day, and I need to see Narami do its Unite move so I can just yell out, because that's 100%. I am, in fact, the voice actor for Psyduck. I'm sorry to let you know now, Kello. Don't fact check me, because that also might be wrong. But I guarantee you that I'm very excited to see Little Duck into the fray.
Voice actor for Buzzwell, voice actor for Psyduck. Seems like you can do it all here.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamay, though, they're picking both of those Pokemon up. And, I mean, it's interesting to see the old switcheroo there, right? You have the 3 that were previously in locked on up, and once the others are set free, you've got to let them out onto the field. But we are seeing ourselves an Espeon. I actually really like this Espeon pick here. I'm wondering if they're going to go for that Psyshock, for that stun, or whether they're going to go for more that maneuverability, slow burst power with their stored power.
Yeah, that's always the interesting thing when it comes to Espeon. Personally, I do like the Psyshock because you get a little bit of stud and you get massive amounts of damage. But don't forget that like you said, with stored power, you're able to have a little bit more mobility. You can do kind of chip damage, especially when you have Leorio and Kranix here. You can set up a lot of great plays. What they'll go, we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm more interested to see what Volto's gonna do with his Scissor / Scyther, because the way they're built, they technically could go that speedster route of a Scyther, but because they have the attack weight and the focus band and the weakness policy, I want to believe that they're gonna go more of a Scissor sustainability. And again, with that recent buff, maybe like a month or so ago, with that increase to bullet punch, you're able to stay in the fray longer. And I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of the Mimikyu myself.
Oh yeah, Mimikyu we have seen time and time again. I know it's ended up receiving some bans in the past as well. So I'm wondering, how whether we are going to see that Scythe or Scizor come out to play. Considering, well, Kamay, they do have the 2 all-rounders over on that side, or is Voltu going to look for more of that burst with that Scythe pseudo speeds to pick? But you have Meafiller on the Inteleon, so, well, there's your burst damage, right?
Right, especially because with Snipe Shot, you can do massive amounts of damage. The key for BH3 in this matchup is they need to have that Inteleon protected at all costs. But equally, for Kamay Esports, who's now have a very strong composition, they need to continue being aggressive. Be aggressive, be aggressive. And with the Buzzwole and the Urshifu, I got to imagine they're going to have that to them. But Mimikyu's heading into the central area for the side of BH3. Kamay Esports is going to be sending their Urshifu, but it is game 3. Kamay Esports versus BH3 Esports.
One of these teams is going to be knocked out of the competition after this match. There is no coming back from this one. Otherwise, Japer, taking that central area on their own. Psyduck has actually taken the red buff on the side of Kamay, but no help for Mimikyu there. Instead, Greg wants to boost up that Scythe a little bit more up in the top path.
I mean, they do have those stacks. They want to be able to get those stacks. Again, it's going to be big damage, and Leorio has already opted to go with a single strike Urshifu. That means they're going to have secure. They're going to have big, heavy bursts of damage. And honestly, if Kranix is smart about it, you can reposition them right into the Wicked Blow as these birds do come up. Nobody wants to fully engage, but we do see Leorio do what they do best. Scythe or Volto going to be able to escape, play rough onto the little duck. Interesting choice here. Again, when you see a Buzzwole, you're almost guaranteed you have to go play rough, because if you don't, your Shadow Claws will get stunned, unfortunately. And once again, these hyperspace holes are going to allow this Scyther to get away, but to come back and they're met with a big swole slam. Kranix.
Well, look at that. They revealed themselves through that portal, and we actually have a Sizzle pick this time round just to try and contest the muscles of the Buzzwole. I don't know if they actually match it, but we'll have to see how they end up doing in battle up against each other. One thing I'm noticing, though, we still have Fizzy that hasn't reached their full evolution. Only that Phantappers do have those birds spawning in that central area.
Birds of a feather flock together, and right now Kamay Esports have it all. I do want to say that Gecko Kami going Mean Look is a good choice here. I know there is argument all over versus Foul Play and Snarl and Mean Look. I just think when it comes to Mean Look, being able to lock down one single target, especially when you have things like Urshifu and Buzzwole and even Espeon, it is a recipe for disaster as the superpower lifts up the Hoopa, and they're able to get a good KO right now. And Kranix looking for a little bit more, but Shadow Claw, or Shadow Sneak, I should say, is gonna allow BH3 to kind of see who's where and what's what. But Kranix, putting on a clinic right now.
They really are. Already have that level 7, but we have 10 seconds left until both of these objectives spawn. BH3 have the benefit of that hyperspace hole to teleport down bottom in a flash. But the thing is, that means they're potentially giving up this top path pad.
Oh, and that's something you don't necessarily want to do when you have Hoopa. When you're that aggressive, you can afford it, but a big Ebon Fist is going to go on in, and it's Volto, I think, who was able to finally secure it. I think what Leorio was trying to do was trying to use the second half of the Ebon Fist to try to get the KO, and we do see Zante actually did go the stored power route. They are not going to have the Psy Shock, but they do have the Psy Beam to go with it, and this is where things can get a little dicey, because if you allow this Regieleki to go in tier 1 as there was only 25 points remaining, that could really spell out a big overcap. But we do see Kranix and the rest of the members going in. They do have the Unite move Psychic, so they're gonna go in Ultra Slow Slam, and now they have to do quick maths though. Japa is here, they're getting thrown around. Play With Me is going to be the showstopper themselves, and Japa's gonna need to escape as the little duck unable to catch the Psychic. Great job by both teams. I think BH3, they wanted to try to defend it as best they could, but that Psychic Solaire into the Ultra Slow Slam, woo! Kamay Esports, they are looking to lock this down as we're getting to 5 minutes into the game.
They definitely have their combo sorted on out. 184 to 22 point Cider trying to surf on away, using their headache passive to go and push back that Mimikyu and back to safety on that pad. Otherwise, we have the Gen 2 Evolutions playing about trying to secure some farm as Urshifu charges up their Wicked Blow, but it doesn't actually end up connecting to Fizzy there.
They were trying to go, and Leorio has been kind of poking in and out, trying to use it. And again, when you are charging it up, you are not susceptible to crowd control. So they know that if they charge their Wicked Blow, they're in a little bit more of a safer position. So far, though, I do think this Inteleon's going to be playing a big role, as these snipe shots could really be a big secure factor. I love how Gecko Kami is just being this defender, giving you vision. Meanwhile, Little Duck doing a little bit of a bush check and making sure things are safe for the rest of their team.
Oh, but we can see on the mini-map, everybody is looking to party down in the bot path with a Reggie Rock. Rings Unbound ends up coming on out as Gek is also going to use their Moonlight Prance to just try and sustain that fight. But play with me straight onto that Buzzball. But they end up answering back with a Unite move of their own. 2 members of BH3 are down. Reggie Rock is quite low, and they are now going to finish the job unless Hooper has something to say about this.
Oh, and they had nothing to say. They said, I am going to escape. And Little Duck said, no, you don't. Psychic will bring you back to this fight. Great job by Narami. But BH3 Esports is back. Volto is going to go in. These Inteleon snipe shots are going in. Big damage coming out. And a big ebb on Fist is going to land on the Fizzy there. And the Ultra Super Slam there coming out of Buzzwole 50. Wow, great KOs by Leorio, sending many team members of BH3 back to the Pokemon Center to heal up. And right now, things are looking real good for Kamay Esports. And the way they are working right now to be able to get these objectives to stop certain plays, it's absolutely stellar to see Kamay Esports come out 234 to 22. That is a 200-point gap that could be quickly closed if BH3 is very careful with their plays.
Oh, yes, that's the thing. We saw that happen during that first match. Kamai did have that lead, but unfortunately, they ended up just fumbling it and losing it, and which is why we ended up in this round 3 situation. So it's really just going to come down to these careful plays as we have a minute left until the final stretch. But before that, they're going to go in for a final fight. The frontline, Trevenant, has been knocked on out, and BH3, they don't want to continue this fight, considering there's a Reggie Alecki knocking on the door of Pad 2.
Who could it be now as they're knocking at their door? Narami, though, and the rest of Leorio able to take down the Mimikyu. Reggie Alecki is living on a little bit of a sliver, and, you know, Kamai, historically, as we've seen them today, they have been very aggressive, but they also know when to pull out of a fight, knowing that, hey, we need to survive, we need to stay alive. Something that did happen in that engagement, we did see the Play With Me come out of Mimikyu. They are going to need every little bit of farm and any little bit of EXP available to have it back, as we are only so much away, 20 seconds from the most objective being Rayquaza landing, Reggie Rock being the basement Reggie who finally spawns, and it's going to be free 99, my favorite price for Kamay Esports, as they're going to have a little bit more of a defense. But oh, that is huge to get the mean look onto the Inteleon.
Oh my gosh, and Inteleon instantly gets taken down, an 18-second cooldown, and now they have their next target. It's going to be J-Paz. They also end up getting Mean Look sent back to the Pokemon Center. But we do still have this Sizzle here, but I don't know if those punches are going to be enough to try and win this fight, Zero.
Oh my god, everybody's going in. Sai-Yai does come out. They are able to secure it by Urshifu. Great job by everybody being able to stay there. And let me tell you, I've heard it once. Little Doug getting 2 KOs. I've heard it once, I've heard it twice, but a famous doctora once told me that Mean Look is good. The doctora is just Spanish for doctor, a female doctor. That being said, though, the cure was here. The answer was here. Mean Look able to catch that Inteleon early on along with the Moonlight Prance. You have to imagine, I wish I could be a fly on the wall saying, I got it down, I got it locked down. You go in, and like you said, they found their next victim very quickly after in the Mimikyu, and honestly, honestly, I've said this before, with Mean Look, when you have Pokemon like Urshifu, you have Espeon, who, even with stored power, and Buzzwole, you really set up a lot of plays, as this little duck, Narami, is getting a good amount of KOs. Don't mess with the little duck. And as the old saying goes, Keldo, when it rains, it pours. And it is a high forecast, high chance of Eos landing on the Thea Sky Ruins, because that is an ace, a clean sweep, grab a broom. Kamay Esports is able to lock it down.
Look, they may have lost that first matchup, but they are not going to give up just yet, as they're going to progress on through and also hit the 4-digit elusive number over 1,000 points and just rack up those stats. But I guess you've really got to put it down to that team fight. The combination, it is so mean, it is so disgusting, and this is why they have been banned time and time again. Psyduck, Umbreon, you let them on the same team. I'm sorry. It's just gonna wreak havoc on the Sky Ruins.
I agree. I mean, when you already have the flexibility that Umbreon has as kind of like a pseudo support and defender, and then you combine it with the little duck, like, how do you escape? You get Mean Look, and once you get out of the Mean Look, guess what? You have Psychic to pull you back in. So allowing that is just a dangerous combo. But great job to Leorio, just not only in this match, but just as a set. The way they have always been very aggressive throughout it all, getting big KOs for their team, and they were like a well-oiled machine. They were firing on all cylinders. I do like the creativity and bringing in the Scizor. But again, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Allowing Psyduck and Umbreon on the same team, it's going to allow the rest of your members, Urshifu, Espeon, and the Buzzwole, the big muscles, it's going to allow them to get away with a lot more than they normally would, especially because Buzzwole doesn't have the biggest movement. But when you're able to lock them down or pull them back, that's a KO. You might as well be waving the white flag and say, you know what? I will take myself to the Pokemon Center this time.
Combination made in heaven for Kamay, but it's a combination in hell for BH3. They just weren't able to deal with that, and it just paired up so well there. I guess that's a downside. Yes, Mefield had the option to pick up Inteleon first pick, but having the double pick as that second team on the opposite side, it really just fell apart from there, didn't it? I don't know. I do know. I wasn't a fan of the Scizor during that match. I feel like going on into a Buzzwole, going on into an Urshifu, they're not squishy characters. They can handle themselves, and I don't think Scizor provided enough damage, because it's more that slow burn with that bullet punch, right? And it just didn't end up landing their mark, and they ended up just getting taken out time and time again. And yeah, I mean, yeah, Greg, they had the Hooper there, but just it wasn't enough to save their team during the team fights.
Not enough. And that's I think that was kind of if you could put in one phrase, it just wasn't enough. I like the creativity, and I can see where they were going with it, but I'm very much a person who can see, and before I finish that, I do want to see how it got secured. We see Urshifu right there with the wish, and we could see the charge going in. I thought it was Psyduck, but no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't for Fu.
Okay.
I wanted it to be Psyduck, okay? But something I was going to say is, I can look at a team composition. I can see what you're going for, but that doesn't necessarily mean I have to agree with it. And that's kind of how I handle a lot of things. But I like the creativity. Unfortunately, like, I think you put it best, and I don't think I could use better words. It just wasn't enough, especially when you have, like you said, Buzzwole can take care of its own, especially with the shields. Urshifu, they're not squishies. They do a lot of bursty damage. And Espeon, how are you going to lock it down when it's just gliding around? So honestly, I like what they were trying to go for. It's a last-ditch effort. It's amazing that they were able to get that first win off of Kamay, but I think Kamay realized we can't just let our confidence take over. We need to make sure we are confident and aggressive, but also we can't let certain things slip through the cracks. And it shows, because they went back to the drawing board and they got it done.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing. During that first match, they had that commanding lead. They learnt from that, knowing not to overextend or continue in those team fights whenever they actually didn't need to. So, following the matches that ended up following that miracle that ended up coming out from BH3, they were just able to, as you said, clean it up, sweep it up, tidy it, and go in with a fresh mindset and take that 2-1, which means they are going to continue on through the losers bracket. Otherwise, we do have to say goodbye to BH3, but you know what? We've seen them time again in the top 8, so great to see them come back here. I mean, there's still a lot of monthly cups to come, isn't there? That right for UCS 0?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm excited to see what we have in store next. And what's that? I hear it in the distance. Is that Nouns Esports? Is that what? Could that really be Ender here? Well, we're gonna have them and Gen 5, which I'm not gonna put my bias in here, but Gen 5 is a really great generation of Pokemon. Just gonna throw that out there. That being said, though, we have them in the distance. We have them very far, so you do not want to miss this out. I've been zeroing on Alex. That's Kello. Do not go anywhere. Maybe get yourself a little snack. Get yourself rehydrate, because we have some high intense matches coming up, and I guarantee you're not gonna want to miss it. We'll be right back. Oh, we are so back, Kello. Not only are we back with some more Pokemon Unite, but we are so back in seeing some high intense gameplay. Hi, if you're just tuning in, hi, my name is Zero In on Alex. You can call me Zero Z or just Alex. Any of the above names is perfectly fine by me. But with me, my casting partner today is Kellosaurus. Kello, how are you feeling after watching this first set together for EU February Cup here at UCS?
Oh, it's a way to warm up for sure, but this next one, it is going to be a big one, and I think one that a lot of folks have been holding on and hoping to see. We finally get to see Nouns Esports going up against Gen 5, and, you know, this is a team that has gone up against each other time and time again this season, but the air feels different. All right, we have some changes here, Zero. I mean, we have Inda coming from NA all the way to EU to join Nouns.
Listen, I think you put it best, and I'm going to go ahead and give a warning that everybody needs to close their ears because I can't sing, but there was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. It's Ender, because he has joined Nouns Esports, and that's kind of the talk of the town here in EU, and I apologize to production who Chris had to hear that. Sorry about that, but to know that Ender is kind of, you know, we know the prowess that Ender has as a support
they have no
player,
idea about staffing.
and we have seen how well they have kind of manifested not only in NA, but now this is now their first time in EU. And as that was reported by Relic earlier, you know, we were able to see kind of the way things have ran. And like we said, Kamay Esports was the team that took a game off of Nouns Esports. The game 3 situation, for anybody who missed it, ended up in a tie, 246 to 246, but Nouns got the win because 100% a coin flip. No, because they scored first. That's kind of how Pokemon Unite is able to decide who wins between the tie instead of doing it over. Meanwhile, Gen 5 gets a 2-0 sweep on Lel Lovers, apologies there. And now we're going to be able to see them later on go up against Kamay Esports, as they have knocked out BH3 and Engage have also gone home. So we are down to our top 4 teams: Nouns Esports, Gen 5, Lelovers, and Kamay Esports. This is your top 4 teams. And I don't know about you, Kello, but I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And hopefully, what's that production? No more singing? Or you're fired? Okay, well, no more singing, apparently.
But I like the Zero singing. I think we're all just jamming along. But I mean, you know, we've put a lot of talk and hype in terms of Nouns making this change. Obviously, yes, we're going to see Inda this time as their supporter player instead of Blaine. But one other thing, there's a massive story over on the side of Gen 5 as well, because they have a new player joining them. Sorayu has joined them from Kamay Esports. So Qatar was actually on BH3 this month, and they're going to be playing that defender role. And looking back at the history in terms of Sorayu, I feel like they're playing a different game. They're not playing Pokemon Unite. I feel like they're playing Leapfrog, right? Because they have jumped from team to team this season. They began on Nouns at LAIC. Like, there's just the spice there, right? They're going up against one of their old teams.
Right.
Then they joined Kamay or Eparnian back then, and they played with them for the 3 months. So the AOS Play-ins, December Cup, and January Cup. The highest they ended up placing was 3rd, and now they're on to their 3rd team, Gen 5. Guess the question in my mind, and probably a lot of other people's minds, is, has Sorayu actually found their home, and are they going to stop couch surfing from team to team?
What's wrong with a little couch surfing? But no, I do agree. And not only that, Sorayu has kind of also switched a little bit of roles. I do believe when they were on Nouns Esports, they were their top lane. We saw very much them play Blaziken, but it does look for Gen 5, they're going to be more of a tank role player. And this is the question, right? Because a lot of the times you look at individual players and you say, okay, together they're a super team. But that doesn't necessarily mean it'll work that way, because you could look at things and some people might say, hey, is Gen 5 upgrading with Sorayu, or is it a downgrade because they lost Qatar? Because Qatar is a great player in their own right. That being said, though, if you're able to have proper chemistry with a team, I think, me personally, that and consistency will outweigh the super team, that the 5 players who are just dominant in their own right, but sometimes that doesn't necessarily mean they mesh well. And in a game like Pokemon Unite, you have to be able to rely on your teammates and work together as a unit to be able to get the dub.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, because that's the thing. At the moment, Nouns, they are the undefeated Titans of EU. They have won every single monthly cup. I actually had a stat a bit earlier. I believe their win rate was something, I'm going to round up or down, but around 75% win rate, which is actually wild. They've only lost 1 set so far in this competition, and that was actually to Apanyan, or now Kamay Esports. So in terms of their sets, they've actually had a pretty good run. A lot of 2-0s across the board, of course, but some of those matches, do end up coming to that one apiece round 3 situation. So whether we're actually going to see a 2-0 from Nouns up against Gen 5 this time, or is it just going to be a lot closer, considering Gen 5 have Sarayu now?
I mean, there's only one way to figure that out, Kello. It's the age-old question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? What? What's that? That's not this? Oh, this is Pokemon Unite. Oh, so we have to play a game. That's what we're going to do as we're getting into the ban phase. And already, I love how quickly some of these teams will switch around what we see as bans. And so far, we're seeing that Umbreon, a very good one. And look at that! The Blissey has made it through. Umbreon, Miraidon, Little Duck, and Blaziken not going to be allowed. But I'm interested to see how Ender is going to play on the Blissey. I'm a big fan of Blissey. Bliss Assist is really great now that you can get an extra usage now, or 2, depending on how you play it. But I love it. And now we're seeing Sarayu on the Slowbro. We're seeing some old Pokemon back into the fray.
Is this season 1? I'm really confused at what's happening.
We took a time machine.
I mean, I guess.
Time machine, clearly.
Yeah. Pretty much. Oh, no. Wait a minute. We have a Mewtwo Y. We're back to reality here.
Damn. Well, I can dream.
But even then, Blissey out of ban jail, end up picking that up straight away, and you pair that up with a Mewtwo Y. Now, we might not be too far back into the future of season 1, but I think like middle of the season. I know this duo caused a lot of pain.
Oh yeah, we have seen them do quite a bit of pain. I mean, Utah and Megu have kind of stuck together like glue, going back way far back. And again, do we really want to date ourselves of how long we've been involved in this game? I don't know, but we've been there from the start, being able to see these teams evolve and grow. Platoon landing ultimately on the Greninja. I love the pick. I do like that Nouns has kind of been adapting the meta that we're seeing in the APAC region, because we're seeing Mewtwo Y still being played. Garchomp, really good Pokemon, and Greninja's kind of finding its place into the meta. Looking at both of these compositions, I really like both of them. I can't really pick one over the other, because on one hand, you have Garchomp, who could really shred through a Metagross, but you also have Lunder on the Leafeon, who can, with an Emerald 2-step, knock out a Desu and or Toon if they're not careful. So it's going to be a trade here, a trade there. In the end, though, both of these teams are ready to rock and roll. And Gen 5, again, they are always on the cusp of greatness. The question is, will they be able to triumph? And even then, Nouns has been known to run quite well in losers brackets. So I'm excited to see how this set is going to kind of fold out into play.
It was only that the AOS play-ins where they actually landed themselves in the losers bracket. So whether they're going to set up shop in the grand finals up first, sometimes you've just got to camp up there first to try and secure what you want. But I can expend all of my brain power each and every single month trying to analyze Toon and his picks, and I finally made a decision coming on into the 4th month, and I think it's more He just picks whatever he wants. Like, there is no reasoning for it at all. There's no analysis. It's just, oh, I feel like playing Greninja. I'm going to do this one this time round. So here we have it. Toon on the Froakie going to head on into that central area as we have Nouns over on the purple side and Gen 5 on the orange for our winners final.
So you're telling me you don't do that? I thought we all just kind of played whatever we wanted and did not care about team compositions. I'm not totally talking about ranked ladder and the frustration I've had sometimes in my games where I want to go cry, but that's not the time because Ender tries to go for a little bit of an aggressive push, unable to get the confirm, and Leafeon is already online, which does mean if they wanted to, they could go for an early flank for big damage.
I'm curious if Blaine is whispering in Ender's ear right now, go and invade, because this is a strat that we've seen from Blaine time and time again. So clearly Ender has been taught what to do and their game plan moving forward, because we already have a level 4 Blissey online.
A level 4 Blissey is online for Ender, and we're getting some good scores by Nouns Esports. Utah was unable to evolve thanks to Ender going in there and disrupting some of the plays. So Utah does have to suffer, and look at Ender running to Adesu holding down the A button, and look at Brav. Look at the team right now just working together. Mega Mewtwo is online, and it is looking to do some damage, but right now, Nouns Esports has a great aggressive start.
Well, we do know that song, Work Together, Stay Together. I probably got the lyrics wrong, but I mean, it works. But look at this. We already have a Trevenant online. Urshifu has finally evolved. We do have ourselves a single strike Urshifu this time around, so going in for that big burst damage, along with the trusty secure. But the thing is, they have to stay up in the fight in order to actually do something, right?
I mean, look, Kello, I think you got the lyrics right. I was singing here, you were singing there. I mean, you might as well say we're the UCS musical. And honestly, when you think about it, we're all in this together, aren't we? When we work together, and you know, we're not like a high school or anything, but we are the UCS broadcasters, and I'm sure there's a version of our all because we are all in this together, just like in Pokemon Unite. We're all in this together to get a dub, but Gatlu gonna slow things down a little bit. Lunder in a little bit of trouble though. Look at the 4 members of Nouns Esports are pushing up. They are looking to siege. Meanwhile, Adesu kind of holding the fort down, but they're actually gonna back off. They do not want to face into too much trouble with the Matang.
No, just sometimes you've just got to threat your opponent there. Oh, are we going to push? Oh, no, we're not going to push. Oh, we are going to push. And, you know, you catch us off guard. You catch them off guard. That means that plan is successful. Otherwise, we do have 10 seconds left until both of these objectives do spawn. There's no hoopers this time round, so no quick teleportation for either side. As we look at the minimap, it's play's actually quite spread out right now.
Right, and on top of that, points are kind of evenly spread. Levels are kind of mix or match here. It's kind of more of a lull. Both of these teams don't want to fully commit until they have everything. Gatlu, though, able to secure the Reggie Alecki on the top path. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of Nouns Esports are down here. Sarayu going to be moving things around, but the rest of Nouns able to get the secure. And Reggie Alecki, do we have a counter for that? For how many KOs Reggie Alecki gets? And because they at least got one. And that's all it takes. We need that. Put that on the. We need our statistician, Icarus. Get that on, because I need to know how many KOs Reggie Alecki gets. Because I'm basically the Reggie Alecki. I don't get many KOs.
Oh, I didn't realize that you were a part of Nouns. I guess a secret 6th member there, but otherwise, look at this. They're just wrecking on through. We have Garchomp picking up 2 KOs. Oh, look at this math. Nouns managed to leave that tier 1 on 1 point. They're actually not going to break it, and I'd say this is just to starve Gen 5 of that experience. They don't want to give him the comeback indeedies.
I think that's honestly a IQ 1000 type of play, because you're right. You leave it at 1, not only are you can potentially leave it for later for a big overcap, but on top of it, you're not allowing Gen 5 to get those indeedies. You're kind of starving them a little bit, but you're still putting them on the edge where they they need to get to play aggressively. Toon's going to be in a little bit of trouble, though. Luckily, Ender shows up with those shields and a big old slap from Bliss. And now Utah's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to need to get out of there. Big push coming out. 27 goes in. 26 overcap. They realize that Emerald two-step, it's time to go dancing. Bruv doing everything they can to stay alive with Ender. Ender's going to be going down. Bruv's going down. And that is a good three-piece meal for Gen 5.
Oh, and look at that. They now have those double digits over onto them sides, giving them a sizable bit of experience up in the top part. There's a lot of AOS energy on the ground as 28 points comes in from Megu, but it looks like they're just going to defend and try and get in either one of these 40s, but Toon manages to deny both of them, meaning Megu has no other choice but to break it with 5.
Not the greatest of overcaps, but again, you're trying to get some value, and more importantly, you want to get this Regieleki to be a little bit more aggressive. It can be a little bit more of a threat. And look, we said this earlier. How good is the shred? But we do see a slow beam, but Adesu able to get away from danger thanks to Bruv. Bruv's gonna take the brute force of that wicked blow. Toon, in the meanwhile, is gonna be ripping this Regieleki off the map, but this could be a good push by Gen 5 onto converging onto tier 1.
Oh, this is going to be the moment if they're going to try and get in some points, but a great scoop up from that guard chop as they follow up with their livid outrage, but the randomness of it means they don't actually get the KO straight away. Nonetheless, they were still able to go and bonk Sorayu on the head, send him back to the Pokemon Center along with Suzuro.
Oh man, Sazuro taking big damage in the water burst shuriken to get onto Lunder, and Gotlu kind of playing follow-up catch-up as Toon able to get 50 of their own, 226 to 95. Right now, Nouns Esports is really having great synergy. Not to say that Gen 5 is falling too far behind, especially in the level cap. They're both doing well. Bruv's going to take a little gift to go as a little gift taking away, trying to starve Gen 5 as much as they can. But right now, Nouns Esports has had everything. And honestly, Ender playing really well into the support role, keeping their team alive, allowing not only to prevent crowd control with Safeguard, but also applying some shields. And an Emerald two-step does absolutely nothing to Gotlu. It says, yes, sir, I will have another one because that was tasty.
I've got to say, that was a really risky play from Lunder. They're diving on in. I definitely see it. You know, before the 3-minute mark, sometimes you've just got to go out, use your Unite move. That way you still have enough time to actually recharge it. But yeah, that did absolutely no damage because of the safeguard from Inda sticking by them. And you know, you're saying now they have pretty much taken it all this round. I think Gen 5, they've managed to actually keep up in levels so far. As they're going in with another fight, a huge shield because of that gyro ball to let Megu sustain in that fight.
Great job by Gotlu, though, to be able to pull the Slowbro Sorayu out of there. That way they're able to engage a little bit more. And now we see Gotlu, Toon, and Ender with a helping hand. These three, I mean, when you look at it and break it down, even just team composition-wise, look at who you have. When you're looking at helping hand, the water shurikens that are going to be coming out of Toon are going to be that much stronger and faster. You have the age-old comp of Mewtwo going in there, and also with Gotlu, I mean, it is A-Press galore. Regieleki able to go in, and it is time to throw down as the showdown here at Rayquaza, Kello.
Oh, but look at this. Gatler is a throwdown, ends up getting interrupted as they end up getting slow beam. We do have the Beyblade Arena coming on up, but 3 members of Gen 5 have been knocked on out. Megu, once again, receiving a shield, but this time round, it just wasn't enough, and it is only a Soul Eldegoss here to try and save the day from Gen 5, but no Unite move on hand to actually float above the skies and get a steal. That fight ended quickly and ended pretty quickly too.
Very interesting, though, that they haven't been as aggressive. They do have the helping hand from Ender, though. They are trying to get the ducats in, but meanwhile, Bruv is kind of taking the cruise, the scenic route, if you will, because they've been taking their time. Again, Gen 5 is going to try to play defense, but the problem is, with 1 minute remaining, Bruv's going to get a hundo burger in, saying, well, I took the scenic route. I'd like to score some more now, so I will stay here and feel free to use your resources on me, because this means the rest of Nouns can go in. Yes, Urshifu has true damage, but at the end of the day, with 43 seconds remaining in all these shields and Nouns knowing very well that they're in the lead, they don't need to press on.
No, they're just going to keep their shields intact. We can actually see a Desu ends up retreating, leaving Inder all alone. Can they grab themselves a berry? Yes, they do. However, they ended up losing their shield. They don't end up getting taken down by the Airborne Fist, and this just provides the opportunity for Toon to go and get their 50 dunk after all of that.
Oh, this is why Inder is IQ 10,965. I 100% counted that. Because their whole point was not to win, but distract. And look at that. Urshifu was not able to be a part of this big push from Gen 5. And now Sport says, hey, Inder, you did your part, bud. So you can say that Desu left him behind, but in reality, it was more or less like, yeah, you can stay behind, little egg. So, it's like Mewtwo looked back and said, nodded and said, that'll do, little egg. That'll do.
Well, things aren't over just yet, because obviously these are best of 3 matches in order to try and land themselves a spot in the grand finals. But looking at these stats here, Bruv did a magnificent job of just doing defender things. They were also being that distraction down on that home pad, having 3 members trying to take him down after all of that. I think, you know, in terms of the first match that we've seen from Nouns, where sometimes where it was a little bit rocky, and Gen 5 managed to catch up, but after all, they managed to just keep their cool, win that fight, and take the Rayquaza, and it ended up paying off.
Honestly, yeah, and I guess we're seeing first-hand look here on broadcast what Inder has meant to the team. Helping Hand, I was kind of alluding to it a second ago, when you have Garchomp who can shred and just do massive amounts of damage with its attack speed, you boost that up with Helping Hand, it is a one-man shredding machine. You do that with Mewtwo, I mean, how often did we see that, especially when it goes into Mega Mewtwo Y form? It does so much damage. Same thing with Toon. And Bruv, just being the big muscly tree that he is, was able to just hold things off. And honestly, this is a great showing from the start of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, it's just whether they can keep up this momentum. After all, I guess Gen 5, they always tend to be the bridesmaid, but never the bride when it comes to this. So if they want to become the bride this time around, they have to defeat the EU Titan, currently Nouns Esports. So back to the drawing board. What can they do up next going into this next draft? Do you think there's any bans that need to be switched on up? Or I am thinking Blissey. Maybe Blissey goes back to jail.
I mean, I didn't want to say it, so I'm gonna let you take that fall on that one. But I would have to agree. Blissey is so good. It is the OG support. It is a Pokemon that can do it all and then some. Whether you go the healing build, or in this case, we saw that even an Emerald 2-step could do absolutely 0 damage if you time the safeguards correctly. And Inder has been a master at that, to not only keep the team alive, but also to protect them. They serve more than just a support. They're a distraction. They are a nuisance. So, Blissey players, I'm sorry, but it is really good right now, especially with the Bliss Assistance having its recharge rate where it's at. Blissey is too good all the time, and it might be one of those Pokemon that does need to go back to jail.
Yeah, it just works so well with their team composition there. Paired up with the Desu on the Mewtwo Y, paired up with Toon on the Greninja. We could see during that highlights, sending in that Bliss assistance, the extra eggs to just help Toon along and secure those KOs, and then go and rip up that Rayquaza for their shields. But I think like one of the biggest things is that last minute they had their shields, and it's this knowledge that they don't actually need to continue pushing on forth to get in their dunks. It's the restraint that they demonstrated, which I really admired from them, because I guess sometimes normally, you know, you have this mindset, oh, we have Ray shields, let's just go on in and dunk. But then the thing is, sometimes you might get the dunks, but then you end up getting KO'd for it, right? You don't actually want to give up that risk, considering there was still over a minute left on the clock. So as much as we say be aggressive, sometimes that restraint and that passiveness is something that we also need to learn to balance.
Yeah, especially discipline. Sometimes discipline is the best medicine. And like you said, knowing how Gen 5 was going to have not only time, but the power to push, if you go in and you lose those shields and you go down, you're going to have a big KO timer. And all of a sudden, you're putting yourself in danger. So to be able to discipline yourself and say, hey, we have the shields, we are in the lead, we don't need to be as aggressive. We can kind of force a little bit of a threat, and then we'll let Bruv go in to give us a little bit of extra insurance. But it's time to turn the page, as we always do. Kella, we're going on to game 2. Gen 5 is going to be on your purple side, Nouns Esports on your orange, and we might be prophets. We've predicted Buzz Swalls, we've predicted this, we've predicted that, and all of a sudden, Blissey, unfortunately, is going back to jail. I love you, Blissey. I love you, little egg. You are beautiful, but in this case, you're a little too strong for one team to handle, as Megu's going to be picking up the Miraidon, and Bruv going to be picking up... No, they're going to swap around. Indy going to go back on a classic staple on Eldegoss.
I guess when one supporter is gone, you've got to pick up the next one. I'm surprised at I guess in terms of when I think of Inda, definitely a Blissey and Eldegoss player. I know they've had some pretty good Hooper plays in the past as well, but this is like OG Inda that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
But two attackers are on the side of Gen 5, pairing up that Mew with the Miraidon. Are we potentially going to see a support Mew here, or is this actually going to be a full-blown damage Mew?
I am actually very curious at that. We don't see a lot of ranged attackers, and you usually pick one or the other, not both. I'm interested to see. I got to imagine maybe, yeah, they want some form of defense. Interesting how they're going to go with this, but yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree. I'm gonna say this a lot during broadcast. I can see the thought process. You want range to, you know, poke and poke and poke, but at the end of the day, do I necessarily agree with it? Not really, because your big KO is gonna need to be Sarayu. They're going back into what they've known before to be a top lane all around Pokemon, and maybe that's what they need. They need to shake things up a little bit. Meanwhile, when you look over at Nouns Esports, you see something very similar. Adesu being very comfortable on the Mewtwo Y, Gotlu going back to something very familiar on the Blaziken, and Toon. Listen, I have seen Toon play quite a bit of Talonflame, and they soar in the sky and they do quite well, especially when you have two attackers on the other side. Toon's going to be targeting that Megu and Lunder quite a bit, I got to imagine.
Yeah, see, this pick makes sense to me to pick up the Talonflame. As you mentioned, it's just the dive potential that the Talonflame has into these two attackers in that backline. So I'm wondering, though, would an Electro Drift Miraidon then be able to just counter that rather than the standstill of a charge beam? Yes, you do have some maneuverability, but I'm thinking of, you know, Electro Drift, that could be enough to avoid a bird dive.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of the goal. But then now you're asking yourself, are you giving up that range that you originally wanted? What was the plan and the mindset behind Gen 5? I do agree that, you know, going Electro Drift, going, you know, do they know what we do in Tokyo Fast and Furious as they're drifting around to avoid some of the damage that's going to come from Toon. But is that necessarily the plan that they wanted to go in with? Especially when you look at it, I mean, Gotlu's going to have some bulk. Toon might be able to quickly avoid it as well. You know, there's a lot of questions being asked, and we'll see how many answers we get, as it does look like Gen 5 is going to be sending a Mew into the central area. Meanwhile, we're going to have Toon going for the side of Nouns Esports. It is Game 2, Nouns Esports versus Gen 5 here in your Winners Finals February Cup EU.
Well, yeah, if Nouns manage to take this game, they are going to land a comfy spot in the grand finals, up first once again. But there is still 9.5 minutes to go until then. One thing they have to do is try and get those levels. We do have Sarayu that is running the attack weight, so they need to try and get their stacks up early. But Bruv, being able to just dunk 12 points in the face of U-Town
I don't know what's cooler, the fact that they were able to do it so confidently, or the fact that I'm pretty sure those glasses on the Snorlax are just Nouns esports glasses. I could be wrong. I've been wrong maybe once on this broadcast today. Maybe. Just only once. And that's just a maybe. But all I know is that it was great job by Bruv. And unfortunately, Toon did get a little aggressive there. And unfortunately for them, but look at this. Adesu going on Mewtwo Y, doing massive amounts of damage to push Gen 5 back.
I guess when you have that Mega Mewtwo Y form, you've just got to hold the A button and let the rest do its job. Keep the pressure on as Bruv ends up taking themselves a little bit of a nap. So far, we still only have a Gossifleur for Inter here, I guess, considering they didn't go in for the invade this time around, so not able to get their levels like we saw previously. But well, speaking of invades, we have Sazura on the wrong side of the map here.
Yeah, Sazuro just kind of been lurking there to be able to take the red buff away from Gotlu. Great job. They might have been on the wrong side of the map, but let me tell you, they were on the right side of objective history as Soreyu's going in, and we do see the Electro Drift coming out of Megu, and all of a sudden, Soreyu able to get 2 KOs, 1 big KO to our boy Megu, and all of a sudden, right now, this is looking very good for Gen 5.
Oh, being able to get that level 7, get in some dunks for their attack weight as well. And oh, look, it is an Electro Drift Miraidon. One of our questions has been answered, Zero.
Oh, and it is going to be drifting around. Meanwhile, we have Brave Bird. They said, you want to dive on us? I can dive on too. I can do it. I can do it better. And we're going to see in the end who really does do it better. But Gotlu going up to level 7. Now they are a fully evolved Blaziken. But then again, Blaziken really doesn't fully come online until it becomes level 8. But look at that heavy slam going into the overheat. Good combo. Meanwhile, Megu has made their way back. They're going to Electro Drift, get a KO on the Bruv. Meanwhile, Soreyu is going to take the top out by the Moans himself. Not only that, they're going to go after the Regieleki. Utah trying to get a little bit of positioning. Meanwhile, Toon just trying to show who is the better diver, the better drifter. Lunder's going to take a big damage. And the flames sweep. The wings of Toon have taken flight, and they have pushed them off. And that is a good 3 KO for Toon Slam.
That is a massive for Nouns, being able to pick up that basement Reggie, dunk in some points, pick up some KOs as well. And there is a lot of juicy AOS energy on the ground for Gatlu to get in some attack weight stacks. But look at this. We have Zarina caught out amongst 4 members of Nouns. They end up heading to the skies, hoping to land themselves a KO before inevitably getting taken down.
That was very impressive, Buster Ray. We've seen that they have played all around her before. Galu's going to try to lift the leg for an overheat, but it's going to be to no avail. Gen 5 is going to siege and try to dunk as many as they can. This is the first time we're seeing Nouns kind of have to fall behind. All of a sudden, this Miraidon that's been drifting around is paying dividends for the side of Gen 5, and they're looking that much better. We've seen Soreyu on all-arounders before, so we're going to see, is this the true role that Soreyu belongs in? And it's another question we have had, Kello. Has Soreyu found a home? And more importantly, is the all-arounder role truly where Soreyu belongs?
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, considering they are already at level 11, so matching Toon, who is on the Talonflame. Otherwise, that bottom basement pad ended up getting it broken from Nouns. Nonetheless, it still isn't enough points to actually meet to Gen 5 right now. It's 141 to 113 as we reach the halfway mark.
Halfway mark indeed. Gatlu was trying to get those stacks, so even though it wasn't a big overcap, being able to have that much damage available to you, and looks like Lunder and Utah might have ran into Bruv, and Bruv with a big old block, not going to allow Utah to go down easily, but Toon is not going to go back in. They're trying to focus more on this Miraidon as, wow, look at the way Trick was able to reposition Megu to avoid the Brave Bird from Toon.
We praise Hyperspace Hole a lot in terms of the Hooper kit, but Trick with that Zarina has just got to work a treat as they are going to go into their Unbound form, shredding up Toon, one of the biggest threats here, as Reggie Steel is also getting shredded down, but you cannot go wrong with the overheat. Blaziken secure as we have Lunder on the Mew getting knocked on out.
Wow, and a great job by Gotlu noticing around here they're living on a slip. HP, and Sazuro able to get the KO, and they might get away with this. But more importantly, there was a moment where Gatlu was able to switch forms through a focus blast, able to take down Lunder, and they eventually went down as the flame sweep. Listen, there's a tale as old as time, and that would be Talonflame and a wall as they use the flame sweep. Let's take a moment to notice the true romance that these two, year in and year out. By a small fee of 40 AOs, you too can prevent another Talonflame from running into a wall again. Once again, 40 AOs is all it takes.
Oh, I think Sorayu there tried to help Toon take to the skies there as Rav ends up getting punished for trying to dunk in 40 points after the 5-minute mark. So I guess it's a bit of a distraction. Nonetheless, Gen 5 were able to secure that Reggie Alecki during that time. There's still a bit of time left on the clock until the final stretch, but we're looking at the mini-map. It's bare bones here, as we have some bird spawning. Yay!
Bare bones indeed, but birds have spawned. Sorayu gets taken down. Des is going to apply a little bit of pressure, and Galu looks like they want more than just a couple of birds for dinner. Is that okay? That the chicken wants more birds? There's a pun in there. Birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, we did that one already. Oh, well, maybe we'll get it right next time. But Adesu and the rest of Nouns Esports trying to find any KOs that they can. 141 to 113. The most important objective is going to be coming soon. Luckily, Bruv has been able to give them vision. And now we're going to see what this basement Reggie will mean to these teams.
Oh, well, you can see that it is definitely important considering all members are down here and it ends up being a Reggie steal. The thing is, they need to try and go in for the fight as Toon ends up using their flame sweep to go and isolate that Hooper, but they don't actually end up getting KO'd. Oh, they're not going to have that for the final stretch here as we have 10 seconds left to go, Zero.
I don't know if I like that. That is a Unite move that could have been useful. At least if you're going to use it, you got to be able to get that KO. You can't let that happen where you just allow to use your Unite move, something like Flame Sweep, and then not get the KO on the Hoopa. But I know Toon did not want to stay longer there than they needed to. And this is where that poke composition is going to really show, is it working out? Because these Muse Solar Beams are going to be able to keep Nouns Esports out and potentially allow Gen 5 to make a play.
Oh, but the thing is, Nouns do have the benefit of their tier 1 pad available on the bottom side. They tried to kite on back, but now they've been dragged back in as we do have them just splitting on off, trying to divide and conquer as Toon is going to go in for a back cap of 78. So now they have the lead and the pressure is on as we do have Mewtwo using their Unite move, but they instantly get taken down. We have Zarina going and helping Eldegoss try and fly, but they end up doing it themselves with the Cotton Collide Crash.
Good avoidance by Ender here. Now we see the Electro Drift putting in work from Megu, though. 2 members of Nouns Esports is down, but here comes Toon. No, unable to do so. Sorayu, that's 3 members down. This could be the moment that Gen 5 was looking for. Galu is still alive, though. They are going in. They are doing damage, but Sorayu able to knock him down.
Oh,
and Gen 5, that was close. But just like that, a clean old sweep. And is that a slow bro secure? 3 KOs for Sorayu. Sorayu is back in action in a role that we've seen them there before, and they are going to be the next team to take a game away from Nouns Esports.
There is a lot on my mind right now. A lot happened during that Rayquaza fight, but one thing is certain, Gen 5 are still in this. They still have a chance to make it into the grand finals. They have managed to lock in that match. And look at that! Another hundo from Sorayu to just go and broaden that scoreboard.
Wow, just a great job. I definitely think that there are a lot of star players. I mean, you can look at Megu and say, hey, the Electro Drift, we got our answers. It ended up being a big playmaker. But again, Sorayu was kind of delegated to be the tank, but now we got to see what they were essentially back when they were a part of Nouns Esports, that they were the top lane all-arounder, and they played it magnificently. I personally believe that's where Sorayu belongs. And this is now where you start questioning. Ender is part of a new squad. Sorayu is looking at their old squad. So Granted, by, leapfrogging two, if you want to backtrack 2 leapfrogs ago. But still, you're seeing that Soryu played a big pivotal part with 11 knockouts of their own. And look at the damage across Lunder, Megu, and Soryu. 69,000, 69,000, and 68. That is heavy amounts of damage. And honestly, it paid in dividends how well Soryu was able to play that.
Oh, yeah. Paired up with the Trick Hooper as well. The ability to just go in, deal some damage, and then utilize the Trick Phantom Force to get some heals. And that managed to pick up those 11 KOs and Suzuro with the 8 assists. But I don't know, across this match, we have Nouns prioritizing those basement Regis. They locked both of those in, whereas Gen 5, they have both of the Regielekis, but just it's so close. It's neck and neck between these two teams, which is where that pressure really starts to settle in come that final stretch. And I mean, I mentioned it earlier. That Unite move from Tomb, not having the flame sweep in their kit to try and isolate Gen 5. It was that a costly act for that final stretch?
I would honestly argue, yeah, I actually would, because as we're going to see very soon with the Ray fight, that it felt like Nouns never really had an opening to pull somebody away. They tried to manufacture one, and they, for the most part, almost had it. But when you have the flame sweep to isolate somebody and you get a knockout, especially a big one with damage, all of a sudden you're looking at a 4v5 and you at least are giving yourself the best chance of making something happen. Unfortunately, because Toon did use it, try to get the KO, but didn't even get the KO, it really unfortunately hurt Nouns Esports. And do I think it could have been the difference maker? I don't know if I want to say that far, but I will say at bare minimum, you are giving yourself the best chance when you have all your Unite moves and are at least able to isolate, if not one, but multiple teams, displace them, and then try to make a play from there.
Oh, man, we're talking about displacing. Yutao doing the opposite and locking down Adesu on that Mewtwo. Just allow them to go in for that engage and get these... Oh, wait, they did actually end up getting their Unite move back at that 1 minute 10 second mark, but it just wasn't enough as they dive on in, and then Soraya just ended up kicking him back to the Pokemon Center.
I mean that's what Serena's gonna do, right? These boots were meant for kicking, and that's what Serena will do. One of these days, these boots are gonna kick on you. And Soraya was definitely kicking those boots around, doing some can, and unfortunately for Toon Slim, they did go down. Again, it's one of those things where I think it could have gone potentially another way, but at the end of the day, well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, it doesn't matter, because now we are set already into game 3 just as quickly as we're ending game 2. This is it. Winners finals. One of these teams is going to lock in their win to grand finals here for the EU February Cup, while another team is going to go into losers bracket. And I can guarantee you neither of these two teams want to end up on that side of things, especially in losers finals, where they're going to be looking for Lil Overs or Kamay Esports, who's going to be coming for that losers finals.
Well, look at that. We have a Mewtwo Y getting banned. So, Adesu, you're going to have to pick something else this time around. Are we actually going to see some evolutions potentially? I absolutely. That's what I know Adesu for. I know they play other things, but I love to see them on the evolutions. But Miraidon locked on out. But Enda back onto the Blissey this time round. And I think Blissey is a pretty worthy first pickup.
I would absolutely agree. Definitely. I mean, we've seen Adesu play a lot of attackers. I do suspect potentially a Sylveon being a good pick, but they're going to let Adesu pick just a little bit longer, give a little bit more vision. Gatlu's going to go with Old Faithful. We've seen Garchomp play well. Well, guess what? They're going to bring it into the winners finals. This is their last-ditch effort. Bruv has been spectacular on the Snorlax, but Soraya going to be on the Blastoise. It does look, at least the way they're based on, unless they pass it on to somebody else, they are going to be more the defender type. So Surf Hydro Pump is what it looks like as of right now, but I could easily see them trying to move pieces around, and next thing you know, Soraya is going to be on a more all-arounder Spinstoise. Either flavor of Blastoise is going to be really good. Adesu does end up on the Sylveon, which is going to be good because Mystical Fire plays really well into 3 of the opposing team's Pokemon. Toon gonna pick the sword, and we will see as Megu picks up the Blaziken and Utah picks up the Mimikyu.
Oh yeah, so looking at these team compositions, a few switch-ups here and there. We're actually going to see Lunder with the Mew head on into that central area this time round, or are they going to give it back to Utah, who is now on the Mimikyu? But one thing that I'm really excited to see is Toon on the Aegislash. It's been a Pokemon that I've absolutely enjoyed playing myself, but seeing it in competition rise on up, I guess just the wide guard, the stun potential that it has, especially going on into Utah and Megu on those melee all-rounders, it really comes down to that timing. And I actually noticed a potion as well. So
yeah.
Something that, Potion, I know gets a fair bit of hit back here and there. But I guess it's just that extra bit of HP sustain in those team fights. Whether it's going to be enough, though, is the question. Pair it up with a shield, it could work.
I think it could work, especially with the wide guard, but more importantly, when you really break down the micro, I think Toon going with the Aegislash last really puts Utah in a little bit of a predicament here. They are running full heal, but here's the thing. Utah is now essentially forced to go play rough, and without an X attack, they are going to only do so much damage. Utah's key is going to be get all 6 stacks, play rough, and do the best that you can, because Aegislash's wide guard into some all-arounders is really painful, as once again Gen 5 is going to be sending Lunder on the Mew into the central area. Meanwhile, Toon Slim is going to be heading into the central area for Nouns Esports. It is Nouns Esports versus Gen 5. Game 3, winners finals. One team is going to be punching their ticket to grand finals. The other will be sitting in losers finals awaiting an opponent.
Now, there is that safety net down below as Utah is making a run for a berry. As they were quite low, but it does allow Brov to go and dunk in that first 5 for their team. But, I mean, so far, we have the 3 members up in the top path because Lunder didn't end up completing all of their wild Pokemon, which frees it up for Adesu to potentially steal.
I could potentially, but Adesu gets decimated as they tried to make something happen, try to get the buff for their own. And again, Lunder kind of being that central Pokemon. Mew is typically not that Pokemon that goes in there, but the way they've been playing it to get those power spikes has really paid off for Gen 5.
It has. Being able to get that level 5 that way, you're able to switch your moves. I guess that's the brilliance of Mew's kit. Once you reach that level 5, you're able to switch up from Electro Ball, you're able to switch up to your Surf, whatever may be necessary. As Mega's sticking to the walls there, doesn't want to get caught on out as they end up getting a sneaky dunk. Meanwhile, watching the Gabite go down.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to what I was saying about the Mew not being a common central Pokemon as Inder just keeps slapping Lunder, you got to kind of look at this, and there's definitely a joke here. Just hold on with me, and it's a stretch here. But, with, Mew being a central Pokemon and it's not very common, it's something that you can say it's not always black and white when it comes to your central Pokemon. Get it? Gen 5, black and white, maybe? No? Okay. Well, I tried my best. As Toon is going to be heading down, Inder following quickly behind them. Gen 5 is a great gen. And meanwhile, you have still Squirtle. Sorayu does not have the level capacity that they need him, but this is Utah going with Trick Room and Shadow Claw. I don't know if I agree with any of that, Kello.
Oh, you may not agree with it, but 2 members of Nouns are now down. The question is, are they going to be able to survive this as they're dashing within that Trick Room to try and avoid those hits? Toon on the sword gets wiped on out as Mew with the coaching is going to help Utah lock in a second KO, and it's only Brav left standing here.
Listen, I can admit when I am wrong, even though I'm never wrong, but this is one of those times where I might be wrong in saying that I was very much a non-believer of Shadow Claw when you're facing into a sword, but right now Utah is making me a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Meanwhile, the Utah is showing off that, Trick Room really makes things weird, and in this case, it makes Shadow Claw work as they've been dashing around at the speed of sound.
Oh, the maneuverability that you just saw them weave in and out between that team fight. Otherwise, we do have Nouns locking in themselves a Reggie, a Lecky, breaking that tier 1 pad. But the thing is, they're going to get punished as 3 members ended up getting wiped down.
That is unfortunate for them, but Play With Me does come out onto that, and now Gen 5 is going to try to retaliate. Brav tries to go for the heavy slam to slow them down, unable to do so. Ender has looked to opt for more of a soft-boiled egg bomb Blissey to kind of keep the team alive. Saray, don't worry, I didn't see that at all. And meanwhile, they have Megu, and so far, right now, the way things are looking, Utah and Megu are working really well together with the Mimikyu and the Blaziken, getting as much space and EXP as they need. I really thought this was going to be going a different way, Kello, and so far, right now, Utah is making me a believer of Trick Room Shadowclaw, even against a sword.
If there's one thing to learn, it's expect the unexpected when it comes to a match of Pokemon Unite. You can never ever read that room, even if it might be a little bit tricky. Otherwise, for the moment, no objectives just yet. It's just a matter of securing all the wild Pokemon that is over on their field. But I spy that Mimikyu already on that level 11. So it does have one of those plus movements on hand.
Do you ever think that, well, that Mimikyu's using Trick Room, they're playing It's Tricky, you know, and they're at this speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock or rhyme. That's right, it's tricky. You know, that's gotta imagine what, you know, just like what Buzzwole sound like. I gotta imagine that's what Trick Room sounds like. But here comes the Bliss Assist, landing onto Toon Slim though, able to stay alive. Trick Room does come up. Hydro Typhoon, able to land on some enemies. Meanwhile, you have Blaziken or Sylveon and Desu getting some scores on in. Meanwhile, though, that is a wreckage here. Oh, it is tricky, tricky, tricky as Gen 5 is able to get 3 KOs onto Utah, the Mimikyu, and a big overdunk is going to spell out a lot for Gen 5. I don't know about you, Kelly, but right now, Gen 5 is looking like a very dominant gen, and Generation 5 is pretty good. I'm just really want to say that.
That was an insane team fight. Being able to lock in those KOs, get that Reggie Steel, break that tier 1 pad. We already have 2 level 12s on the side of Gen 5, and I guess that's a thing. Nouns, they were outnumbered. We had a Desu up in the top half, but Gen 5, they have their sights set on yet another objective.
Objectives have been the name of the game, and honestly, their biggest objective right now, win. Be able to defeat the Titans that is Nouns Esports. We've talked about it all broadcast long, that Nouns Esports has been that Titan that has not been able to be taken down. We saw a little bit of weakness that they lost a game earlier, and now we've seen a game drop by Gen 5. Could this be the moment? I don't know. But right now, Nouns Esports is not looking as dominant as they have in the past.
Well, there's still a minute and 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch. Some birds are going to spawn on in, which is going to lead into another fight. Utah's going to land down that Trick Room, but Nouns are going to quickly run away and not get caught out on that. But we have the Hydro Typhoon and Power Nap also coming out as a last-ditch effort to try and survive that fight.
That's a big Unite move to use there. Meanwhile, look at Utah just gliding around with the Trick Room. It is so fun to watch, and I don't know right now, this could be the key. Could we be watching history right now? We won't know, but guess what? We will know. We will know in about 40 seconds when that big green dragon lands onto Thea Sky Ruins. But right now, Utah has been dodging around in Sazero, able to keep Utah alive, and the way they've just been avoiding so much, it really begs the question, this could be the right fight, Kello.
Oh, but that's huge. Being able to knock out Utah the Eldegoss ended up using their Unite move, so they're not actually going to have that. 15 seconds left to try and shred this Reg Ice down, but I don't think that's the objective they actually want to have their eyes on as they make their way into this Ray Pit right now.
Great job by Adesu and Ender, the way Ender was using that to kind of keep Adesu alive in survival mode, essentially, just keeping them alive with the egg, the soft boils. Again, Adesu who is going to be a key peacemaker here, but it could be like Toon might be starting something a little wacky here as Utah is in fact back though. Inder is going to keep watching them though because you don't want Toon to go down. Meanwhile, lots of happening here. The play with me comes out, does land on Toon Slam. Meanwhile, Blissey is already down. Inder was not available, and Utah might have done it. The Titans might have been crushed because we see the secure is going in. They're trying to get the KOs. Kello, we might be seeing Nouns Esports be shoved into losers bracket.
As we mentioned, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They have managed to capture the bouquet. That is the Rayquaza. The thing is, there's still a minute left on the clock. But Gen 5, they still have some shields as Bravo's going to attempt to dunk in 80 points for free. But it isn't going to be enough. I mean, they have that spot in their grand finals unless some miracle happens. So are they actually going to become the bride this month? Well, first task is down.
Next, buy a wedding dress. Oh no, is that not the next step? I guess I don't know how to plan a wedding. That being said, yeah, they might have realized that this is it. We have Toon and the Blasters just kind of exchanging little taps. No, the fight is over. They realize that, hey, you know what? You bested us. Step one, send Nouns Esports into losers. Could they be hearing wedding bells right now? I know a second ago we were talking about, Run DMC and, it's tricky, but now they might be hearing wedding bells. They caught the bouquet. Utah was able to get the secure. Gen 5, this could be your moment. The question is, will they able to finish the job at bare minimum? They have locked their slot in the grand finals.
Look, one thing is for certain is they can sit back and relax and just enjoy this moment, because being able to take out Nouns Esports is a huge achievement for them. There's only been one other team this whole season that has managed to take away a set from Nouns, so we haven't actually seen them down in the losers bracket in a really long time. And it's a half of our questions. Is this a brand new Gen 5 that we are looking at with the addition of Soraya joining them?
It could be. Or is it more in fact that we are watching the growing pains of Nouns Esports incorporating Inder? Again, this was not something that they have had. We know that Inder was supposedly or allegedly going to be part of the January Cup finals, but due to planning and just trips and just things that came up, it was unable to happen. So this could be growing pains that we're witnessing where time was of the essence, and that was unfortunately a big mistake that they're having to grow. Another thing was Inder still had their Unite move available. The Bliss Assist never actually came out in that Ray Pit, and again, Blissey being so powerful with that might have been a catalyst, but I don't want to take anything away from Gen 5 because they themselves were very dominant and very aggressive, especially with Utah on that Mimikyu.
Oh, yeah, it definitely caught us off guard. It's an unconventional build that we don't normally actually see, the Trick Room and the Shadow Claw. So, they may have caught us off guard, and now we've become believers. So, did this end up catching Nouns off guard as well? But it's just the commanding fashion that they had throughout that set. Just getting those team fights, having that points lead, and I believe they ended up getting the majority of those objectives as well.
Yeah, I mean, everything was going well, and we can see here that the Ray was already taking some damage. Inder did stay close by to Toon. They were always at the ready, but Toon had to wait for that call. But look how Inder gets pulled away with the Solar Beam. Look at all this damage. They go for the Bliss Assist, get caught because of the play with me, so it gets canceled. And wow, just a excellent display. There was still hope, but Utah with the Shadow Clock combo, able to get the rip, able to get the secure. And Gen 5, you need to celebrate because you are making it to grand finals. Like Kello said, first objective is done. The question is, can we get our second objective in making sure we can win grand finals?
Well, as I said, enjoy the moment for now as we are going to prep ourselves for an interview with one of the players from Gen 5. But that was a pretty fire match there, and yeah, growing pains. I think that's a really notable topic because, well, yeah, it's not just Nouns that have the new pickup. Both of them are on that even playing field with a new pickup this month. So that's why these matches were just so close.
Yeah.
Holy macaroni is all I could say.
I mean, we talked about this a little bit, how chemistry can be a big deal for a team. You can have the best players on the world on the same roster, and it just might not work because of chemistry. Chemistry and consistency is going to play a lot because as teammates, you're able to kind of communicate with one another on the plays, the status of what you're trying to make something happen. And honestly, it worked out really well. We've seen Utah and Megu stick together season after season, and right now, especially with the addition of Soreu, is Soreu the secret sauce that Gen 5 needed? Right now, it's looking really well. That being said, that doesn't mean Nouns Esports. So for any Nouns Esports fans in chat right now, they are not done. They are going to be waiting in losers finals, so they might be trying to go back. But now, this is also the first time we are seeing in a while that the Titans do have a weakness. Has it been exposed? Can they jump back into this? I mean, only time will tell, Kello. I mean, what do you think went right and what do you think went wrong?
Oh, look, there is so many things, and I feel like we would have to watch the fight in slow motion. You know, in the end, we can obviously put all of this analysis down and break down a match, but you know, in that split moment, sometimes these decisions are the ones that we can't change. It's in the past. It's all about, you know, okay, we've done this, move forward, don't let it happen again. I don't know what those mistakes are specifically,
right?
But one thing is for certain, Gen 5 are on the right path, and we actually have an interview ready for you folks as well. So we're going to bring in Utah. First of all, congratulations on finally beating Nouns. Only took 4 months there. I know you've always been really close battling it out in the grand finals, but yes, you're not the champions just yet. But how are you feeling in the moment right now?
Okay, yeah, I don't think I think we're having a little bit of trouble with the sound and just kind of setting it all up. Unfortunately, a couple of technical difficulties that we are having right now. So very unfortunate because I had the probably single-handedly the most important question to ask them. Utah, can we hear you now? No, you are completely fine. I mean, feel free to pick up where you left off. As Kella was saying, like, how does it feel knowing that you're in grand finals?
All right, as I said, like I'm actually like so proud of the team and so happy that like we finally beat Nouns in like the winner side, and yeah, it just feels great, you know, because like Nouns like you know, like back to back they just like win every monthly, and like yeah, I'm just so happy.
Nice. I mean, my big question that I wanted to ask you, as somebody who plays Mimikyu myself, while looking at the Aegislash on the opposition, what made you so confident to go with Trick Room and Shadowclaw? As I feel like, especially in North America, a lot of players just tend to almost auto default into play rough. So what was your thinking with Trick Room and Shadowclaw, knowing that in Aegislash, especially on Toon Slim on the other side?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I don't feel like a lot of people playing Trick Room in EU, and like I feel like the spell is like very strong against like all these many characters. Like you can just like move around every time, like dash on CD, and like having your Shadow Claw every time, because like every time you dash you have like a boosted, and yeah, just make the character very strong. And I think that's make the difference.
It's definitely one of my favorite things that I love seeing, the mix up in the types of moves that you select depending on the team comp that you're going into. Picking up something unconventional and just showing us all that there are not set specific rules that you actually have to follow with them. So one last final question before you and the team get to relax. How have you been finding Soraya fitting into the team? Are you feeling, I'm guessing, well, you've made it this far so far in the competition, but are the vibes there?
Yeah, the vibes are there. You know, like Sari is like a pretty like dynamic player. Like he's bringing like the vibes and everything, and I think like it's adding like more. Like I don't know, we have like more vibes. Like we're just like hanging around, just enjoying, and like you know. You're just adding that dynamic that, yeah. So that's
I guess
pretty
that's
cool.
one thing. Winning is great, but just having the vibes and having fun, that's what Pokemon Unite is all about, right? So congratulations once again for landing that spot in a grand final. You may rest for the time being, and maybe we might end up bringing your team back, or maybe we might not. We'll have to wait and see, but definitely enjoy. Thank you so much, Utal. We'll see
guys.
you on the screen very soon.
I don't know about you, Kello, but you know, we talked about it, right? Vibes and chemistry. And so far right now, Gen 5 has it. And I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I think you and I have one hell of a chemistry as we have been able to cast these games so far.
Well, you know what? You do bring that singing voice. I guess I bring the dance moves. Even though you guys can't see me on cam, it's okay. You probably don't want to. Let's be real. But you know what, Zero? It has been a great double set that we have managed to witness. The action isn't over just yet for the UCS, as we are going to bring Chef and Relic back on in for your losers final. So we'll see you folks very soon.
Hello friends and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. I'm Relic, I'm joined by the biggest content creator of all time. It's Wonder Chef Cooks, and we are now heading back into the lower bracket to the lower semi-finals. It's another elimination match, and Chef, we've seen both of these teams, I say both of these teams, we've seen one of these teams in action today, Lelovers. For the first time today, Kamay Esport on stream, and they were unfortunately for them on the receiving end of a tie game loss against Nouns Esports, and well, even if they win that series, it's going to be a repeat of that match as well.
Right, this could be an amazing series, I think. The way that these two teams have been playing against their competition has looked really good, in my opinion, and it certainly seems like today, obviously, I mean, you know, we just came in, we got to talk about what just happened a second ago. Nouns receiving one of their first losses in months at this point, their first real losses. So it does seem to me, like what I said earlier, like a lot of the teams in this like kind of top 8 area of EU are really starting to meet each other, and I think that's giving us a lot of game threes, a lot of close matches. I expect this one will be the same.
I don't know how Blaine's going to be feeling, to be honest. That's, again, it's the first time that Nouns have been sent to the lower bracket since the EOS Cup play-ins. Yes, that is a long time ago. But here in the present, we look at the bans, and I feel like EU is cottoning on to the whole, man, all-rounders are really good right now. Got Zoroark, Aegislash, Serena, and Garchomp off the table. I don't remember the last time 3 Hyperscalers were taken off the table.
Yeah, this, I mean, specifically Serena has looked so good in every single game that we've seen it on broadcast. Aegislash as well, but maybe not to the degree of Serena. We've definitely seen a few flops from Garchomp. We've also seen how well it can work, so I understand most of these picks. However, the first pick, Blissey, it's something that's been going through. It went through in the last set a lot, which was pretty surprising. It's going through again first time this round. Easy second picks as well, on the side of Kamay Esports. I think this is nothing too substandard yet.
Yeah, it kind of forces Kamai into the Eldegoss. Wow, Potato with a real early Buzzwole. That's fascinating, given that I look at these last 3 players on Kamai, and I don't see anyone who would want to rep a Buzzwole necessarily. We've also got the Hooper in play, I forget, of course. It's so interesting as well, isn't it? It's the Eldegoss basically plummeting down the order of importance, where now we've got Hooper and Blissey and Psyduck all ahead of the Cotton Ball Puff. You got the Sword Dog potentially here. Yeah, okay. I like this potentially to go into the Buzzwole. Very big stats for an early game Snowball potentially. Kranix, of course, is rookie for today. Now what's Lelover's going to work with? Snow and Toast, Dodrio and Inteleon. That's an interesting couple of final picks if they do go through. The Dodrio will, and the Mewtwo Y to round things off.
Okay, Mewtwo, another Pokemon that we saw a lot in that last set, and yeah, we're going to follow up with the Absol. We actually saw Absol fall a little bit short earlier, but certainly it's very strong for a good reason, and we have seen it picked a decent amount. The Dodrio, on the other hand, I really like this pick against this team, maybe a little bit less now that I see the Absol. I feel like it could be a little bit of a nice target, a little chunky target for that Absol, but the rest of the team, I feel like Tri-Attack is going to do very, very well against. It's also going to be able to dive when it needs to up against that Miraidon, assuming the Miraidon is Beam, which we've seen basically only Beam so far this tournament. So I do like that a lot, and it's something that we've seen from this team as well do quite well. But the Mewtwo Y, on the other hand, is something that we haven't seen yet from Lelovers, I believe, unless I'm just misremembering. But this is a Pokemon that's been on the rise in every single region, so we'll see how it does.
You say Tri-Attack. I think there is a case for Drill Peck here, given that we are running into a Hooper. I think that especially when you're looking to deny those teleports back to base, which again is why I'm like, wait, why you're choosing Hooper? I get it, very powerful pick, irrespective. But that Buzzwole has also been selected, notorious for ripping any opponent off that pad to teleport back to base. I don't know, it's for me as well, looking at that Dodrio pick, if we were to look from Lelovers going into Kamai Esport, that Umbreon's got a few questions to answer now, because I totally understand if it want to go foul play, Wish we've seen a lot of, not seen so much of the Snarl, but now in order to lock that Dodrio down, is it forced into a mean look? Many answers on the way, I'm sure, Chef, in game number 1.
Right, yeah. I mean, look, maybe not as effective against some of the rest of the team, so that is certainly going to be a question. But this is a very important game. Of course, we're in losers semis, so you really need to make this happen to make it into that top 3. Big stakes on the line, and we are going to see a pretty scary little duo on the bottom. Really, you can do a lot of early damage with that Mewtwo Psyduck combo. We've seen it a few times, but Zacian should be able to challenge Buzzwole at least somewhat up top, especially with the fact that it has a Hoopa with it. It's got some extra range harass, which will be nice. Going to slow down a lot of the really fast starts and aggressive starts that we've seen from Potato on that the Buzzwole kind of almost every game today, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, 100%. Ooh, well, the passive, the headache, the Psyduck wasn't around for too long, and it will be the tri-attack, so Snow sticking with what we have seen them be successful on before. Let us not forget how strong they were on the Dodrio earlier on in the stream, already up onto level 5, currently leading the lobby alongside the Absol. Birds have just spawned in. We've got that boosted Kranix station, if they want to go in, of course, but they're not allowed to. The quick rotate from the Dodrio denying them, but more success on this bottom path for Kamay. Another KO, this time onto the Mewtwo. More scores on the door.
Oh, and Psyduck ready to fight 1v2 in the bottom path. I do like that a lot. You know, something that I'm seeing now that I really think about it is I do believe, and I could be wrong on this, but I'm secure enough to know when I don't know something in this game, is that I believe everybody on Lelovers has the opportunity to move somebody off of a Hoopa portal, whether it be dunking them with Buzzwole, which we're seeing right now in the middle of this fight, but not going to be dunking off the portal, whether it be potentially Tri-Attack Drill Peck, which we're not going to have. I believe Side Strike, the knock-up, if you time it absolutely perfectly, can work as well. Psyduck Surf could technically work, and Egg Bomb can technically work. So, not to say we're going to see even half of those, but there is the possibility from everybody.
Well, Leorio very lucky to get away with that reset back to base, and now back in the fight. It's a 2 KO streak for Kranix. New kid on the block, but doesn't look out of place. Down goes the Sacred Sword. Maybe it's a triple.
Ooh, that is a great first fight for Kamay. This has been a really low-scoring game. They're still going to try and defend, and it does look like they're going to pick up 2 revenge KOs with no points being scored. Oh no, the moment that you try to jump on the Buzzwole, you are turning into a projectile, and unfortunately, not going to be able to survive that. No, going for number 2, and Potato is exactly where he wants to be, and that is right up close to a bunch of Pokemon that are no longer with us here.
Starting to flex his muscles, but is he at the gym for a little too long? This fight getting a little too stinky for my liking. Using the bunnies again as collateral into Narami. Buys himself enough space to head back onto pad. But here on the bottom path, his team, they've already set up the stalls. They're ready to go with Registeel, potential steal option here with the Zante, with the Leorio Midnight Slash. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
That's a great usage of that, just perfectly in time. Their zoning was really good. I mean, having Psyduck stand in front, but they realized the timing when they needed to move in, and now look at this. Unfortunately, Blissey going to be caught out by that mean look. Potato coming in to try and assist, but there is a portal that 2 members are going to be able to go back through just barely. It doesn't look like they're going to be coming back. That would have been a very dangerous spot, so really no losses from Kamay after that really nice set of picks, getting the objective, everything looking quite good for them, as they're still just going to be fighting for the center spots.
Yeah, Potato and Snow really the 2 beacons of light for Lelovers, but those beacons are being extinguished one by one. Kamay Esports feeling really strong right now with a rotate up to the top path. Just Kaizen and Snow on defensive duty. In moves Kranix, going to steal away this bunny. Again, more EXP going into the global pool. Level 11 for Leorio on this Absol. Down goes the Sacred Sword, but Lelos have done well to respond here. In goes the Blissey. The triple trample tries to buy themselves some space, but incredibly, it's the Umbreon that steals away the Regieleki. Chef, I don't know how.
I don't either, but at this point it doesn't even matter. Lelovers, they're going to be counter-pushing, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Gek will go down on the goal zone. Narami is going to be very low behind it, but they are able to push everybody back with the power of that extremely high-level Absol, sitting at level 12, looking for a triple KO streak. They could get 4 here quite easily. Can so one more person come back so that we can end up getting... Oh, no, we're not even going to get the 4th. Technically, it was stolen away. I just want to see a Penta today. That's all I ask for. Regieleki going in, though. This is going quite well with this level 13 Absol.
Oh, and the perfect one score overdunk value set up for later too. Could not have asked for much better if you are Kamay Esport. Trouble town for Lelovers though. They are left to lick their wounds and not really too much initiative to move down onto the bottom path, as we can see with that mini-map. In fact, they're more eager to try and attack top path, but there's already defensive battlements up there. They're looking to contest over these birds as well, but not getting much joy. A level 11 Shore and a teleport away. Rather well timed, I should add, but Lelovers completely foregoing the objective. They want this T1 zone gone.
This is, oh, well, hey, you know what? That's one way to do it. You take the defender and you move them very far away. We're going to see a lot of Unites being popped all at once. Both teams really want control of this tier 1 goal zone. First member down is going to be, oh my goodness, Zacian just getting blasted. Umbreon's going to steal a good amount of shields away from that Unite, and they are going to be able to take down Potato in return. So 3 members down from Lelovers, 2 left, able to try and defend this 1 HP goal zone, but they realize that if they get caught out just a few points in, they could give up even more experience. So Kamay Esports, gotta say, they're looking quite good for the remainder of this game.
You know, it's a bad sign when you drop the infinite Cyburn and nobody goes down in the ensuing 5 to 10 seconds. Rotate onto the bottom path now. Triple trample. The Sai is unleashed. Low health bars finally finds one. There's Potato onto the Absol. Leorio out of action for another 20 seconds or so. Now Lelovs look to try and turn and burn this Reggie steal, but there's still 4 players from Kamay. Still got a lot of steal potential. Got Kranix moving forward. Now the low health bars on the side of Lelovers. They've been zoned out so effectively. Maybe Snow looking to turn the tide. Potato lost in the source. Mean Lookton out of the game too. Gecko Kami with that wish. So much of a nuisance. And that nuisance will continue like a rash on the back. Kamay Esport will not go away.
They actually delayed getting the final hit on that Registeel a little bit long right there. I think they thought that it was going to go down and it didn't, and they were like, wait a minute, and Hoopa turned and had to take it down, but luckily there was nobody there to steal it away from them. However, this is definitely a snowbally game. I mean, level 14 at 3 minutes left on this Absol. This is why we see this Pokemon pick. They're going to keep on fighting though up top, as now Potato trying to go in, be the one to initiate, doing a pretty good job self-sustaining, but not enough to stay alive for the remainder of the fight, especially now that we're starting to see Leorio just dive into really the front line, not even the back line. There's nothing that right now that can survive against this unbelievably over-leveled Absol.
Just feels like they're picking way too many fights for their own good, especially with so many yellow dots on their side of the map, Chef.
And there's only a few seconds left to farm them. And by the way, great timing on this Regieleki. It's going to be, I mean, it's 10 seconds and it's starting to move. So that's going to be a threat until the very final moments and through the final moments of the final stretch. Nobody going to score, but it is, again, another big threat. And they're up by almost 200 points, 199. That's going to mean that they can really take their time, continue to poke with their superior poke game, if I'm being honest. I mean, just the fact that you have Rhydon usually is enough.
Okay, uphill battle, but Umbreon's been caught out. Gecko Kami has to go into the Midnight Prance, picks up a lot of shielding here, and now they're still up. They've been able to get away. Potato unleashes the Super Swole Slam, and still Gecko Kami survives. That feels like the kitchen sink throne, and it feels like the window has just said, not today, sunshine. Kamay Esport simply too strong. The Sovereign Sword with the Claymon Ray. Kamay Esport strolling to victory.
Not only did Gek manage to stay alive there, but they don't have like a dedicated healer that would keep you alive in that situation, right? Like obviously you can put a portal below them, but it's not like they're getting heals manually, and that they didn't get the portal. So that's unbelievable that they managed to survive in that situation. That was a great kind of like pull in to get the start of the engage from Lelovers, but if you're getting an engage like that, not getting the KO, you gotta know it's kind of over at that point. Right.
It's the Gek Umbreon playbook. Midnight Prance, wish. And I tell you what, it's wishful thinking from a Lelover's perspective now. 97 to 626. They've just never looked on the same level as Kamay Esports. And you know what? If I'm Nouns Esports, I'm slightly concerned because, hey, remember the last time when they did get knocked down to the lower bracket? Who sent them where? Who sent them there, I should say? Apanion, the team that previously was Kamay Esports. This squad is looking strong. They're looking mighty. Lelovers with a heck of a job to do now in draft, in game 2, to even hope to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, after that game, it's looking a little bit tough. But Levelers can certainly do it. It's just they need to like refocus on a few different things, right? There was certainly a problem with kind of holding on to the lead, and I think some early pressure could really help them. I think that Kamay Sports really did a good job, actually, of drafting well and assigning paths really well to make sure that they Lullovers didn't get to play their game, because these are players that are known. Oh my goodness. All right, wait, is it more than everybody else combined? No, not quite. Their own team has too many KOs, but certainly more than double the entire other team combined as far as KOs from Leorio. But yeah, so my thoughts, the Zacian early to stop Potato was really smart.
Good lord.
Wow.
112k from Zante. You know, when they came back, right, when they joined Kamai for the January Cup, I was impressed. I'm like, you know, Zante, I feel like, I mean, as Callow was pointing out previously, it's great to see them linking up with Gek again. It's great to see them looking good, you know, leading the line, being an attacker, really showcasing that experience, and especially when you're working with such a young team. I mean, again, this age brought down even further because of the addition of Kraninx over Qatar. That experience means so much more, and I feel like even if they might not be the shot caller, they're the folks in comm who are like saying, all right, let's calm, we you know, chill, we've got this. And there was something methodical about Kamai Esports on this particular occasion, and that's refreshing, Chef, because it's that methodical nature which is exactly what you're going to need if you want to match up against your Gen 5s, against your Nouns Esports.
I agree. They're playing a really smart game. A lot of their macro decisions were really smart, and I mean, I said it before, but I think their draft decisions were all very, very good. Like, you could see the absolute value of every single pick that they had, right? Absol was popping off. I mean, you don't even need to talk about that. Umbreon, we obviously got to see exactly how ridiculously, good it was in that final fight. Miraidon, we got to see the damage being ridiculous. Even if it wasn't getting the KOs, it was the one doing the damage before them. Hoopa, using those super perfect unites, getting the perfect resets in a lot of those early fights, and Zacian able to hold its own up against Potato in the top path and then scale to be stronger in the late game, where it was the one, of course, who ended up taking Rayquaza. Not that it mattered all that much, but they were super key to this final fight. So when it comes down to a draft, you gotta like give an award to Kamai. They just knew exactly what they were going for, and they did it.
Lovely Bright Future Meteor Storm here. Again, the Mewtwo Y just, again, for me, not really bringing too much, but you can see there, top right, Potato flying in with a Super Swole Slam. Still, Gecko Kami did not fall. I want to give a shout out to Narami as well, the conductor of this orchestra on the Hooper. 20 assists, and it's worth mentioning the assist count because even though it's slightly skewed because multiple Pokemon can pick up an assist for the same KO effectively, the total number's interesting when you look at that scoreboard. 71 to 12. 71 to 12, and that's in favor of Kamai Esport. That tells me this team is totally in sync. Narami's doing the job perfectly. The shot calling, okay, we're rotating top. Okay, we're going through the unbound hoops. All of that tells me Lelovers is in really deep trouble. And these ban, I mean, look at that. The first ban out the gate for them, Hooper, not a surprise.
I think that's a very smart ban from the side of Lelovers. And you know, this might be a personal opinion. I'm not saying this is the right thing to do. I would love to see Potato not on the Buzzwole for once. I think that the Buzzwole has hit as much as it's missed, and it looks great when it's working, but I mean, there's so many good all-rounders you can choose right now. This is the best time ever for all-rounders, maybe in Pokemon UNITE history. That could be wrong too, but it's definitely one of the best times, and we're getting rid of the Garchomp every game to force Potato onto that Buzzwole, but you can't just let them force you onto that every single game. You gotta try something different. Maybe. We'll see. Things going relatively the same as far as draft, as the Blissy's gonna go first pick over to Lelovers, and Psyduck and Miraidon, a scary duo.
He's a brawler. I mean, what else is available? I mean, your Metagross, Shifu, Machamp, Lucario. I mean, Mimikyu, of which they have now picked up Mimikyu. Blaziken. I mean, there's so many good. You can even go Outrage Dragonite. Yeah, that feels a little left field, but something different, and more importantly, something left field. And speaking of, well, Kranix has just decided to take the choice out of Potato's hands by locking in the Buzzwole themselves. Fascinating.
This is certainly gonna be an idea that it's like, we are gonna get rid of everything that Potato can play and force Potato to choose something that's uncomfortable and 5v4 them. That's got to be the strategy here with these particular bans and the fact they're picking that Buzzwole away. Going over to the Zacian though, honestly, that's a good pick, and we literally saw this matchup from the other direction in the last game, so I feel like this is a good way to go. It's like, okay, if you're gonna pick this against me, I'm gonna pick this against you, but we are gonna see a sword versus sword battle. I think they call it a sword fight. That's the normal English. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just take it away. I'm not talking anymore.
I mean, listen, first and foremost, I am slightly concerned because this is yet again another roster that Lelovers is putting forward that has, unless you have a level advantage, not a lot of late game threat. Mew is situational, good secure with beams, of course. They are running the more attacking build on Mew, but again, needs the levels to be able to deal a significant amount of damage over a consistent period of time. Zacian, extremely strong early game. Much like Buzzwole, falls off as the game continues on, as you see hyperscalers, like your Aegislashes, for example, building up the abilities, building up the stats as they go through those evolutions, struggles in the late game. Like, I'm just sincerely worried, Chef, that once again, we're going to see a sword-on-sword battle.
Yeah, that's what they call
a sword-on-sword altercation. And the Oreo is going to be on top because the Oreo is going to get central area priority. Who else is going to get central area priority? And more importantly, why would Lelovers give central area priority over to the Zacian when you got a Mimikyu that needs it arguably even more?
Well, we'll see the answer to that as we're going into game number 2. Kamay Sports, a pretty solid first game is the way that I'm going to put it. And yeah, we do see Sword in the center and Mimikyu in the other side. One thing that I want to talk about is how much some of these EU teams have been really prioritizing. Okay, hold on a minute. They actually have a little bit of a fight, and Potato on the backside of this. Is they're going to have actually the range advantage this time, and this is how it feels to usually play against you, Potato.
I was going to say, really feels bad if he couldn't get a win on the Buzzwole and Kranix would. That feels, it feels wrong. But they're still going at it, mind you, still looking to slash away and actually getting a little bit more joy on this occasion. But both of our central area players have now rotated up onto top path. We've got that Doublade online with the Sacred Sword. We've got the Mimikyu online, most likely, I'd imagine, with the Shadow Claw. We saw Utah, of course, talking earlier about the benefits of Trick Room, but I think that the rest of EU is yet to catch up.
Yeah, but I mean, there are definitely benefits to both movesets based on who you're fighting, right? So if you get the right targets, you can have a great Shadow Sneak. I mean, really, it just all depends, but it does look like maybe we're going to be getting Trick Room once we get over to it. Doesn't even matter at this point. Auto attacks are enough, and that's going to be Lelovers' big first win on that top team fight. But one thing that I wanted to say, I'm going to go on a rant and hold on to the competition a little bit longer, but there is a lot of priority being put on Mew as a special attacker, and that's something that a lot of other regions are not doing, where we're seeing some Mew, but a lot of times it's going to be support Mew, and if there's the opportunity, I mean, obviously Miraidon, which is in this game, but we're not seeing Inteleon, which is being picked in other regions. We're not seeing the Espeon as much, which is being so heavily picked in other regions. I feel like there's a few others. Mewtwo Y is not banned, but it's not being picked up in this game, so it'll be interesting to see how that range plays out as we see a very out-of-place Blissey over far, far from home.
Look, respect where respect is due. They did actually take the orange buff. They did not have an escape plan, therefore slightly flawed. Now looking to our central area, 67-0. Again, a very low scoring game, but that Kabi-chan's rotate about 30 seconds ago or so, really giving Lelovers the level advantage that they seek. Dude, this is the main caveat to my concerns. As long as they keep ahead of everyone, that's fine. Here is the Trick Room, though. Snow is going to give it a go, and they almost find joy immediately as Gecko Kami forced into the X speed. Meanwhile, that's a nice steal away from Zante, actually. Levels up to 7 by taking the Indeedee. First set of Reggies on the way in about 15 seconds or so.
It's so hard to control farm against, a good Miraidon, right? I mean, even an okay Miraidon, if I'm being honest. It's just one of those Pokemon that just does so much constant damage over such a good amount of time in such a perfect range that it just really controls paths. And that's one of the big reasons why it's banned nearly every single game. It is through this time, though, as we're going to see this Regirock get fought for. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's tedious, isn't it? Very drawn out. Mystical Mirage goes down, and eventually it will be taken by the Aegis Slash. Perhaps no surprise there as one of the best secures in this current lobby. Everyone from Lelovers, nobody went down, but everyone had to move back onto pad. But the good news for them is Potato has stayed up on that top path, taken down the T1, extended their lead, and is now looking to shred down this Regieleki. Kamay Esport not really fancying the fight at this point, focusing on those yellow dots, focusing on the EXP. They're going to be happy to defend the T2, and indeed, Lelovers are going to be happy to defend their own T1.
I think the awkwardness at the start of that fight that made me sound so foolish is definitely like a sign of how these teams play. There's a lot of burst damage on both teams, but neither team wants to not be the one to jump in when they need to, and that's right, we're seeing pretty much that exactly. Oh my goodness, Lelover's really jumping on the side of Kamay Esports. They're going to be able to take down one in return, though, as Zacian's the first one to fall, but the dunks are just coming in over and over to help defend. Regieleki an inch from accidentally going in, but this Buzzwole doing a great job. I'd love to see it used in, I don't know. I mean, it worked out in most of the games that we've seen, but it's just finding the right targets.
Toast lives up to their name, and they've been burned badly. Kamay Esport bounce back, destroy the zone, close the gap to Lelovers 150 to 88, and all of a sudden, that next Regieleki, Chef, that becomes crucially important. Although a lot does depend, of course, on this bottom Reggie, which is inevitably going to arrive first.
It's going to be potentially a big fight, but again, just how we saw that last one go. And one thing that's been interesting, which is kind of what I was trying to find the words for, trying to articulate, is that we're seeing a lot of the Buzzwole play from Kamay Esports be more defensive, which is really cool to see. It's not really the one that's diving in a lot until it's time for everybody to dive in, and then it's going to be uniting and doing all the cool stuff. But let's see how this fight goes, as we're actually going to see Marv finally try to get a little bit of initiation, only pushing Gek in to the team. Everybody else, though, is going to get free reign on the Regirock, where it's going to be Aegis Slash taking it with, I believe that was the coup de grace.
It was, and they only got that in the last 5 seconds as well. Timing, my friends. Timing. Super Swole slam into the back line. Big block from the Snorlax. Thunder goes down. The Zacian is back on the field, and no doubt will be jumping up to the top path. Kamay slowly but surely moving up into the Trick Room. That's bold, but the wide guard protects Leorio. Eats the boosted auto, but finds plenty of these birds to help build the EXP pool. Nearly level 12 here. Nearly leading the lobby here. Indeed leading the lobby here, although just about, as the Zacian hits level 12 too.
There's a good amount of ranged harass in this bottom path, and Marv has to really be careful as the surfs are starting to hit. I like that, using the block just to get a little bit of shielding so that you can get out of there, get a little bit more safety, especially with a berry. But so far, it seems like Kamay Esports are not really pushing all that much, right? They're fighting here, obviously, for this attempt to steal once again. And, you said last time they didn't have an escape plan. That's an escape plan. You go back to base, right? It's the fastest way to get back to base.
Well, this is an important pick here in the bottom path as Psyduck goes down. Narami and Zante, the defensive structure in front, I say in front of, it's definitely behind, isn't it? That T1 zone, but reinforcements on the way for the second time. Kamay Esport not interested in contesting for the Regieleki. On his bike to the T2 again, but you'd imagine it would be easily defended.
Yeah, there's more than enough time, and we just see, I mean, even one person here would have been enough. Once again, though, it's really interesting. We have really, truly seen the Buzzwole be defending so much right now. A big chase down, taking out just at least one support could really turn this entire fight around, and this looks like this might be a goal zone being taken for Lelovers. We are going to see a few more people come in to try and defend. Aegis Slash alone is going to get a lot of mileage, actually, and Miraidon was sneaking some damage in from somewhere else that I actually didn't even see, so they're going to try to turn this around. It's certainly a retreat for Lelovers. They've got more than enough, though, to defend this tier 1 if it does come down to that.
Precarious for Zante, burned the Bright Future Meteor Storm in the effort of that defense. Feels like they didn't need to, especially with Leorio there. The team now surrounds Registeel as Marv may be looking for the heavy slam in, but I don't think they're going to get any sort of access. Registeel in the pockets of Kamay Esport. Big attack and special attack buff. Got to get out of there, Gek, and he does. Meanwhile, Lilover's rotating up to the top path. Kranix finding a little bit more EXP in said top path, where they're level 13, still a ways away from 14. Only level 13 for Lilovers this Zacian.
I actually think there's an opportunity here for Lilovers to potentially just insta-dive onto Rayquaza. They're not going to take it. They do not even have Zacian with them, but they saw the Unite down. It's certainly not going to be up quite yet, right? There's a good chance that somebody's going to be still farming. We saw the passive being used on the Psyduck. There's a decent, I think, like, potential that could have happened, and they could have won that fight, but of course you got to be scared that something's going to be stolen away. You're just not going to be able to get the initiation you want, but they do at least see Gek out of position.
There's the block. Trick Room is down. The Psy unleashed. Remember, points lead to Lelovers, but Lelovers are going to be the first to see a player fall. Make that 2 KO streak for Kranix. The sword fells the Mimikyu. They've got a quick turnaround here. My goodness, Kamay going after the Rayquaza. It's just the Mew. They got the Solar Beam. They don't steal it though. Kamay on their way to the sweep.
A beautiful coup de grace. That was exactly the timing that they needed. They knew that they had the best option for the secure in that exact situation, and they took it. That was certainly a little bit scary, right? There were a few different people there that had something. I think a Mew was ending the Unite, and somebody else that was kind of scary, but I can't even remember at this point because there was a whole lot going on. But the point is, Kamay Esports, they played that wonderfully. The engagement was so good, and I think, again, a lot of it is just how this Buzzwole is being played. Like, it's not nearly as aggressive as we usually see Buzzwoles. It's almost being played more like a Mamoswine, where it finds a target that's out of position, pulls them back into the team, everybody jumps on them, and it doesn't go in until it knows it has a big advantage, and that was just a great way to play it. But Kamay Sports in general, just looking so scary.
We have seen a couple of mistakes from this squad so far today, particularly in that match against BH3 Esport. And you question, are they getting a little bit too excited here? Are they making poor decisions? Well, I don't think there was a single poor decision across these two games. Of course, game 2 closer, Chef. But the result remains the same. It's a Kamay Esport W. They earned that rematch against Nouns.
That's very, very exciting because that we saw the score was that for that set was game 3 going down to a 0 points difference. It literally went down to a tie. So that is as close as you can possibly get. And now they're going to get that rematch. But I mean, good stuff from Lilovers the rest of the day. I do think as well, we got to go back to this, that the entire strategy of Kamay Esports of just solo targeting out Potato, making Potato play some Pokemon that maybe they're not as comfortable with, I think it worked out very well. And the Zacian didn't look bad by any means this game, but you could tell that it wasn't like the dominant Potato games that we've seen time and time again, not this season, but like for many other seasons, right? I mean, Potato, one of the scariest players in EU, but just not able to play their game. So maybe something's got to be looked at as far as like character pool or comps from the side of Lilovers. And Kamay Sports, all I gotta say, you played smart. Good choices.
Yeah, lack of a plan B really does feel like the story of Lilovers on this particular occasion. And it's not to say that plan A wasn't good, and we've certainly said that in previous weeks. We remember Snow and Potato rocking the Urshifu and Garchomp combo, and I'm actually quite surprised that we didn't see the Urshifu on this occasion. It feels like that might have been a smart play just to add something a little bit different, a little bit of guesswork really for Kamay. Are you going to go with the standard single strike, or will we see that rapid strike? Will we see someone try to follow on the path of Overlord? Is there value to be taken from it? But it was kind of the same and the same and the same again, and then the one time when Kamay Esport knocks Lilovers off their pedestal, they end up winning with the Buzzwole in a very different style of game, as you rightly pointed out, Chef. A lot more cautious, defensive style Buzzwole, but it worked a treat.
Yeah, another really smart choice that they made in that path was who you're supporting your top path with, because Blissey obviously the best support. There's no question about it. But I guess the best support, but I would just say best support. But in the top path, when you have an early fight where it's two Pokemon that are very strong against each other, but both melee, having an Eldegoss in path is a much stronger teammate than having that early Chansey, right? The early Chansey can do a good amount of damage, it can do some helping, but I mean, Eldegoss is a little mean machine, It's just a lot of damage, a lot of slowing, and they did that with with the Eldegoss this game, and then Hoopa in the previous game. So they knew exactly how to support to win up top, not only with their choices, but with their teammates.
There was a massive Cotton Cloud crash here, provides necessary shielding, and Kranix nails Potato on the Zacian, and then straight into the KO onto the Blissey, onto Kaizen, who I don't think had the best game, unfortunately, was caught trying to steal away some buffs in the enemy central area, and both times got caught, whether they were successful or not. Ultimately, that's more EXP going over to your opponents. It just felt a little bit disjointed from Lelovers. It felt like they never really had a semblance of a position of power in this series, Chef. And that's unfortunate. It ends up being one of their weaker showings in EU, but I think that this is actually one of those months where they'll learn a lot more because of how they did, as opposed to finding plenty of wins and then having the hard stop that they did in the January Cup up against Nouns.
Right. This is going to be a really transformative month for EU, is my read on it so far, right?
Agreed.
A lot of teams really pushing ahead past their previous plateaus, a lot of new strategies coming out, and a lot of things that are really working well, right? Things that other teams can look at and say, wow, we got actually kind of blown up by this month. Now let's consider it ourselves. Let's figure out how to fight against it. And it's one of those rising tides, raises all boats type situations where the more teams that you have that are doing things that are working out, the more that your other teams are going to adapt to it. And I think this is maybe one of the healthiest months for EU. Whether or not Nouns wins again, the fact that they got knocked into losers, that's just another sign that everybody is getting better. And it's great to see.
Well, the good ship Kamay sails on, and we will be following their journey as they go up against Nouns Esports to try and earn a spot in what could be the first grand finals of this season without Nouns. How about that for a headline? That's a reason to come back after the break, where Kellosaurus and Zero In on Alex will be joining you for that action. See you after this.
Well, folks, you were probably expecting to see us, myself, Kelsaurus, and zero in on Alex, but something that we weren't expecting to see down here in the losers final is Nouns Esports. So they have been defeated by Gen 5 and, well, Kamay Esports 2-0 against Lelovers. They seem to be on a roll, don't they, Alex?
Oh, they are rolling, and they are not going to be over, because right now we have made it finally to our top 3 in the EU February Cup bracket. Overall, like Kello just said, we did see, unfortunately, the Titans of Nouns Esports get sent into losers bracket, but Nouns Esports in the series past has been very familiar with losers brackets run. I don't believe that this is it for them, but then again, you have a team like Kamay Esports ready to rock and roll. Let's not forget it, when you go all the way at the start of this bracket, it was Nouns Esports that sent Kamay Esports down into losers bracket to start today. So now it's a little bit of a revenge, and also a revenge story. When we take a look quickly at our bracket, we saw that Nouns was able to drop a game against Kamay Esport, but they did come out 2-1. Gen 5 was able to clean sweep Lelovers and sent them to losers bracket, and now we saw Kamay get a 2-0 against Lelovers. So now we have made it to the top 3, where Nouns Esports, can they defeat Kamay Esports again? And even more so, when they make it back to grand finals, are they able to best them not once but twice to be able to continue the reign as champions?
Well, the thing is, we obviously know today's history. Yes, Nouns ended up coming out on top despite that best of 3, but out of the whole of UCS, if there is a team to knock out Nouns Esports, it's going to be Kamay, because they actually are the only team that managed to beat Nouns Esports, and that was back in the AOS Cup play-ins. So they managed to do it at the beginning. Can they do it again and continue on that run to head on into the grand finals against Gen 5?
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about it before, the reign that Nouns has had. I mean, Kello talked about it earlier, and shout out once again to our statistician Icarus, who has shown that for the most part, Nouns Esports has had roughly a 70% win rate. So we know we have a lot of fans who are Nouns Esports enthusiasts, but let's not forget what is ahead of them. Not only the fact that Kamay has one of the best chances to, but the 2 teams that Nouns would have to get through are teams that either they have lost a game to or have been sent into losers bracket because of it. So if you are a Nouns enthusiast, you gotta be rooting for your team, knowing that they have a high, kind of a big hill to climb. But if you're a Kamay Esport enthusiast or a Gen 5 enthusiast, you're probably saying, hey, it's time for a new reign of terror. That being said, both of these teams are going to be getting ready for a good set of 3. Nouns Esports doesn't want to roll over, but Kamay is also looking for revenge.
Revenge, potentially, to take that title as well. I mean, one thing I'm really looking forward to moving on into this next set is what we're actually going to see in terms of these picks and these bans. Getting to see the Aegis Slash come on out in that previous set. Are we actually going to see any more Mimikyus, Trick Rooms come on out? I'm not sure, but one thing's for sure, it's Umbreon back into that ban jail.
I'm not surprised at all. Umbreon tends to be a menace, not only whether you go foul play or mean look and wish. It's just any combination of Umbreon is always difficult to deal with, especially in a competitive setting, and it's not something anybody wants to deal with. 2 of the main big attackers are not going to be allowed here in Miraidon and Mewtwo. Why? And predictably so, Blissey is not going to be available for this matchup, as Bruv is hovering over the little duck and quickly locks it in for the first pick.
Look, Blissey and Mewtwo are at least side by side in that ban jail, but Bruv on the Psyduck. This is something I am really excited to see. We actually ended up seeing this previously, where Toon ended up playing a Mr. Mime in the previous cup. So whether we're actually going to see that duo come out again, I mean, we already know that there's no predicting what Toon is going to select on up. But Gatlu. Ooh, Zacian. We haven't seen much Zacian, have we, at all today?
No, at least for you and I, we have not been able to see Zacian much, so I'm very interested to see. Gatlu has been playing a lot of all-arounders, but more of a treat is the fact that Zante, for the side of Kamay Esport, finally is going to be able to show off the Inteleon. That tends to be one of their ace up their sleeves. The question is, does Nouns Esports have everything that they can to not only track Zante down, but to be able to eliminate that Pokemon, send him to the Pokemon Center, and then try to make something happen from there? Gatlu going to be staying with Zacian, Adesu going to be on Espeon, Toon going to be locking in the Urshifu, and Indy, a very classic Pokemon that we've known them to play a lot of, is going to be that Eldegoss.
Yeah, well, you take away that Blissey, the Hooper's already been picked on up, so they've got to pick that one. But, I mean, I was thinking, saying they need to protect Zante. What better way to protect Zante than build a wall? And build a wall, Crustle can indeed do. So, Gek locking on in, whether we will actually see the Rock Tombs come out into play, but Leorio has locked in that Aegis Slash. So, I mean, using it, it's that trusty, secure tool on those objectives with its Unite move like we saw in that previous match. And one thing I've really been loving so far is seeing Kranix fit on into this team.
Yeah, the way they've been able to bring in Garchomp, and they've played a lot of other things like Buzzwole in the past, as we've seen today, and they've been able to do so much. They've been able to shred, they've been able to secure, they've been able to do a lot. Granted, Leorio has kind of been the key piece for Kamay Esports, especially when it's become the aggressor, the attacker, trying to rack up those KOs. But that's not to say that Nouns Esports doesn't have a couple keys up their sleeve, as well as we do see that Bruv is going to be on the Little Duck of Psyduck. So that being said, Nouns doesn't have a dedicated defender, and Bruv is essentially going to be that as their support. Meanwhile, on the side of Kamay Esports, like you said, how do you protect Zante? Other than just walls through Crustle, you also have a sword who also happens to also work as a shield. So it's going to be very difficult to try to get to Zante. And on top of all else, kind of what you were saying to Kranix, the fact that they are playing Garchomp and that scoop, so if they get too close to Zante, again, Zante's going to have multiple avenues of protection. But the key piece here is Nouns Esports versus Kamay Esports. This is a best of 3 in the losers finals. Game 1, Kamay on your orange side and Nouns Esports on your purple side.
One thing I noticed is sending into that central area to help that Kubfu along, as Gatlu needs to manage on their own, and they managed to actually out-secure that Pokemon away from the others as well.
A big difference now with Zacian with the recent buffs is now you do not need 8 or 7 pieces of Aeos anymore. All you need is 5. So when you're in multiples of 5, you can really charge up your Intrepid Sword that much easier. And so far, Gatlu's been doing really well, not only securing, but managing their Aeos, as Bruv has been sent to the bottom path, and Toon might have been a little bit, how they're clear did not work out the way they had wanted to, as they are still a Kubfu, but they have managed to get a little piece of farm, and now they are a single striker Urshifu.
Yeah, managed to secure that Boltoy before the birds do end up coming up, but it is going to be a 3v2 up in that top path as the birds end up getting shredded down. Zacian's about to get shredded down, and Gabite locks in the secure, so they're going to be able to push on forward and get in some dunks. Neither Leorio or Kranix are actually using stacking items this time around, though.
No, I think they want to focus more on just making damage happen. They don't want to risk too much time trying to get those stacks involved, and they just want to do raw power, raw damage, and raw survivability, which I don't think is a bad strategy at all when it comes to this. They want to keep momentum, as Deck is going to be looking in, but they are going to be able to escape. But the big wicked blow as Toon and Bruv are trying to take Gek Kami down.
Oh my gosh, the Sai pushing Gek off that pad, not able to gather any shielding or healing. But some points are going to go in from Toon, so getting up those attack weight stacks, as we do have those mid birds already gone.
The mid birds have shown and flown the coop because they are making moves, and Toon has been able to get a good amount of pressure on, especially with getting all those points in. They are still stacking, so Toon having those stacks is going to be very pivotal to their success.
Yeah, but they're just going to hide into the tall grass, wait for somebody to come on out, charge up that wicked blow straight into the wide guard, so it isn't actually going to do a lot of damage. Leo Rio decides not to actually take the hyperspace hole, which means, well, they get sent back to the Pokemon Center nonetheless.
They are going to be sent one way or another as Adesu able to get a huge 2 KO here, and now Gek is taking on a lot of damage. But look at that as Adesu is able to get 3 KOs. 7 points remain into the tier 1, and you have all of Nouns Esports down here securing as much as they can for this Reggie steal. Meanwhile, Kamay is quickly pivoted, and they're already paying attention to try to get the Regieleki for themselves.
We've got to say that it's an interesting choice for Nouns to not break that tier 1 when they had the chance. Once again, potentially just trying to starve out Kamai, knowing that they had the majority of them up in the top path. But we do have Inda and Gatlu shredding out that Regieleki. Meanwhile, the rest of them are just going to circle about, look for some wild Pokemon, as we do have some tasty birds showing on up.
Tasty birds and flock together. Ender sticking nearby his bruv as closely as possible. But yeah, I think being able to starve your enemy team, especially you don't want them to get the Indeedis, it's a very close match. But Gek is going to be setting up a Rock Tomb trying to get Scissor. Meanwhile, Adesu doing a great job not only at moving around with the stored power, but not allowing Kamai Esports to try to make a little bit of a siege. Gek does come back. Adesu is ready with the Future Sight and the stored power. Big damage is going around. The Psychic is going to set them up, pull 2 members in, and this could be a push for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, they're going to allow Adesu to dunk in at that 36 points and try to capitalize on that overcap. Otherwise, Gatlu ends up getting taken down as that wicked blow is going to charge, chunking out half of the HP from Kranix. But they're going to quickly stop their score and go back to fighting with a livid outrage.
Livid outrage indeed. I think the big key piece there was they were only going to overcap by 1 if Kranix was able to get that in. They decided to back off, try to let Nirami try to score a little bit more. And again, these overcaps have been very pivotal for both of these teams. Kamai Esports has been known to be very aggressive, but so has Nouns, especially when it comes in the department of scoring AOs. 5 minutes are on the clock. We're halfway through the game, looking at the state of the field. Both teams have a good amount of levels as the next set of objectives are coming on to Thea Sky Ruins.
I mean, yeah, we do have double digits for 3 members across the board there. It is going to be a Regirock, and Kamai, they're not going to delay, but the thing is, they have to be wary of Toon, who does have that trusty secure with the wicked blow. Sai ends up coming out, just trying to cause a little bit of destruction, and now they're able to go and take that objective away from Kamai.
Beautiful job by Bruv, being able to know that the big secure tool is going to be Zante, so they go they go and they just bolt it in. But now Kamai Esports trying to retaliate a little bit, using movement and try to get him, and Zante able to get 2 major KOs as they go for the Azure Spy Vision. Adesu's going to be in a little bit of trouble as the rest of the members are coming down. Ender's going to be showing up a little bit too little too late as the damage has already been done as Zante is trying to get back. Meanwhile, Toon has made their way back into town with a big wicked blow, doing damage to Nirami and not allowing anybody to go to the hyperspace hole.
Oh no, there is no quick teleportations there, as we do have Toon picking themselves up a 2 KO streak before quickly getting taken down. X speed from Ender to try and escape that wall from Gek, but they end up getting stunned by the sword and the Rock Tomb to block him off. That's nasty right there.
Oh, that is a nasty rock wall. It really felt like Ender was going to be able to get out, but the stuns from the sword and the block, the escape route, and this is what it's going to take for Kamai to be able to stay on top. As a reminder, Nouns Esports is the reason Kamai ended up in the losers bracket to begin with, and if they're able to play like this, keep that momentum, and mind you, Zante's level 13, that is the key, and that is going to be the recipe for victory, as Zante is going to try to get some snipe shots out, and damn, that is a big chunk of damage to a little sword doggo.
Yeah, but less than a minute left to go until the final stretch. It's 169 to 147, so it is quite close. Throat chop over the wall. The Toon does not want to get caught out, but we have ourselves another basement Reggie. So, I mean, it's quite close to that final stretch. Is this where we're going to end up seeing the fight turn out if they're able to shred it on up?
This is where things get very tricky. Zante has a clear shot here. All members are here, minus Garchomp. Garchomp is in the top path, and the Inteleon tries, but a good body block comes out. They're able to use the Psychic, keep Leorio from trying to get away. Leorio going to use the eject button along with the Sacred Sword to move Batoon, and the rest of Nouns try to make something happen, but luckily Narami is going to be able to create a hyperspace hole for the rest of the team to reset. No big Unite moves removed and used in that engagement, but Nouns Esports definitely has some pressure and trying to apply some to Kamay.
What perfect timing. We just had Krenix shred on up that Reggie, like he says, going to head towards tier 2. But that means their position has been exposed. They're forced to pop their Unite move. Oh, they end up missing the hyperspace hole. No resets for them as the pressure is on.
The pressure's definitely on. Very unfortunate. Gek's getting a lot of damage. Now Esports able to take down Gek. That is the big defender. But they do still have double secure for Kamay in the Inteleon and Leorio with the Sacred Sword and just using the coup de grace. Rayquaza is getting hit left and right here and there. They are able to take down a big Garchomp. That's a big KO. All of Nouns Esports still has members, but Zante with a big shot of snipes, able to hit not only Ender, but also able to hit Galu. They are hitting their targets here and there. The coup de grace and it's Inteleon. Zante, patient as ever, able to get the secure on Rayquaza.
Look, I mean, the fact that they had both of those lock-in secure tools for the objective, when one fails, I mean, the other one is going to get it. So, trusty Snipe Shops coming in clutch, and now those points are going to rain on through. Got to make sure to get the one below 50. That way they are able to maximize on those overcapped. But 40 seconds left to go. 3 members of Nouns Esports are down. This is a turn of events, isn't it, Zero?
This is not what I expected at all, Kello. The way things have not been working out for Nouns Esports, but they do have 20 seconds. And yeah, there might be a 200-point differential, but I don't think Nouns has the resources, the numbers, and the members available to make this happen. This is one of those times where you have to just say, hey, turn the page, go next, and let's see if we can survive. But this is a turn of events. This is now, we are not only seeing that Nouns Esports has a weakness, but that the Titans are on the verge of potentially being knocked out.
It is best of 3s after all. So there is that chance for a comeback. And we've had a lot of game 3s here today. But I mean, if there's one thing I would love to see is that final fight in slow motion during the highlights package, because the 2 secures there coming out from Kamay, I know there were some members of Nouns Esports. There was a lot happening, but one thing is for certain, Kamay have locked in that first match. In terms of overall stats, there was a bit of fighting here and there, but no double digits for KOs or assists.
On top of everything else, during that Rayquaza fight, I really want to see, it felt like Zante had ice in their veins. The way they, I think it was 3 in a row, they were able to hit Gotlu, they were able to hit Adesu, and they were able to hit, no, it was Gotlu, Indy, and Bruv. It was those 3, and it was in quick succession. I mean, look how much damage they were able to output. 80k, that is 40% of their team's damage. And while the match was relatively close, back and forth, it really felt like Zante at that moment completely embodied Inteleon, the sniper, the snipe shots, aiming for your targets to do damage, and it paid off as they were able to secure it. But I'm with Kello. I really want to see that final moment of how that Rayquaza was secured, knowing that they still had the coup de grace with Leorio, and you had Zante, who Inteleon in general is a confirmed machine.
I think there's a benefit of having that long-range attacker over onto their side. It really comes in benefit during those Rayquaza fights, because it's the ability to just chip away damage at a distance, and have, when you have, you know, Leorio with a shield wall, you have Crustle with a shield wall. Kranix did end up actually getting taken down quite early, but I mean, they ended up getting that Reggie Alecki, and trusting in Kamay to handle the rest of that match. So the question is, do Nouns need to come back with a little bit more range of their own in the next
That is a good question. That is a good question because they did not have it available to them. And when you're thinking about it, Zacian and Urshifu should have, and this is the key word, should have been enough. But Zante is a masterclass, especially in EU. In NA, we have similarly Flareons, a player who has just kind of risen the ranks of being that long-range attacker, one of the best, if not the best, Inteleon player in North America. And now you're seeing it in here in EU in Zante. You give Zante the means to use one of their top rated Pokemon, you're gonna have to face the consequences. And I think Nouns thought they could handle it, and it turns out they couldn't. It was a thorn in their side. Look at these Ender snipe shots, the way they're able to reposition. Look at the just range, and Bruv gets hit. Like, come on. But you gotta see these last seconds as the coup de grace comes out, and was that?
That wasn't a snipe shot. It was a basic attack.
Oh my.
No way. What? Oh, okay. I mean, hey, basic attack Inteleon managed to get the last hit. Leorio's coup de grace just fell a little bit too early, and it was that final tick damage. This is why we love watching those slow-mos, because at first, we both thought it was a snipe shot.
Yeah, I thought it was too, because like the way they were landing them, I just assumed, well, yeah, that makes sense. They both used snipe shot. No, it felt like the shot almost like in tandem came subtly, slowly after the coup de grace landed, and that was the secure, not a snipe shot. By the way, shout out to production for the slow-mos. Thank you guys, everybody in behind the scenes, Jay, and everybody who's been a part of this. Thank you for providing us casters with the slow-mo, because it really, otherwise Kella would have thought, oh, it was a snipe shot, so it's good secure. No, it is an auto. And that goes to show you that anything really can be used to secure. And Inteleon really is that Pokemon. But now, more importantly, Nouns Esports is facing the door and facing the boot, potentially if they're able to drop the next game.
Yeah, they don't have that safety net underneath them, so definitely in a position that we haven't actually seen them in a long time. So this is where things start to become dicey. Obviously, this next draft is going to be all important. What things do this team want to prioritize? But as I said at the beginning, Kamay Esports, yes, they ended up getting defeated by Nouns earlier in the day, mind you. I mean, it was a pretty close match. I believe it was 246 to 246. But because of the way that the game works, it's whoever actually reaches that scoreboard first. So, Kamay Esports, I mean, if they're just matching Nouns' energy right now.
Yeah, and that is the key that they've been able to do. They've been able to just kind of, like we said, even if you go back earlier in the day, Kamay was able to take a game from them, and then they only lost it. They went to a game 3 situation, and it just so happens that it was 246 to 246. But because Nouns Esports has gotten there first, it went to their victory. And already we can see the ripple effect, if you will. They say, Zante, you are too good on the Inteleon. We're not going to allow it. 3 big attackers are not allowed in Inteleon, Mewtwo Y, and Miraidon.
Look, if it makes sense to ban that Miraidon, right? In terms of that long-range charge beam, it could be something else that they could pick on up. So they don't want to risk that. But one thing, oh no, never mind. Bruv isn't actually going to lock in Psyduck because, well, Bliss is available, so it makes sense. Or are we going to see Psyduck on the side of Kamay here?
Oh, this would be interesting to see how that plays out. But I think Ender picking up the Blissey is just going to be very valuable to them. That being said, I'm pretty sure they've learned from their mistakes, and they have to have that Bliss assist ready. Zante's going to pick up the Espeon, taking that away from Adesu, which was a possibility. Maybe we see the resurgence of Sylveon in the Mystical Fire. Maybe we'll see an all-arounder. Maybe they move Bruv up with a defender of their choice.
Oh, no defender this time around. They're going to stick with the Psyduck. So I thought maybe potentially a Snorlax. We have seen Bruv on that Snorlax time and time again. But, I mean, yes, Snorlax causes disruption, but this yellow duck also does that. Speaking of yellow Pokemon, Adesu on the Pikachu. Pikachu's something we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in time where Pikachu was the lead attacker in being able to do as much damage as it has, and that's not to say that it doesn't anymore, but this is where things get a little scary in my mind, as Toon is going to be logging in the Glaceon, and Gotlu's going to go with the Blaziken. I do like these pickups, only because the way things were looking at with Kranix and Gek having these bulky Pokemon available to them, you're going to need some firepower, and Toon has been known to play really well on the Glaceon, but on top of all of that, you are now gonna be able to shred. And Leorio, listen, whenever I see an Absol, all I can think is that this is absolutely gonna be one showdown between these two teams. I mean, it's loser finals. It's an absolute showdown between these two teams, but I do like that Toon is able to pick up the Glaceon, and Gatlu's gonna pick on old reliable the Blaziken.
I absolutely see what you did there, Alex.
I mean, is it really me if I don't make a pun? That is absolutely horrible, where chat 90% of it is face palming. If I don't do that, I'm not doing my job, you know?
Well, you know what? If we're going to get back to business, I think this Absol pick as into the Glaceon and Pikachu is a wonderful one. The ability to just get into the backline, but also we know that the crit damage that this dog can provide, they're really going to have to be wary of it, not to get caught out from it. So, I mean, we'll have to see how this one ends up panning on out. Considering, well, Zante, they're on the Espeon this time round. Are they going to go Psyshock?
I mean, I would like to believe yes, because of what Psyshock provides. And it is a skill expressive move. It's not like stored power where you can just click the button and it's going to be an auto hit. You have to aim, but the reward is that you do massive amounts of damage and you also get a stun.
We'll have to wait and see as we are heading on into our second match for the losers finals. Nouns Esports are on the cusp of getting eliminated here, so it's going to come down to a matter of getting their levels up early.
Gotlu's gonna run in to try to get as many stacks as they can, but it's not paying well. You do not want to go down that early. Ender is taking a lot of damage. Not the best way to start off a match, but Toon has made their way here. They just picked up the blue buff, and that's what they're gonna use. But Absol comes in, and Natural Disaster is coming, and that's what the description of Absol says. They bring, when there is an Absol around, there are signs of natural disasters, and that's the question. Can Kamay bring this natural disaster of a Pokemon onto Nouns Esports and end their run? Well, we're about to find out as we're getting into this match, as the Bluebirds are going to be coming up and the Absol going in on an absolute pursuit.
Whoa, but they didn't end up picking up the KOs, and nonetheless, we do have Inda getting taken on down there. Still only a chancey, and this is really going to put Nouns on the back foot, considering they're quite underleveled in comparison to Kamay. They have level 5s across the board.
Level 5s across the board. They are scaling quickly. The way Leorio is just kind of traveling around the map, and I do believe at the end of that, I do want to say we did see a bit of a Psyshock coming out. Gotlu's trying to get out of here. You're trying to use the Blaze Kick and the Aerial Ace to just kind of move around. They don't want to get caught. And Zante, it's like, maybe I'm an Absol because I just brought a natural disaster, because I mentioned the Psyshock, and quickly right after we see Gotlu get taken out by said Psyshock.
Oh, considering how low HP they were, one shot is going to finish the deal, but that means they're going to be able to soak up all of those birds in that central area. And you know what? These natural disasters aren't going to stop happening, as we have Pikachu and Psyduck being knocked on out.
They are knocked out and points are raining in. Gek doesn't want to break this, just as equally that Nouns has done that to them. They are doing the same back to them. I don't know about you, Kelly, but Kamay Esports, they are looking pretty neat, and the way they've been moving around the map has been really good to their advantage.
You could say they have been schmoovin'. One thing is that Blaziken was schmoovin'. Great blaze kick to go and push back those birds. That way they do get the secure over to their side. Toon has reached that level 8, and I guess that's a benefit with that Glaceon. Has that Unite move on hand. But Rio, they have a Unite move of their own as they're going to dive on in and use that Midnight Slash.
Midnight Slash and Glacial Stage is able to counter it. Toon does have a log on somebody. It's going to mostly hit on the Gek. And Toon now is level 9, able to use not only the Glacial Stage for damage, but positioning. Look at Zante throwing out those side shocks. Toon wants to be able to rip this. Gatlu luckily is level 8 now, so now they do have the ability to switch between stances and have different kind of combos, but doesn't look like Regieleki is going to have much attention as it is going to be reset.
This is wild, the fact that Regieleki is going to get reset. Nobody has touched that basement Reggie, so I'm still unaware what we actually have down here. Instead, these two teams want to just keep on brawling, but Nouns just keeps on tumbling over and over again as two members have been down. Wait, did the computer and Crush just get interrupted by the Volt Tackle Pikachu there?
I think we saw the same thing. I saw the computer and Crush, and it was just kind of like, nope, I don't think so. Right after the Volt Tackle, I mean, that's an interesting interaction I don't think I've seen before. But even then, everything is going in the way of Kamay Esports. They're able to secure the bot lane, Reggie, and more importantly, now they've pivoted to the top. Gatlu is on their own, and they get seen, they get spotted out. The block and Leorio still sees them. They've been moving around the map. They don't want to let Gatlu go too far, though. But right now, it does look like Toon's able to get 2 KOs for themselves. Meanwhile, Gatlu's trying to hold everything down for their squad.
They need to try and hold down this fort, but finally they're just going to let it go, considering we did have Nouns Esports get in some points of their own. So it's now 144 to 162. Regieleki in tow towards that tier 2 pad for Kamay. So going to be a bit of a distraction, whether they're actually going to push or go down into that bottom half.
Let's see what Kamay decides to do. We do see the Psychic Solaire able to catch 4 members alongside with the Side Shock. Meanwhile, we see the Bliss Assist does land on Toon. Toon's able to survive a little bit more. Hoopa Rings Unbound form is unleashed. Meanwhile, Godlu is just trying to keep this Regieleki from going in, unable to help their team. Bruv is doing everything that they can, but it's for naught as they're quickly trying to do math. They want to let Narami score first. Yeah, that way you set up a big overcap of 35.
Oh, yeah, the fact that they had to wait for Narami to come out of that they could get their 15, but I've got to say that combination, having that Psychic Solaire to entrap 3 members of Nouns and then followed up with Gek's Power Nap to then get a 4-person stun was an absolutely wild combination. But for now, we have some breathing room. Look at the levels. I mean, they're pretty much on parity with each other. Another Basement Reggie is shortly to spawn as well, so more fighting's about to happen.
I mean, I feel like that's the narrative. The moment you say we have a moment to breathe is when we see they make more action happen. Lights, camera, action. Reggie Steele has already appeared in the basement. Kranix, though, has the computer and Crush again. Captures Galu. Galu able to escape, but not able to do much with it as the overheat leg went up, but it looks like Zante able to get the secure. Now the rest of Kamay Esports is pushing on forward. Meanwhile, a thunderstorm comes out, but it was more of a defensive as the Quadra, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. That is a 4-piece chicken nugget meal for Metagross.
Well, that computer Crush really came in clutch that time round. The ability to just put up the walls, and nobody on the side of Nouns really had that reach. So Zante was able to just go and snipe that away. But you know what? The action isn't going to stop. Another Psychic Solaire ends up getting popped on out, but they end up getting knocked down along with the Snorlax. So this might be Nouns' comeback as we have Gatlu on a 2 KO streak. They're going to set their sights on this Regieleki to try and break this tier 1 pad.
This is where they need to put all the resources in together. The leg is going up for a big ol' overheat to get the confirmation. They almost got escaped from them because of a hyperspace hole. But this could be a moment that Nouns needs to make an opening. Leorio's going to get caught a little bit with the overheat. Big Heavy Slam's going to catch him, though. And now Galu's in a little bit of trouble. But Toon able to pick up some of the pieces as Gek jumps out of the hyperspace hole save. And now Regieleki is just inching towards it. But as a thunderstorm, and Nouns Esports is dedicated to get this Regieleki in, but that is almost a sweep. It does go in though, Kello, as a Desu is able to get a Quadra of their own.
you know what? We're talking about natural disasters, thunderstorms, that potential natural disaster there. 4 members taken down. We have Pikachu now at the level 13. However, they don't have that thunderstorm coming on into one of the most vital moments of the game, and that is going to be the Rayquaza spawning. 244 to 217. Nouns, well, they just have to sit tight here.
They have to sit tight and be careful, though. Zante was facing some damage as the Midnight Slash. Galu's going to be saved, though, with the Bliss assistance, and now it does look like Adesu's going to be able to become level 14. Galu needs to retreat, though, if they want to stay in this fight. 244 to 217. Both pads of Tier 1 are gone. The stakes of Nouns Esports' future here at UCS for the February Cup is on the line, Kello.
I feel like everybody is holding their breath right now as we do have members from Nouns poking at the Rayquaza. Unsure whether they actually have the lead here, but one thing, they do have the benefit of all the Unite moves as we have the natural disasters popping on out. An absolute flashbang as Rayquaza is already below half HP, but Nouns are all in this pit. It's up to Leoria or the Hoover to get the secure, but it ends up being Toon on the Glaceon at 3 KO streak for Pikachu, and Kamay Esports, that's a complete team wipe.
Wow, I mean, Adesu just came alive with the Pikachu near the end. Their Unite move, they were able to get it back, and wow, that was close. And Kamai says, let's just wave the white flag. Let's just go to game next, baby. Nouns Esports able to clutch it up and keep their streak alive. They are down, but they are definitely not out. I really want to go see how many KOs Adesu was able to get with the Pikachu. The little mouse, 8 KOs, 8 assists. Meanwhile, Bruv had 13 assists and Indra with 12. I mean, I won't lie to you, Kello. When it first looked on paper, I did not think Pikachu was going to be that big of a difference maker, but they ended up being everything and then some.
Yeah, a little bit of a rocky start there, but those thunderstorms really came in a clutch, picking up multiple KO streaks. But yeah, Toon locking it down, having 69k damage, but that was a team effort right there. And even then, we're looking at the graph. There was a slight moment where Nouns did have that lead, but Kamai Esports, they secured both of those basement Reggies.
Yeah, and they were able to keep momentum, and it really felt for a while that Komai was just kind of run away with it. But that Regieleki really felt like a turn of a pendulum, right? It felt like finally Nouns Esports has built up for this one moment to gain a little bit of advantage, and even then, once it became time for the Ray fight, luckily Adesu was able to recover that Thunderstorm as its Unite move, and then they were able to just kind of push back. But let's take a look back at how things were kind of going as Kamai Esports kind of was running the show.
They were winning so many of these team fights, getting some great stuns there. There's that 4-person stun coming out from Gek. But, I mean, it was interesting because, pendulum backwards and forth between these two teams. And it was that moment of the calm before the storm, I guess we could describe it as. The fact that Nouns ended up having the 4 Unite moves on hand to just dive on through. Enrage the Dragon, right? They're gonna send through some twisters of their own and disrupt the natural order and the calmness of everything.
Absolutely. And when you take a look at this moment, Kello, look how low Regieleki is just on a sliver. Look at that HP.
Oh my gosh.
Are you kidding me? That is like just a sliver of a sliver. But let's take a look at the Ray fight. These ultimate final moments where Gek goes in and look at the thunderstorm. You can see every electric bolt come down onto Kranix, and then you see these icicle spheres go onto Gek and the helping hand to keep him alive. You see the moment that Absol tries to go in, and it's just at the end that they were unable to do it. And I think it was Toon with a boosted auto that they were able to make it happen. Great job to Nouns Esports to keep the dream alive. They are the Titans. They have won cup after cup, but this kept their run alive. So we're here. Doesn't this feel like a little bit like deja vu, Kello? Nouns Esports loses a game. Kamay wins the first game, and Nouns is able to stay alive, just like earlier in the bracket. And now we're going to a game 3. Will we see another tie? Because that would be absolutely unbelievable.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do that one again because it is so unlikely. The odds of that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this is the thing. This is it. Win or go home. There's no safety net under here for either of these teams. A Kamay going to do the thing that every team has sought out to do during the UCS season so far, and that is to knock out Nouns Esports.
Yeah.
This is the boss of EU. So are they going to be able to slay them down?
It's going to be a tough cookie to crumble. That being said, let's talk about our MVP, ToonSlim. ToonSlim was just on a roll on the Glacial. Not only were they able to secure the Rayquaza, but the way they were able to use that Glacial Stage to move around and reposition to take down Absol, as Absol was really very difficult to deal with. They took a good amount of damage, but they dealt a major ton of damage. And ToonSlim in general, just becoming that central area Pokemon player, they have been able to make a lot of different plays. It does feel though like every match ToonSlim plays something different. From Glaceon, Talonflame, we've seen Urshifu, we have seen many Pokemon come out of ToonSlim.
And that's just today as well. We even saw the Greninja today. So, and this is the thing, we just can never actually predict what they are going to select. I guess if we are to actually break down this match, selecting the Glaceon, why would you last pick Glaceon into this team composition? I guess it's that Icicle Spear. Not only does it have that shred damage, but especially going into that melee composition when you have Kamay Esports all bunched up together, it's that splash damage that Icicle Spear provides. And it's insane, yeah.
It has been really good, really well played out, well thought out, but this is the thought on my mind now, Kello. Let's get into game number 3, because this is it. This is it. There is no other turn. There is no other secret bracket. It is Kamay Esports moving on, or it's going to be Nouns Esports. One team is going home. One team is moving on to a grand finals. The story is, can the Titans of EU finally be defeated by a team that came very close at the start of today's day? Or will Nouns Esports retain what they know best and stay on top of the food chain, as similar bans are going to be coming up? And once again, very quickly, they're taking away Inteleon away from Zante.
Take away the Inteleon, which means Kamay are going to answer back with that Miraidon and Umbreon, and especially because it's so mean. But that is such a target, man. We've only seen Zante play Inteleon and Espeon. So what else is going to be up their sleeves? Yes, for those folks that aren't aware with Zante, this is their first debut into the 2025 UCS season. They didn't actually play in the previous cups, but I mean, if one thing shows respect to a player, it's receiving a double ban.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely, you gotta respect the move, right? They realize what Zante is available, and the two very heavy skill shot Pokemon have been very detrimental. We saw, because I think for the most part today, we've seen a stored power Espeon until Zante had their hands on it, and we saw how great their Inteleon was, but now Zante says, you know what? I have one more trick up my sleeve, and it does look like it's going to be the Pikachu. It is time to lock in for both of these teams.
These are absolute mind games here. I'm unsure what's happening. They're locking in Pikachu, taking that away from Adesu, who has locked in a Mewtwo-Y. So we have seen this time and time again. However, they have been separated from their Blissey, which means India's going to pick up the Hooper pick. Are we going to see Hyperspace Hole or Trick paired up with this combination?
Very interesting to see how this is going to play out. Overall, I'm liking how the draft is going, but Toon has the final say on what they're gonna pick up. We have seen multiple flavors of Toon. Which is the flavor we're gonna get as they settle on the sword? Leorio is going to lock in with the Absol, and I don't know about you, Kello, but I am absolutely over the moon to see that at least in the losers finals, we get to see my big, my strong, my beefy, my Buffy Buzzwole, as he is saying, get to the Sky Ruins, do it now, it is time to win. We will see who comes out on top.
If there's one Pokemon to pump you up for going on into this next match, it's definitely going to have to be that Buzzwole flexing. I think the ability, you have Garchomp that is able to have that scoop, that pushback, that displacement, right? Buzzwole can also do that as well, but they don't really have that shredding capability, but definitely have my eyes on Zante on the Pikachu. We previously saw Adesu run the Volt Tackle. I feel like whatever Adesu does, Zante does the opposite. Stored power for Espeon for Adesu, and then we had the Psyshock from Zante. So are we going to see the Double Thunder moveset, the AoE damage, the stun from Zante, since that's seems to be in their caliber, the long range that it provides.
Right, that's kind of been Zante's forte, and we do see that they did decide to take off the EXP share that they previously had to opt for double glasses, wise, choice specs, and the spoon. So it is going to be damaged. So I would imagine Zante does like the long range, but I don't know about you. I know we've been singing and dancing and all that, but when Buzzwole steps on the field and we see him on camera, all I can think is, hey, macho man, Buzzwole's gonna be the macho bug, and we will see how it plays out as the Adesu and Bruv do take to the bottom path, applying some pressure, trying to secure as much as they possibly can against Kamay Esports.
Well, that's the thing that we saw from Nouns Esports. They played quite aggressively in that previous match with the Blissey and the Torchic up in the top half, and they ended up collapsing. So it looks like they're playing a little bit more passively here, considering we don't have Gatlu using any stacking items.
Right, we don't have Gatlu using any stacking items. It's going to be the stereotypical Garchomp with a muscle band, weakness, posse, and focus band. Their plan is to stay alive, stay in the fray, and do as much damage as they possibly can. They need to be in the thick of it. As a reminder, this is a Game 3 situation if you're just tuning in, of losers finals, and Leorio's already applying some pressure. And Kello, you might be a psychic, because you're right. It feels like Zante sees one thing from the opposition and says the other, because I'm pretty sure I just saw a Thunder and or Thunderbolt come out of that Pikachu's little cheeks on his face.
I think that's just one of my favorite things about Pokemon Unite, the fact that there is just not one singular moveset to pick on up, and you can try and make it work to your playstyle, which is what Zante is going to try and demonstrate here. But so far, 53 to 50 points, quite a close match, as we do have that Blissey Online is able to avoid Adesu despite getting stunned.
Great job by Adesu, though, trying to keep the range, and Leorio coming out of nowhere against Inder, and the superpower takes Inder away from trying to get out of there. Galu, though, making their way here, and look, we see Kranix, though, able to pick him up. Luckily, Toon is able to evolve and able to survive a little bit longer, but it might be for naught, as Adesu's going to try to make it over here, but Kranix right now is putting on a clinic with, once again, we are seeing a Buzzwole, and did I just, excuse me, did I just see Thunder Volt Tackle? I think I know what I saw, Kello, and I'm pretty sure I saw Volt Tackle.
Look, to be honest, I cannot answer that. One thing I can say, though, Kranix is on a roll. 3 KO streak for them, picking up all of those KOs. Now at level 8 as well. But you know what? The action isn't going to stop down here, as who cares about the birds? We want to fight.
They want to brawl. They want to throw down, and they are able to escape away from Gek as they use the hyperspace hole to get to safety. But Leorio does have the Midnight Slash. They have their Unite move ready. They're going in for the dive. And there we see the Midnight Slash does come out. Toon is going to try to save them a little bit, try to cut things down to size. The sword has made their way down here, and Adesu trying to keep them out. Toon's going to try to rip this off of the map as quick as they can, but Absol is still nearby. You cannot count this Absol out. Bruv gets taken out. Adesu trying to do as much damage as they can, able to take down the Leorio, but now Regirock is free for the taking for Gotlu.
Oh, Gatlo. No, they're not going to be on shredding duty. Instead, they're going to be on chase down duty with Adesu, as Zante has nowhere left to run but back into their central area. The 8 points didn't actually end up going in from Inder. Nonetheless, it was still a pretty hefty overcap down in that bottom path.
Bottom path is broken. This is a good pace. Both teams are really throwing everything that they can. Kranix is level 10 and it is on par with their teammate in Leorio, who has been on the Absol and just putting on an absolute show today. These teams know what's on the line. As we're quickly approaching the 5-minute mark, they understand that, again, if you are just tuning in, this is a game 3 situation. Nouns Esports was able to win game 2 and Kamay Esports was able to win game 1. So it is for all the marbles as the Ultra Soul Slam comes out. Delivered Outrage comes out too, along with the Midnight Slash. Gotlu and Leorio are going toe-to-toe. Adesu trying to stay alive. They do Mega Evolve, but the Bliss Assist keeps Kranix surviving, and Gotlu is going to try to escape.
Oh, Bliss Assistance didn't really come into use there, as they were not able to catch Gatlu out. So that is going to go down on a cooldown for the time being. Otherwise, Bruv is just being a nuisance around Gek, and Gek's like, I want none of that. I am not chasing you. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. I do not want to be chased, and I am not going to chase you, so I'm going to go this way to kind of avoid some of the danger zone. Kenny Floggin's highway to the danger zone, or I guess in this case, it'd be the flux zone, I guess. Regardless, second set of objectives are coming up. 450 is on the timer. 119 to 106. Quick math tells you that is a 13 AOS point differential.
The benefit here for Nouns Esports is they do have Inder on the Hooper that has their Unite move. So I guess the game plan is 4 members up in the top path, win this fight, shred down that Regieleki, and then use that Hooper portable. Question is, can they actually win, as we have the Thunderstorm raining on down, but huge shields are going to just let them sustain all of that damage. Danger zone, flux zone, wait, Inder, I see on the minicam, it just used their Unite for Nouns to teleport down into tier 2 and break the bottom pad. What is that play?
What a play. That is so preemptive, and Inder able to get the KO on Leorio. What a tricky trickster, Inder. What a play. They realized plan A was not going the way they planned it to, and they said, hey, no worries. Plan B, let's pivot, let's score, and that is the Nouns that we know and love. They are very aggressive in the scoring ways, and they were able to take advantage of it wholeheartedly, and that is a great job by Inder, showing off that they were a prowess in NA, and now they're making a name for themselves here in EU.
Oh, you know what? The action isn't going to stop, as we have another blissful assistant along with the U2 Unite to get the stuns. Leorio ends up catching themselves out. Toon ends up getting caught out and knocked on down. And now this is going to give a chance for Kamay to dunk in some points. But you're talking about danger zone. Well, this flux zone is slowing down Kamay, but it isn't going to actually stop them, as they all end up surviving.
Close enough. It was a flux zone. It slowed down Leorio, but with how fast Leorio has been on this Absol, it did not matter. They were slip sliding, dashing around. They might as well be in the snow. They were slip sliding away. 2:15. Nouns Esports does have the lead, though. We are 40 seconds away. Nouns Esports might be trying to converge onto this tier 1 pad. Buswell is still there. They're able to get 8 points in. Buswell unable to kind of nab anybody, and a big damage is going on to that. And now it is raining down. 237, 276. They are looking for more points, and they break the even, and they go 300 to 237. We are so close. We are seconds away, Kello, from what is the last Rayquaza between these two teams.
Everybody, don't forget to breathe, okay? Because I know a few of these folks are probably holding their breath, biting those nails, holding onto their chairs, because the showdown is about to happen. Whoever ends up winning during this final stretch, well, they're going to progress on through to the grand finals. So each member is going to have to play this really careful. Oh, good safeguard to prevent that psychic pull from Bruv there, Zero.
Just a great job. I mean, it's the Electric Light Orchestra here because it's going to be a showdown as Bruv does get caught out. Is able to survive with the they start taping themselves alive. They're going to take a big old nap as they're trying to keep Leorio away. Nobody has been able to go down. Big old block though. Toon's in trouble. Toon is down. Adesu is down. And now Ender is trying to stay alive using everything that they can, but the Livid Outrage is going to be coming out of Gatlu. Gatlu's trying to keep everybody alive, but the Bliss Assist able to keep them alive. Ender has no choice but to go unbound. Hoopa rings are out. Rayquaza is being shredded at the seams. Rayquaza's taking damage. Toon is trying to get back in there. Bruv is still there, trying to make something happen and keep their dreams alive. Bruv, no, it was Ender. Ender keeps Nouns Sports alive. They have done it. They have done the impossible. I cannot believe what I just saw. Santa Maria, Bruv Esports, and Toon Slim, and all members. But Ender Bear has cemented himself into Nouns Esports.
If that isn't an initiation into the team, I don't know what is, because holy macaroni. Ender demonstrating that they do belong on this team as a supporter. Absolutely wild stuff there as they are going to continue on through. 10 seconds left to go. Kamay Esports, there's not much to do except just stare into the void because they weren't able to take down the EU Titans this time around.
What a storybook ending. How classic is this? Nouns Esports, they live in the losers bracket. They're always able to stay alive. And Ender, being the new member on the team in classic Ender fashion as a support, is able to get the secure for their team to be able to score. And now there is no tie. Now there is no questioning in a game 3. Ender, in a beautiful Nouns classic fashion, in a typical Ender fashion, able to get the secure. Nouns Esports is staying alive, and now they are making their way to grand finals.
Okay, we can all breathe now, folks, because that set is over. But I've got to say, Kamay really gave them the run for their money. They were able to just keep up with them throughout that match. It was so neck and neck, as we can see here. Nouns, the big brain plays from Ender to use that Hoopa Unite move to teleport the rest of their team down and then take the lead. It was absolute crazy business here. But yeah, I mean, highlights, that is definitely something I would love to see. But Nouns progressing on through, but that is not to discount the credit to the effort that Kamay put in during this set.
I couldn't agree with you more, Kello. I mean, Kamay Esports really put a run for their money, and it really felt like, especially in game 1, we saw how good Kamay Esports was. Game 2, it came close, but Nouns Esports was able to clutch it. And in this moment, in these final moments, we were able to see Ender do what Ender does best, to clutch it up. Even when we get to the Ray fight, because I feel like that's the most important thing, it really felt like Kamay had everything going right for them. They had caught Toon Slim. They had caught Adesu. It just felt like all hope was gone. They caught Bruv early. It just really felt like this is it. The Titans are going to fall. Kamay is going to have the revenge. Look at the way things went. You had 2 of the big playmakers, and look at Ender staying alive as much as they could. They unleashed the rings unbound, and it's just Ender and Bruv. It's just Ender and Bruv at this point. And so you're thinking Kamay is going to go in. They're going to rip this. They're going to shred it. And it's over. That's the game. And Bruv is still trying to stall as much as he can, but I really want to see how this just really boiled over.
I mean, 3 members up against 2. You do have Toon spawning on the back, but it's not even enough time. But I think the pressure that Inda was able to keep on their Unbound form, if anything, I thought it was Bruv that ended up getting it with the secure. Was that it was just a basic attack, wasn't it?
It was either a basic or it was the hyperspace hole. There was a hyperspace hole right there at the end. It was one of the two. And either way that you cut it, it is still incredible. The talk of the town has been, will Ender be a part of Nouns Esports? Can Ender return to his fame? I mean, what more can you ask of Nouns Esports? They're the kings of losers bracket, at least in seasons past. And now you have Ender, who has returned to Unite and competed. And a lot of people were questioning, is Ender going to mesh well with this? Well, if it wasn't before, in classic Nouns fashion and in classic Ender's fashion, being able to secure the Rayquaza, clutch it up for their team. And now, like we said, Nouns Esports is moving to Grand Finals, but do not take away anything from Kamay Esports. That was the closest match that we have seen from both of these squads. But there does remain one thing obviously still left. You know, there's Nouns Esports might have clutched up, but that doesn't mean that their journey is over by any stretch of the imagination, Kello.
I'm gonna backtrack here. You were questioning about Inda. I mean, clearly Ender still has it here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they didn't actually end up playing throughout the 2024 season, more as the analyst. We ended up seeing them on the TV during those in-person broadcasts in the studio. So I think being able to see Ender take that break, obviously still very much a part of the scene, but I guess this is why NA and a lot of the world ended up falling in. Ended up. What's the word here? Zero. I'm struggling here. In awe.
Yeah,
In awe
the shock
of
and
Inda
awe.
and their plays.
Yeah.
It's always those supporter secures, right? Bluesy secure, Eldegosta secure that we ended up seeing time and time again while they were on TTV during 2022 and 2023. And to just see old Inda come back and do it again after this massive break, I'm shocked. I mean, I'm clearly lost for words.
I mean, it's always amazing when your supports are the ones who get the secure. And I said this, I will always preach that if you are a support player, you deserve the world because you truly are the backbone of a team. You do not get the credit you deserve. So I will say it right now. I will always defend you as a defender or as a support. You guys are the backbone of any squad. And it goes to show that, quite truly, it is very shocking to see how things have unfolded. Great job to Kamay Esports to be able to put Nouns, kind of humble them a little bit and kind of show that, hey, they might be a Titan, but even Titans have weaknesses too.
Yes, I guess it's all about finding that weakness, but then also understanding that while they may have weaknesses, being able to also protect those and find those strengths, right? And I guess it's, this is the brilliance. Pokemon Unite can actually be quite deep, right, Alex?
Absolutely.
But you know what? I think enough of our yapping for now. We are going to take ourselves a quick break and allow everybody to breathe. So we'll be back very shortly, folks.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series EU Edition Relic, joined by Wonder Chef. Unfortunately, no interview, but that just means that we can simmer for a bit, Chef, and feast our eyes upon what feels like a tale that has become well worn at this point. Nouns Esports do face Gen 5. In fact, we could have the potential of a repeat of the AOS Cup play-ins. Bracket reset, maybe? Question mark?
You see, the thing is, we now have kind of like a multi-stage, I guess, like repeat situation here, where it's like, yes, we've seen these teams play before, but which version of them are we seeing play again? You know what I'm saying? We've seen Gen 5, obviously, like you just said, very early on, the Playoffs Cup play-ins, play-ons. We saw them manage to win one and then lose in the reset and have the, the comeback for Nouns. We just saw Gen 5 with, I would say, is a pretty convincing win over Nouns in the winner's bracket. Are we going to see that again? We've seen Nouns falter a little bit in that lower bracket. However, they did pull it back at the end with obviously an amazing play from Inder, their newest representative, their newest teammate, who clearly earned their spot from that moment alone, basically a 1v3. But yeah, which version of Nouns are we seeing? And I think that's the big question. I don't think we truly have an answer. Do you have any feelings going to this, just about how Nouns are playing today?
I have a lot of feelings, Chef.
Oh.
I
had those
feel
a long
like,
time ago, but not
yeah,
anymore.
I feel like I need professional assistance to help me sift through all of the feelings that I have about this series. But here's where I currently sit, right? I was not entirely convinced about the Gen 5 roster change. And I feel like my mind has been changed somehow between Soraya and Yutao and Megu taking turns on the defender role. They're making it work. I was completely convinced about the Nouns Esports roster change, and now I'm kind of, well, it looks alright. I mean, listen, I think Kamay looks great. I'm gonna put it out there. I think they kind of threw away that series in game number 2 and also game number 3. Work on your Ray Pits, folks, please. And that just leads me into my thoughts about these grand finals. I think Gen 5 wins in the first series, but if Nouns Esports bracket resets, they're going all the way. They just have an aura about them, Chef.
I mean, Nouns, they've had a lot of opportunities to reset brackets and win in the past, obviously with slightly different members, but I do think especially that's just something that's better for teams with more experience. And overall, I mean, there's certainly a lot of experience, especially at a high level, coming from Gen 5, but I mean, the Nouns players have been playing for a long time. I mean, from Season 1, most of them, and Inder is especially just a wealth of wisdom that they can bring to the team. So I think that the longer that they play, the better things get. And I do think that's actually been something that's happened over the course of the tournament. Obviously, there haven't been a lot of time for the entirety of the new Nouns roster, which is basically just Ender plus old Nouns roster minus Blaine, to play together. But what better experience is there than actually playing in a tournament? And the fact that they went down to losers bracket meant that they got even more games to try that out. So I do think they're starting to gel together a little bit better. But certainly, I think the common feeling at the moment is that it's not looking quite as good as Nouns was in the previous cups. But there's still a chance for them to show off the peak Nouns, I think.
Momentum does a lot for you. Let's remind ourselves of how we got to this point. Nouns Esports, flawless qualifying round on Saturday. They almost lose to Kamay in the upper bracket in that quarter-final stage. Or, sorry, in the semi-final stage, I should say. Literally a 0-point game if you're just joining us in Game 3, which goes in favor of Nouns. If you aren't fully up to date on how, no point difference works, whoever reaches that point tally first, they get the win. So the finest of margins before then losing to Gen 5 also in a 2-1. In fact, they have played the maximum amount of games that they could today, Chef. 9 in total.
Wow.
There could be another 6 on the way.
Yeah. I mean, I guess technically if they lost the first set, they could have had a little, that's what they should have done. They should have intentionally lost in the first set so they could have more games to, kind of gel together. That's, I think, the best strategy ever. Definitely follow my advice for any team out there. Lose.
Just
no.
lose sometimes.
Yeah.
Flawless logic.
Or just lose all the time. That's what I do in solo queue. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. But yeah, certainly Gen 5 has looked extremely impressive in all the games that we've seen them, and Nouns is really, I think, trying to solve their own team at the moment. But once again, this is a new pickup, and gelling together is not the easiest thing. So even if Nouns doesn't end up winning this is just the first step on a journey, and I do hope that, not saying that it's going to happen, but if they do lose, then I hope that they don't take it too hard and they realize, like, okay, well, this was already a second place at minimum for a brand new team, and that is a great thing to see. But we are seeing exciting things from across the entirety of the EU region. I think every team has looked quite strong. Certainly some of the teams did fizzle out a little bit. Kamay Esports looking incredible most of the day. Like you said, there may have been a few moments that were just a little bit weak in those last few games, but it may be they're running out of steam or something like that. We saw Lelovers look really strong sometimes, and like they didn't quite have the answer for being solo targeted as I guess Potato being solo targeted, but they still looked really great when they were able to play the game that they wanted to. So I think it's still a good basically month for every single team in EU. It's just what you can take out of it.
Yeah, I do want to give particular mention to Kranix. I think that Kranix in that series against Nouns was just next level. There was one major mistake we saw in an earlier series, and apart from that, they looked right at home. So I'm thrilled for them. And unfortunately, we go back to the same thing that we've always said about Kamay/Apanyan this season, which is in the moments which matter the most, you've got to have one person who you can rely upon to make the right calls. Because that's what we saw in that last game. In that moment, Inda, coming off Hooper Unbound, by the way, recognizes, right, I'm off Unbound, hyperspace hole, little disc underneath Rayquaza, and that's the difference. I mean, Kamay is going to be real annoyed, obviously, to have gone so close to beating Nouns twice and not getting it over the line. But I think that there is a lot of truth in what you say as well. I think that we are not seeing Nouns anywhere near what they are capable of with Inda. I think there are still some kinks to work out. Have they worked them out in time for Gen 5, though? I mean, they didn't look that convincing in the earlier series either.
Yeah, honestly, Gen 5 was looking great, although there were some questions I had about Gen 5 as well. Again, a team playing with a different roster this time by one player, but one player makes all the difference. You and I were talking about how questionable it seems to have Soryu playing defender sometimes, and it does certainly seem like a little bit of a waste of a lot of talent. One of the best kind of attacker assassin players that we saw in EU for a very long time. Playing Slowbro seems like, why do you just not have somebody to actually play Slowbro on your team? But the switching around did work out for them, so I do feel like there's a lot of questions as we get into our first match of Grand Finals.
And we hate supporters again, apparently, as Eldegoss, Blissey, Psyduck. Just throw Hooper in there. Why don't you? No, never mind. Well, I mean, Umbreon is as close to a supporter as you can get here on the defender front, but surely for Nouns Esports, you're locking in Hooper first.
Yeah, I didn't get to make my joke earlier when there was it was a Mew, a Psyduck, and an Umbreon, and I said these are almost all supporters except for the Psyduck who's a carry. But Hoopa first pick, and I like that a lot. I think that was definitely on broadcast, the first match that we saw Ender play the Hoopa. Obviously, a great showing across the board. So I'm glad that they're picking that up again. On the other side, though, Megu picking up the Rhydon, obvious pick. Blastoise, okay. Blastoise being picked surprisingly low, I think, but we've had really high impact Snorlaxes across the day. First pick, though, kind of surprising.
Yeah, I think you just want that wall early game. As much as we've seen some I say excellent Blastoise play, we saw some excellent Squirtle play from Aslan earlier, you might remember. You just want that early disruption against the Hooper, and I would trust a Slam over the Water Gun, because you've got to position yourself. A little bit more of the aggressive side of things then from Nouns Esports as they lock in the Mewtwo Y and the Blaziken. Again, Hyperspace Hole probably going to be preferred over Trick. But here we go. G5 running it back to Season 2. Zoroark and Kamay, to which Nouns says, okay, hit the slow bro button.
Yeah, that was they definitely have a big red button on the wall, and it's like, bro, slow bro, and anytime they see a big speedster, they're like, hit the button. Yeah, which is obviously very scary, and we did see Zoroark, Kamay earlier, which was a combo that was working out pretty well, too well, and it actually gave us one of the biggest comebacks that we've seen in UCS maybe history, where it was like a 500 to 0 point score, 400 to 0, and then it ended up winning the other direction. So maybe it'll go a little better this time.
It was Kamay, wasn't it? It was a bit of a deep send from Leorio, if I remember correctly, and it was rather unfortunate to see everything fall apart. Lunda on the Glaceon, I'm a big fan of. It's interesting to see Toon prioritizing the Absol, but then again, you know, Midnight Slash, how much value can you get out of it? We saw a couple of whiffs, but when it does hit, it sure hits. Lunda with kiting opportunities will be essential in trying to whittle down the Slowbro health bar, which has always been an issue with this Pokemon. I remember back in Season 1 and Season 2, you would be hard pressed to find a team that didn't run a Slowbro at some point during a series. Yes, it's not as highly thought of nowadays because there are plenty more options with many different toolkits, but Slow Beam remains one of the best single isolator Unite moves that you can find in this game, and it'll be no surprise to see them using it on that Zoroark.
Yeah, I love Slowbro because it is always relevant, but its relevance is not static, right? It's not like this is the Pokemon's tools, this is how good it is. The more of a threat there is on the other side, the better it is. So it's constantly going in and out of favor based on what threats it can slow beam, but we'll see if they hit the right threat here. We're going into Game 1 of Grand Finals pre-reset. That's going to be Nouns on the loser's side, Gen 5 on the winner's side. So we are going to have to see the Nouns team win 2 full sets if they want to win the tournament.
Yeah, are we in the prologue, or is it simply Chapter 1? Well, already Inda in the invading territory ejects over the wall, and that Zoroark will be allowed to continue to take down the wild Pokemon at their pleasure. Nice defense here on the bottom path as Zero is going to continue the chase with the Comfey. Not often you see the Flower Crown feeling bold, but Megu doing a job just fine on this top path, and they're going to have a little help now as Zero joins them.
Yeah, also we saw the Comfey get the red buff, which is a little bit rare. It takes a lot of skill to be able to pop off, use the red buff effectively, pop back onto your teammate. Not as easy as something like Hoopa getting it, right? Where you're just like, okay, well, I'm just going to hold down the button, or Eldegoss. So I'm excited to see how well they play with that. But on the bottom path, I mean, 3 versus 2, but this is still a really scary path with Linder on that Glaceon and Snorlax being able to just kind of protect it as much as you can. Oh. But oh my gosh, let me eat my words really quick as they go down the speed zone all the way to a KO on the Tier 2 pad at 8 minutes and 35 seconds.
Never turn your back on a pursuit, Absol. Do you not know what this move does? And a pain point that they're going to have to learn here, Gen 5, as Nouns Esports have a slender lead, and again, look for invades, but check out Sorayu, what you can do, we can do better, going after Boltoys, going after this Torchic, which is yet to evolve. Gatlu forced to pop the X-Speed in a speed zone, and now trying to whittle down the health bar of Inter. They know that they're not going to be able to get that, but what they can get, Chef, is another blue buff.
Inder's microplay, very strong there, not going down, but yeah, Gatlu is in a terrible spot. There's no other way to put it. Finally evolves just right now, and yeah, this Sorayu level 8 with the ultimate support on it is just going to run havoc upon this team.
Level 8 already. And you got the Comfey there as well. Going to be curious to see whether they go towards more of the magical leaf route or whether they go for that grass knot. I imagine grass knot because you can catch multiple Pokemon and get the stuns immediately. Oh! Again, another player not learning here, Chef. And this time now it's Sorayu who's caught between a rock and a hard place. Lots of heals though. Uses Thief, slashes back at the Absol, finds the second KO. Cannot make it 3 as a Desu holds strong.
Desu running away from Zero for a moment right there. They're like, wait a minute, I really don't want to get 1v1'd by Comfey. That would be definitely an ego loss for me. But they do manage to jump back, get the shield, take it down, become Mewtwo, or make a Mewtwo Y. Everything looking quite good. So now it's turning that around really well, and it does feel like this is going to be a little bit of a speedster battle.
Nice block. And Hooper pays the price. Infinite Sideburn takes down the Glaceon. No Snow Cloak for you! And check that out, despite the Midnight Slash, it's Soreyu who steals away the Reg Ice. But Psycho Cut goes down, dangerous! And that's going to be the Zoroark down, followed by the Snorlax, followed by the Comfey Crown. 2 KO streak here for Bruv.
Oh, Toon managing to avoid some damage by scoring and then getting back through the portal just barely. Unfortunately, Adesu not able to follow suit. So there's going to be a very important KO, a high-level KO, as that was level 10 Mewtwo on the side of Nouns Esports, Gen 5. Finding their way back in this. They do still have the points lead as well. They just have to worry about Toon. Toon is the main component here to why they're doing so well in these team fights. And I don't know if you have the answer for it. You're not the team with the slow, bro. You got to find something.
Volatile meta. Volatile game. KOs everywhere you look, and the Regieleki has hit pad. 60 points to be scored. How many do you got, Toon? Only 19. He might not even feel bold enough to try and score these. He actually pops the X attack, though. Hits the Psycho Cut, but the Electro Drift brings Megu out of trouble naturally. Rotate from Nouns Esports, but the timer on the Regieleki's run out.
This Electro Drift, oh my goodness, what an avoid! That was almost a really great play, but that's going to be 2 for Megu. 2 huge targets, a level 11 and a level 10. Gatlu's starting to even up in levels and become a threat, but, I mean, they're losing so many fights in the meantime. They're losing goal zones now at a point, too. Okay, everybody's going to walk back. They're like, no, we're not dealing with that overheat, but Gen 5, I think, looking quite strong. However, again, volatile was the word you used, and volatile is absolutely what every single team fight's going to be here. The first big pick in every single team fight is going to mean everything. The slow beam is going to mean a ton. This could easily go either way, even if one team does seem to have a bit of an advantage.
Oh, brilliant use of the Thief, and then the Grass Knot to secure another stack onto Soreyu. Drops the Smoke Bomb, drops the Flowery Fields forever. And Soreyu sitting pretty for the moment as our next Reggie arrives on bottom path. A Reggie Rock is taken way away from its spawning point. That's going to be a reset health bar. No point in going after that. Hooper Unbound brings the party to the basement. It's got the stuns onto Lunda, the boosted auto, the infinite Cyburn. Oh, pour salt into the wounds, why don't you? But the Electro Drift runs over the Hooper, trying to go through the shield. The Power Nap is unleashed. Here we go. The Reggie Rock, I should say, is going to be taken away from Nouns Esports by Gen 5, by Megu. Another Smoke Bomb goes down, eager to try and dismantle this defense. 3 KO streak for the Miraidon player.
I thought this was going to be a speedster match between the Absol and the Zoroark. This is a speedster match between the Absol, the Zoroark, and the Miraidon, apparently. I made the incorrect read as we went into this game, but amazing Electro Drift play. Not one that we've seen, I mean, it's not that we see it, like, never, but it's not something we've seen it all today. I think this is the first time that we've seen it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was one more time I'm just forgetting, but we've seen a decent amount in NA. However, this is a really good usage of it, and it's doing just so much work.
Looking for another steal. It's the Bright Future Meteor Storm instead of the Electro Drift. And the Absol, I mean, it was actually a misplay from Gatlu on the overheat. Midnight Slash is going to whiff just to buy themselves a little bit of time back into the hyperspace highway. They're going to re-emerge, but into what carnage! Oh my word, another multi-KO streak here for Megu. Ends at 2, more scores. See Gen 5 retake the lead. Once again, Gen 5 do not care for this Regieleki. They're happy to let it run onto base because they fancy scoring themselves. Aggression, the better form of defense, is their opinion.
Another level 14 before the 3-minute mark, by the way, and that's going to be Megu on that Miraidon. That is disgusting. And at what point do you just take the Comfey off the Zoroark and just throw it on Miraidon? You're like, yeah, that's how this is going now at this point. No, I do feel like this is probably still the strongest bet because the Miraidon can have a little bit more of self-control of the situation. But we're 20 seconds away from the final stretch, and clearly the level, oh my goodness, level 15 on Megu before the 2-minute and 20-second mark. That, I don't even know what to say. They're still farming. They're still farming for their Unite, I guess. But I was about to say, you have nothing left to farm for. Like, come on. Give someone else some experience.
It is not often that you see that. I was getting excited about seeing the Absol almost at level 14. Hey, guess what? Lunda's there as well. Gen 5 with a distinct advantage. Nouns Esports all cuddled up in this tall grass. They make themselves known. Pokes from Gen 5, meanwhile, now looking to rotate round into alternate top grass. Look at Gen 5. Wings spread wide. They're not looking for any back caps. They know that Nouns Esports can bring the Hooper unbound and just reset any back cap opportunity that they might think that it's going after. But check out Megu under pressure. Nice rotate from Nouns Esports, and still this Rayquaza remains practically unharmed.
They are going to take down the Excelgor, though, the main objective of the 2-minute mark, and Nouns might be waiting too long to make a play. They have to do something here. They're even going to be resetting for the meantime, getting back through that portal, and I don't think you want to engage as you're still waiting for Toon Slim to come back. Finally comes back, but 1 minute left. If you're not careful, you're just going to run out of time to even score if you win this fight.
The Kamay is wasted, though. The Smoke Bomb and the Flowery Fields forever. Midnight Slash. Yutao eats it. Backline poke. Slow Beam. And Megu has been removed from the picture. They are not taking part in this fight anymore. Now the Hooper goes unbound. Lunda hoping for some action. The Power Nap. Sorayu goes to work. And Sorayu looking for the second. Looking for the third. It's all Sorayu, baby. Oh, my word. All on his own. Now looking for the fifth. Going after Gatlu, the overheat, no, taken down by Gatlu, what a clutch up, until it wasn't. A little switch, a little dilly-dally from Surzuro onto the Glaceon, and that should be all wrapped up here for Gen 5, Chef.
There's 11 seconds left. If they were delayed by any longer, they would not have made it to a goal zone, but they're definitely making it here. Wait a minute. Don't take too long. Don't start hitting the random burns. Okay, they are going to make it literally down to the final 2 seconds. And boy, that was some scary, scary timing, but they certainly made that work. Sorayu going on an absolute tear after Megu went down.
Throwing back the years, quite frankly. I remember a time when we were talking about Sorayu, Klaus, as these like huge Lucario players, and Season 2 comes around, and all you can think about with Sorayu is this Zoroark. This is why Gen 5 wanted to put their faith in him. I was not expecting Yutao to rotate to a defender. I still don't quite believe it, Chef. But here it is, working yet again. Gen 5 1 win away from completely destroying the Nouns streak this season.
I will say, too, by the way, Sorayu was kind of plan B in that game. Megu ended up being plan A, surprisingly, level 15 so early on, but I think Nouns did an amazing job of solo targeting out the biggest threat, making sure that it was gone immediately. Unfortunately, there were 2 S-rank threats that they had to deal with, basically, so it didn't matter that they got rid of one, because now they spent everything that they had, and they had another one to deal with, and unfortunately, they did go down very quickly without spending some of their Unites. I know that I believe Adesu's Unite and somebody else's Unite were still available at the end. We'll probably see that in the replay. But wow, what a close game. That really looked like I was going to go the other direction, but well played from Gen 5. If they just get one more quick win, they're going to be the first people to dethrone Nouns. That's huge.
But you know, if there's any people who I feel most sorry for, Chef, it's the Nouns fans out there who have quite frankly just had one of the most tumultuous days at the office, seeing their team really, I wouldn't say struggle to get used to life with Inda. They just look a little bit off it sometimes. And then other times they could, like, it would not surprise me, Chef, if we see Gen 5 dominate the next game and somehow Inda manages to steal Ray again, and all of a sudden we're going to Game 3. It's just one of those days where anything can happen, and that is the most dangerous thing for Gen 5 to take into context here. They cannot make a single mistake, and they know it.
Gen 5 does have the ability, though. They're a I don't know how exactly the word I'm looking for here. They're aggressive, but that's not the word I'm looking for. They're I don't know. I don't want to say chaotic, but they certainly have the ability to put on a type of pressure that lets other teams make mistakes into them. And I think that's a really important skill to have. Just somewhat of like an aura, you know? It's like they can sense your power, and they're doing a great job of that. That's something that Sorayu's kind of done on every team that he's played on, but it really is meshing well, I think, with current Gen 5. So, yeah, we can see right here a couple Unites up. Inders was up as well during this final moment, finally used, but I'm really, really excited for all of EU right now. However, one more match for Gen 5 is all they need.
And we're going straight into draft. We can see here the damage done by Soryu, the 4 KO streak. Unable to find the penta that you were so eager for.
I
Chef.
know.
One
bunch of
more
fours
chance,
today.
maybe, at least. Well, we start with the ban phase once again. And so, Umbreon up first. Will we see 3 supporters again, though, really is the question. Because now in Esports, they've got first pick.
I'm surprised that we're seeing the Umbreon ban. I feel like that would be really good of a pick against G5, but maybe they don't want to be forced to first pick it, which is fully, understandable. Another option that they... Oh, okay, Rhydon gone. Yeah, that was certainly too much. I agree with that.
And Mewtwo Y. So no more Mewtwo Y for Nouns Esports. Both attack carries out the way. And so Blissey, Hooper, Eldegoss, all back on the table. Nouns going with the Blissey, which I don't know about you, Chef. I've much more enjoyed seeing Inda on the Hooper than the Blissey today.
100%. Yeah, the Hoopas looked amazing. Even in the last game, it was looking very good. The Blissey just doesn't seem like it's had the right targets to support, especially now that Blissey is obviously so good. The buffs to its Unite move are incredible, but the current safeguard build, it needs the right targets to be around, and it needs things to go your way. Otherwise, it feels like it's not doing anything. Your team is just getting KO'd all around you. So I do like these pickups that both teams are picking up as well. Blastoise has been very low picked across the board today, but it's a very strong Pokemon in the meta at the moment, and especially if they're switching back and forth between defenders, I like it.
Yeah, you really don't know what you're going to get here. So Yutao heading onto the free roaming role. Bruv locking in the Trevenant. We got a Toon, I'd imagine, single strike Shifu. Gatlu, going on to the Garchomp. That makes sense to me. What about Megu? We've seen Zacian, maybe the Aegislash, maybe Serena potentially rotating around those options. The Metagross we know that Megu is proficient on as well. And ultimately, looks like we're settling on the Serena. The first time that we've seen her in a hot second, Chef. But when we have seen her, game changing.
Yes, I think Serena has a super high win rate on broadcast. Maybe 100%. I'm actually not 100% sure on that. But this is a great comp that Nouns has drafted. They have set themselves up for an objective-taking comp, right? Really, really good secure from the side of, two of their Pokemon, right? Their Shifu and the Espeon, and then the ability to burn down. Not only burn down, but also have the safeguard from the Blissey to be able to make sure that nobody can stop you from getting your secure. So realistically, I think that's why we saw the Serena, is that now you have 2 kind of solo target, stop doing anything that you're doing Unite moves, right? But being from the Mimikyu and the Serena, and that can really throw a wrench in your plans, even when you do have that safeguard.
Worth noting the slight switch around there in who's playing who as well. So Megu going on to the Blastoise, which does make a lot of sense, and it's worth noticing the itemization there. They're going to be running Rapid Spin almost certainly with the Slick Spoon, and that feels pretty set in stone for me. Lunda running Mew, yes, but running the support Mew build. And that means that we now have Soryu and Yutao on the same team, both free roaming. I don't know whether Nouns Esports will necessarily care so much. I mean, certainly if I'm a team coach, Chef, I'm focusing more on myself and what I can do after draft. It doesn't matter who I'm facing on what Pokemon. I've already drafted for it. I've already covered it. But often those plans can be thrown out the window, as we also often know it's Game 2, potentially the final of the day. Gen 5 on the precipice.
They've got to hold on to their momentum. They've got it right now. They're feeling good, I think, just from their play. That's what I'm feeling, and they just need one more win. But if they don't get this win, I feel like it gives Nouns such a huge opportunity to get back their momentum. Of course, the attempt to stop the Cubfrumo from evolving is going to work really, really well, as now it's going to just completely rotate out. Blissey coming, or I should say Chansey coming in to help. You can see it over there, but Cubfu having to take some of the experience from Path and not being in Urshifu yet, that's tough for Nouns.
3 rotate into the bottom part, but check out the purple central area here. We've got a bit of a chase down here with the Gossifleur, and looks like Yutao's coming to help. They are going to harass Inda. Gatlu not going to be too much help as ultimately the buff is stolen away. Still no Eldegoss online for Cezuro, but here's Megu to help out. Yutao going in with the Shadow Claw. Backline poke for Megu with the Water Gun. Pushes Gatlu away. Again, a massive Squirtle play early game. And it sees the K-Opener go over to Gen 5.
That's, yeah, we've seen some pretty strong early game Squirtle plays, which is not something I'm used to seeing, but this has been a great Gen 5 game so far. They've delayed so much with that invade. They managed to take both buffs, like you said. They didn't get KO'd for it, which is huge. I mean, even if you do get KO'd, it's pretty much worth it if it's just a support, but no, they got away scot-free, and they managed to give those buffs to somebody that was important, it seemed like. So I just think that they are being huge menaces, already somewhat gathering here, although right now it's just a 0 on the side of Gen 5. They're like, oh, maybe I can take them. Who knows?
They're going to be a little late, aren't they? With the Dragon Rush and the Wood Hammer, yeah, there's no chance that they're going to get anything more than that. Triple Axle for Soryu on this arena. We have seen a couple of different movesets utilized as the coaching moves down with the crew onto the bottom path. Yutao, again, utilizing this Trick Room, although using it more to rotate out and away, Chef. Survival first.
Hey, you know, it's good for everything. That level of mobility is why you choose it. You can use it outside of combat, you can use it within combat, you can chase people down, you can run away, you can just make the floor look shiny, which is nice. It's a nice power fantasy to have your own room, you know? Real estate's very expensive right now, but most of that experience, if not all that experience, going inside of Nouns. It's going to be one of their first big situational wins, I should say. They're still down by levels.
So Triple Axle, and it is going to be the grassy slide, so another alternate look at this Serena. Not that it did them much use, surrounded by Nouns players who now have, speaking of real estate, plenty of free air around this Reg Ice, and I think Gen 5 recognize that. Check your minimap top left, folks. That is a big old 5-player rotate onto the top path, and Megu will look to start things off, albeit with not a lot of health bar to speak of. It feels like Gatlu has done a bit of work up here that has gone unseen, but he will be able to work no more. Gen 5, their quick thinking has at least ensured a Reggie of their own.
They do need the points. They are down by a decent amount, so getting this in would be huge. They are actually going to dive onto the tier 1. Unfortunate, I believe that Unite just did not hit anybody, and they are going to be paying the price for it. So there's a good amount of running, actually, that we're going to have to see from Gen 5. I thought that they were going to actually get a little bit more off of that, but the counter push from the side of Nouns is working pretty well. I suppose even though the Psychic Slayer didn't actually hit anybody from Adesu, it managed to split up the team a little bit, so the situation was a little bit better than maybe I was expecting.
Yeah, gotta say, I'm slightly concerned about the influence of Soryu at the moment. Looking at them trying to attack people on that T1 pad was like trying to watch a paper knife cut through a titanium shield like that. That was going to take a million years to burn down those health bars. And again, lost in the source, using the Grassy Glide to get away. Almost got that Unite move online, bet like one tick away. Finally has the Queen Ascendant, but now it's all about the timing, and for the moment it's just a rest period. Look for those yellow dots and wait for the next Reggie phase.
Oh, Gatlu being found very easily in that tall grass somehow. And wow, yep, gonna use everything you possibly can to get rid of Gatlu, who, by the way, oh my goodness, is gonna be using the Unite of their own to try and escape. That was a pretty big cost for a pretty low chance, I think, of being able to escape, especially from a Trick Room Mimikyu. It's not like you're gonna make them miss one move and escape. Like, they're just constantly jumping after you.
Big push on the top path here for Gen 5, but the Psychic Slayer denies any scores. Trick Room goes down. I say any scores, sorry. The 30 goes down from Cezuro. Espeon taken down, but reinforcements on the way. Phantom Forest catches 3. Got the Cotton Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon utilized. Surf away. Gatlu going to be denied any further KOs. Electro Ball and the boosted auto, but Indy is here. Indy is here, of course, to provide some extra support. And, well, as soon as I was saying the next phase is here, the next phase is already half done. Chef Reggie rocking the pockets of Nouns Esports. Gen 5 looking for a second Reggie Alecki. Going to go for the steal away. Not going to happen. Gen 5 get it.
was a good attempt, but there should be time to rotate and defend against this if you really, really want to. However, we're getting a little bit late in the game, and oh no, actually, I'm surprised. Gen 5 has been really, really trying to push that tier 1 down. They instead choose to just completely abandon it. They are going to get a 40 dunk in on the bottom path. Soryu getting a little bit closer to breaking that, maybe getting some stacks in, but that doesn't mean that Regieleki completely defended up in that top path as Gen 5 just kind of deciding to back up. Soryu, once again, I would say maybe a little bit far in, but we've been seeing that from both teams as single players have been caught out a decent amount. Also, a lot of people hiding and waiting for ambushes.
Indeed. And just for confirmation, yes, Soryu is running the attack weight, which would certainly explain why they were, I don't know, why they had the cutting power of a wet towel cloth. Speaking of something that doesn't, how about this? Livid Outrage, but doesn't find any KOs. Steal on the Citrus Berry, and ultimately this Nouns push going to be pushed back. Another Hydro Typhoon only catches Gatlu, who should get out of this one scot-free. An attempted 50 score on the bottom path here from the Mimikyu. Going to be denied, ultimately too many bodies around them, and eventually Gatlu will be taken down by Lunda with the Electro Ball.
Gatlu going down a lot this game, but is staying decently high level. Again, there's just so many people getting caught out on the other side of the map. I don't really understand what's happening. It's like we're just literally shifting our camera from one player on the wrong side of the map to another player on the wrong side of the map to another player on the wrong side of the map, and it's like, all right, come on, relax, y'all. We're 1 minute away from the final stretch here, which is the potential final stretch of the entire tournament for EU. Let's play a little bit safe, at least for a moment, build back some of these Unites. We're still missing Garchomp Unite, we're missing Espeon or Shifu, Mimikyu. Like, hold on a minute, farm a little bit, get ready for the fight.
Very messy. And a third successive bottom path Reggie is going to be lost from a Gen 5 perspective over to Nouns Esports. The good news is that they've finally broken a zone, and with that, Chef, they've taken the lead and the Regieleki. The setup at this crucial juncture sublime, but check out Nouns Esports and this posturing, going in immediately, starting the team fight before Ray's even here. Yutao's caught out, forces out the Cotton Cloud Crash just to provide some shielding. Yutao trying to now respond with the Trick Room into the backline. Goes Yutao, finds the Queen Ascendant, finds the KO onto Espeon. Can they find a second though? Feels like it's a long way from over yet. Backline poke, but here comes the Come Play With Me. Eliminates the shielding off Gatlu, brings the Dragon Rage into the center. Mystical Mirage Pop now as well. Inda managing to find Gatlu once again, but the rest of the teammates, Chef, they're gone. They're all gone. It's all Yutao now, or is it? Because this safe hand, safeguard Blissey is, no, my goodness, going to find the Bliss assistant somehow. Again, more shielding. Gatlu going to work, but here comes Soryu to find more KOs.
Okay, so 2 members down now on Gen 5. Now it's starting to run back. Gen 5 has to be careful of this refight just not going their direction. If they get caught out, look at Megu, kind of in a forward position, trying to keep people away from the Ray Pit. And if you're not careful, you're going to be the first one taken out. That's exactly what's starting to happen. A great way to surf away, get out of that situation. A 3-person Phantom Force. It's going to be a huge amount of shielding, and they need it right now. They're going for this Rayquaza. That's a huge KO for Gen 5.
Absolutely shocked that Soryu was still going to go in, and they are going to be ultimately punished. It's anybody's guess. It's a Ray Flip. Oh, would you believe it? Nouns Esports clutch up again. Gatlu, knockout, knockout, knockout. Well, here's the final punch. It's his.
Oh, this is actually still kind of close. If I'm being 100% honest, there's a chance to score here for Inder, right? This is I'm sorry, not for Inder, it's a 0. I'm just used to too many support players, but no, the respawn happens in time. If they had used that Unite to get there a little bit earlier, they might have had a chance to score that 50, but now they won't. They need to re-win a team fight, but oh no, more points going in for Nouns. I think their chances are disappearing. More points, and only 8 seconds left. It had to be some sort of defense, but nobody was up in time, and Nouns clutching it out on the refight, which looked nearly impossible, but they managed to do it, especially once again with Inder keeping Gatlu alive for what felt like a million years.
Messy game. And
yes.
Truth be told, if you look at that game as a microcosm, anybody's guess. Complete coin flip. But one has to wonder, did Gen 5 burn through too many elements of good fortune too quickly. So many times, Chef. It felt more them than Nouns Esports. A player caught out big time, handing over crucial EXP that keeps Nouns Esports in it, level, going into the Ray. And then in that final moment, I said it at the beginning of this game, but I had this deep feeling that something was going to happen. Gatlu steals it away. Incredible consistency.
I really need to see that Ray fight again. I mean, obviously, that half that game was Ray fight, basically. But I really need to see it again because I mentioned this at the very beginning of the game, right? Where the entire team from Nouns Esports is based around having burn and secure. I don't want to say based around, but that is their greatest strength, possibly, at least at the surface value. So they can burn out very quickly with Gatlu's damage, and then they have two of the strongest secures in the game. That's really basically it. But how did nobody have the secure available on either side to out-secure what I would assume is just an auto attack from a Garchomp in the final moments? I do know it was chaotic, exactly like you said, a very messy game, but I just don't know how it came down to an auto attack with so much potential to try and secure. Regardless, all that matters is who actually made that hit, and it was Gatlu in the end. But boy, this was just fighting the game.
Yeah, there was barely a time to breathe, and I'm sure for you all out there, you can hear that my voice is certainly taking it now. But it's just that clutch factor. It's just that moment where you have a fork in the road. One is go for the rip. One is continue to focus on the players and hope that they don't steal it first. And not for the first time this season, Gen 5 is caught in two minds. This entire fight that you're seeing on your screens right now, folks, in the end, genuinely did not matter. It was all a bunch of just random KOs, couple of Unite moves used. You can see by this point, everyone is burned out. But Sorayu goes in deep. Toon punishes. So now that's one of your major damage dealers out the way. The Solar Beam doesn't do the job. Fired off too early. Megu not turned around in the right place. Even a Hydro Pump steal was possible at this point. Insane to think that out of everybody in that conglomeration of nuttiness, it's Gatlu who takes it on the Garchomp, which means it's going to be banned for next game, clearly. Clearly, that was the problem.
No, something also knocked up a lot of the members of Nouns in that final moment, like before Rayquaza was taken. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I was wondering why Toon Slim did not have the Wicked Blow locked and ready, but that's why.
I know, right? Yeah.
That's actually a few times that we've seen Toon not have the Wicked Blow for the final secure, just for whatever reason in these final fights. So it's just, I don't know, it's just chaos all the time, basically, in these games. But I feel, and I think you may copy this feeling a little bit, I feel like whoever wins the next game, well, obviously if it's Gen 5, they win the tournament, but I feel like Nouns wins the next game, they might win the entire tournament as well off the back of it.
It's very possible. I will say, so just to confirm, so we've got our live feed, I've got the Twitch feed, just so I get a second look at it.
Yeah.
It was the Rayquaza twister within the Ray pit that knocked everybody up.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it was just like, it just stopped everybody from getting
stopped everybody from securing, because Gatlu was just on the precipice of it and was able to walk in. Of course, we saw Lunda with the Solar Beam, and I think that's kind of the sad thing about it, is that under any normal circumstance, Lunda's Solar Beam should have secured it. That should have been it. But because everybody was knocked up and the amount of damage that Lunda was expecting wasn't actually laid down, it meant that Gatlu was just able to stroll in. And it's this game is so funny sometimes. But look, it means we've got a game 3.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're getting a game 3 in these grand finals. Certainly, I didn't feel like a sweep either way would have been as fun. But now, again, this game feels like the most important to me. Obviously, if Gen 5 wins, it is the most important. Just don't want people in chat to call me out on that. But yeah, I feel like it is really a momentum based region, right? In general, EU tends to be a little bit more momentum based, I think, than a lot of the other regions, at least at the moment. They find one moment to like kind of come back, which is exactly what Nouns did in their previous set, where they managed to all just barely make it back and then suddenly dominated the next game. So giving an inch and they take a kilometer because this is EU. So I get to, give a millimeter, give a centimeter, they take a kilometer. Does that work at all? That sounds bad. I don't know. I want to use metric for it. It doesn't work.
You've just broken my brain with that one. You give an inch, you take a mile, and that's that. Okay, that's okay. I'm not accepting any alternatives. I've just been having a little look at the past results because, of course, this is now starting to turn a rather eerily familiar look towards what we had happen in the AOS Cup play-in, or the AOS Cup. Yeah, the AOS Cup qualifications, or the AOS Cup play-ins, not to be confused with the AOS Cup play-ons, which is a North American exclusive tournament. Gen 5 in the first series won the first game and were reverse swept by Nouns Esports. So, look, I've said it at the beginning of the series, and I'll say it again now, Chef. If Nouns Esports wins this game, I think they win the entire tournament. I think they do the 4P, and I'm not afraid to say it. I know the fans are going to be happy, but...
Well, hey, time's a flat circle. Time is just, if there's anything that Pokemon Unite players know, it's that time is just an infinitely repeating 10 minutes, that just plays out the same way over and over, eventually, over time. But 10 minutes is going to decide the fate of this tournament, as we're now in Game 3 of pre-reset Grand Finals, for anybody out there who has not been following along this entire time. Gen 5 in the winner's side, they need to win one game to win the entire tournament. Nouns, one more game, and they reset us back to a 0-0 score. Bans already looking very EX so far.
Gen 5 do not have access to Blissey. That was Nouns' choice. Gen 5 with first pick, you don't get Blissey. But what do you choose instead? It's the Umbreon locked in for Gen 5. Gives Nouns the option to pick up the Inder Hooper once again. And I got to say, Chef, having not... I don't think I've seen... at least it doesn't come to mind, given that you broke my brain just a few months ago.
Of course.
I don't remember Nouns playing Umbreon this tournament so far. Have I missed a game?
I actually can't think of it either, which is weird. I think maybe they usually ban Umbreon, maybe? Bruv has been on a lot of defenders, but maybe they've been Umbreon? I don't know. I can't think of the times, but it certainly is possible. I think all of our brains are broken. It's been a little bit of a long day of Pokemon Unite. I've been up for a pretty long time. It's 7:30 a.m. for me. I know it's starting to get late for you, late for Kello, and Alex certainly the same time as me, but... Is this real? What? Game 3 pre-reset and we're seeing a Lapras?
Why though? Gen 5 gonna lock in that. I mean, I'm presuming it's gonna be the Soraya one on Zoroark. Oh, Zeraora Zoroark! Get ready for the tongue twisters, folks. That is a very interesting draft. Double support Lapras for Nouns Esports with the attack damage carry Zeraora. Gen 5 running again Megu on that has to be a rapid spin blast. I said rapid spin last time and it wasn't rapid spin. Yutao going on to Umbreon, Sorayu Suzuro linking up again with the Zoroark Comfey, and that's not a support Mew either. That's going to be fully blown attack minded Slick Spoon Mew. Clearly not wanting the ghosts of Game 2 to haunt him again this time. He wants that secure for himself.
Yeah, no, never again. But boy, we have some weird comps altogether for this final game. It's like both teams were like, well, what are we going to do? It's the potential final game of the day. And they're like, I don't know, just do something. Lapras, I'm looking back. I'm also looking back at the stream to like look at the comp because I'm just trying to think of the idea of what Lapras is for. And, I guess that the big thing about the team is that between Lapras and Zeraora, there are a lot of opportunities to do kind of collateral damage by just being around people. So it's starting. Zoroark is very hard to lock down, but if you don't really need to lock it down and you just happen to hit it because it's behind you, that's pretty good. And I do think that may be one of the strategies here, but I'm not 100% sure. This is certainly an interesting pick to me as we get into Game 3 of Grand Finals.
Game 3 and the casters genuinely have no clue what's going on. You're in for a treat, folks. If I was to try and in theory craft right here, Chef, I'd say probably Perish Song Bubble Beam on the Lapras as maybe a countermeasure to the Zoroark, but then again, the Lapras was selected before the Zoroark was even locked in. So that feels like that theory out the window. Either way, early scores going for both sides, looking for those stacks. Light screen away, and at least on this bottom path, they shake hands to do fights another day.
Yeah, the pick order was like, I didn't even get to pay attention to the pick order because they just kept hitting us with like random picks that I did not expect. So we'll see how it actually goes. We'll see what the actual thoughts were. Bruv getting very, very low down at the bottom. Also, a Desu on Hoopa. Wait, I just realized that. The Desu's on... Wait, they have... I'm sorry, they have... Hoopa Eldegoss? Did I miss that in the draft too? What's going on? Are my brain just melting? Do they just have double support? Why? What's going on? How did I miss that?
Complete carnage, and perhaps it's going to be played in a very minor key for Nouns Esports here. They do get away with the glancing flank from Sorayu, who now moves up to the top path, which is where we find the demise of Sorayu. Wow, they did not last long.
Hey, you know what? Zeraora, I really like that pick here. I will say that. I think Zeraora is still quite strong. Even though we do pop off every time we see it, I really like it. I gotta lock in, though. Like, the fact that I didn't notice there was double support, I feel like it was just so much to look at. It felt like I was seeing double and not registering it in my brain. But we're here. We're in grand finals. I'm awake at 8 a.m. But really, I would have been awake at this point anyway. So I am so curious what this entire strategy is. I love to see it. It's a pretty big surprise. And so far, it's honestly looked pretty decent. We've got Nouns up ahead by levels, just barely. I mean, points at this point don't really matter. Not a bunch of stacks in for Nouns, which is a little bit of a deficit, but I think they're looking pretty good, at least in this early game.
Anti-Capuchans rotate onto this southern path. We got the smoke bomb down, but not for too much longer. And Gen 5 poking, prodding, but not feeling too confident to sustain the siege. On this top path, Megu getting harassed. That War Turtle pushback to base. Sorayu was looking for some joy, but Toon is simply too... You know, the word where they avoid people all the time. Diligent. There we go.
It's called working in esports. Is that right? That's how it works for me. But yeah, definitely not running into situations where they are in danger. And that's two, well, I want to say 1v1s, but it's 1v2 this time because, of course, the Confe was on it. But 2 times that Toon has won the matchup against the Zoroark. So that's really, really looking good for them. And they're just continuing to really burst ahead as far as levels. However, I cannot not talk about what I assume is Gatlu over on that Blaziken. That's still the highest level in the game, just kind of farming on their own.
All right, they've got the Regieleki. Can Gen 5 generate some momentum now? Another backline poke from Sorayu, who's gotten stuck in the speed zone here and has re-emerged, trying to take out a Desu. A lot of damage tanked, but eats the citrus berry and is going to get away with it. Nouns with a very sharp rotate onto top path, and that Regieleki is dispelled.
That's a nice defense, and once again, I mean, I think just the placement of where Toon has been standing has been really good, and finally, a really big push from Gen 5. That is a kind of a sneaky everybody run in at once and score. Toon getting caught in a mean look, but it's not anything that's too scary. Toon and Utah just kind of hanging out, fighting over a very small amount of EXP, but Sorayu going back in for the fight again. They do have a support this time with Inder actually being there, and it looks like the Umbreon is the one who's getting taken down in the midst of all of this fighting.
Sorayu is just like Red Mist right now. Just fight, and hope for the best. Plasma Gale, of course, taking down the Umbreon earlier, but because of that maneuverability that Thief provides, they're able to do so relatively free of any worry. So 104-2. Those are your scores as we head towards the halfway mark. Not that I feel they make much of a difference, Chef, based on this series.
I also think that these points are not going to be indicative of who's winning until a little bit later, at least. Obviously, getting that advantage for the late game is going to be big, but these are very volatile teams, and they're both going to melt relatively quickly if they get into a team fight. I mean, obviously, the support is huge, but if they get dove on and they don't do well, it's not going to go great. Good defense, though, from Gen 5 on this Tier 1 goal zone. A little bit of action happening on bottom as well, but the majority of the members are up top, and Nouns really choosing to try to retreat a little bit faster, try not to lose anybody on their team, but it does look like Toon finally got taken down.
It was a gorgeous, like, oh, the eject button into the overheat, and they're going to be locked down by the mean look. You can see on that bottom path, Hooper brought everybody except Gatlu down there, and that means free scores now on this top path. That means a zone crack for this top path for Gen 5. 193 to 78. So Nouns have gotten some joy down south, but more KOs going into Gen 5, who could quite rightly turn around and try and take down this Regieleki. Not the damage dealer on their team is anywhere near them.
This has finally started to look a little bit, I don't want to say weak, but there's certainly some vulnerability from Nouns. Toon Slim, despite getting a bunch of KOs early and not getting KO'd at all, now has fallen twice in a pretty low amount of time. And on the other side, they've managed to get some experience kind of across the board from Gen 5. They're still technically down by a small amount, but the basement Regi as well is going to be a huge boon for them. Getting both objectives, things are starting to look better for Gen 5 than they were at a pretty rough start.
Yeah, better being, it looks normal.
Yeah.
Like, it looks all right. and that's as far as I'm willing to go. All players into double digits now, across the board. Funnily enough, Nouns Esports still with the lobby leading player level-wise. That's Gatlu on the level 12. Flowery Fields Forever might as well use it. Look at this 1 point, big value potential for Nouns Esports should they win this fight. Plasma Gale goes down, Hydro Typhoon goes down, in goes the Lapras. This is an affront to this T1 zone. Ultimately, only 25-point overdunk via Bruv. But what's more important to me, Chef, is the amount of KOs and experience gained in that fight.
It's certainly pushing them slightly ahead once again. By the way, we did get a chance to see that Inder is on the Trick Hoopa for this game. So finally we are going to actually see that, which does make a lot of sense to give you that kind of solo, support for hard carry when you already have the Eldegoss as well. That's something I expected may have been the case, but I just wanted to confirm it, at least for the moment. Gatlu, once again, the EXP leader of the game. Gatlu has been, I feel like we've barely seen Gatlu, because he's farming in every single game for like 9 minutes, and then at the 1 minute mark he comes in and either wins the last team fight or loses the last team fight. And I mean, it's a strategy, it works, and it's clearly the leveling is paying off.
Seatbelts are fastened. Please keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all times, folks, because buckle up, we're in for something here. Gen 5 with a lead. It's a small one. If Nouns want to try and go for a back cap top path, that's certainly an option. The mean look is down onto Bruv, but Sorayu too afraid to commit. Nouns Esports swarm around their defender. Backline poke from Megu, but Toon will not be swayed.
This is tough, because any amount of damage that you do to Nouns gets healed back immediately. You need to jump on them, you need to full commit. Obviously, take your time or make them come to you because you have the lead, but what I'm saying is that your poke, while significant on that team, is not going to mean all that much. You've got to make the fight. Toon sneaking forward a little bit to try and find somebody, but Gatlu's going to be the first one to kind of take an initiation from Sorayu.
Okay, they have to use the Hoop Run Bound. They're very close to going down there, Adesu. Midnight Prance has been unleashed via the Umbreon, but again, only as a means of survival. We still have the Hydro Typhoon, we still have the Illusion Daze, and it's going to be used. Everything's going to be used. Who wins the fight? Can you believe it, Nouns fans? It's not you this time. Gen 5 shred through the team, wiped off Theosky Ruins. Nouns Esports, the 4-peat in tatters.
Wow, with such a clean final moment as well. Already they had a points lead just to make things even better. The double support was a cool idea, but when you have so much burst damage, it's only going to mean so much. I mean, I know it was some shielding. Also, I know I was called up by chat. I said the wrong name for the supports. I swear I knew exactly who was actually playing. I just said the wrong name out of pure mumbling. But look at that. They're going through the first team to defeat Nouns. They're kind of having a good time in the middle. Not letting Toon join the party. That's a little bit rude, but they are finally going to let it happen for the final moments. That's just absolutely mean. But huge Soryu joining the team and taking down the first win against Nouns this season.
I love to be proven wrong because it means that the form book has been thrown into the fire. Gen 5, the first non-Nouns winners in EU this season. And I gotta say, Chef, they 100% deserve it. Are they going to have this opportunity again? We are yet to know. Was it just a rough start to the Inder era of Nouns? Will they get better as this team progresses through the rest of the season? We are not to know. For the moment, Gen 5, genuinely, congratulations. And for Soryu, let's not forget, a move cemented with evidence now.
Yes, that was a great first showing for joining the team. And again, this is the first time that both of these teams have played with one particular member of their team on it. So we got to see really both teams evolve as the day went on. But clearly, just as far as for today, Gen 5 was ahead. That was a clean, no questions asked final fight. There was not like somebody just randomly last hit the Rayquaza and then it spiraled out of control. It was like they had the lead, they had it for a lot of the game, they got the points lead, they played defensively, they jumped on, got the full ace, everything was just looking super solid for them. And also on a comp relatively similar to one that they lost on earlier, so the confidence to stick with it was great. They are certainly well deserving of being your champions for today.
Yeah, there was something about Nouns' composition that did feel off. I mean, your surprise about the double support was well founded. I can understand running with a Hooper or an Elder Goss, but I'm thinking, where's your damage coming from? You were right to point out Gatlu was just off on his own. They were down the street buying the supplies and hoping that they'd have enough to make a cake by the end of it, which, to be fair, they did. They were level 14. They were leading the lobby, but I feel like their other attack damage carry in that Zero Aura, as much as I love Toon and I love the audacity of the pick, a lot of those KOs weren't him being proactive. It was Gen 5 feeding the machine. And I think as soon as Gen 5 stopped doing that, they were a little more cautious with how they approached the team fights. It just removed that access mechanism for Nouns to gain EXP for free. And since Gatlu had already hoovered up all of it, there was no chance that anyone else was going to be able to share the love. And so you get to that final Ray fight, and it's just the numbers calculate all against Nouns.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I love the fact, too, that honestly, you're 100% correct. Gen 5 was fighting a lot, but in that final fight, they took their time, right? They didn't jump in, like, right at the 2-minute mark. They knew that they had the lead. They waited for, I guess, a situation that's like a little bit better for them than it could be. I mean, they didn't have like poke that really mattered. Like I was saying, double support couldn't really stop that, but they certainly just waited and bode their time. Bided? I don't know. But they played it very, very smart and well deserved. They knew when to turn off the aggression. Sometimes it seems like they don't know when to turn off the aggression. A few moments in every game. Soraya is just that kind of player, I think, where you just have to expect that. But they knew at that exact moment that they needed to win the tournament.
Well, it's time to speak to the captain. It's time to speak to you, Tao. It has been a hot second since you have won an online event, my friend. How does it feel having finally bested Nouns?
Yeah, it feels so great. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm so happy because like I waited like so long. Like the last time I win like a monster, it was like when I was in Talibobo, you know, like the Super AU team, and like I'm just so happy.
How did you feel kind of locking back into the Soryu on the Zoroark with the Comfey comp again after it didn't? I mean, the last time it happened, it like didn't work out. Or wait, I think it was the last time that it happened, it didn't work out super great. But it's definitely like a full commitment, right? Especially against a team like Nouns. Was that trying to take advantage of a weakness that you thought that Nouns had, or was it just a comfort pick?
I think like it's more like a comfort because like Saryu is like I think the best Zoro in EU, I think, like no doubt. And like we know, like when they like took Blissey and L, we just like want to go Zoro confidently. Go on them.
That's very fair. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm gonna hold my hands up here. I was looking at the Soryu in for Qatar move, and I'm thinking, what on earth are you guys doing? Is Megu just going to be perma defender right now? But actually, what's happened is you, Megu, and Soryu, you're all sharing this defender role. Like, from a personal perspective, how is it for you playing defender? Because as far as I've known you, you've always been that flex player, that player that has free reign. Is it frustrating to have to play a, like more of a tank, more of a front line, more of a static role, or do you enjoy the challenge of being a leader in a different way?
Like to be honest, I like to play like tank. It's like like it's like a new adventure. Like you're like starting like new things, and like as I said, we can just like as you said, like we can just like flex like our roles. Like Saru can go tank, top. Like I like to play tank.
So do I, my friend. So do I. And may I say, you play it very well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Chef, we're going to bring back Alex. We're going to bring back Kello. We're going to bring back the entire crew. Alex, I got to say, for a debut cast, for a debut event in UNITE Championship Series, you might not have picked a better one. What a bizarre, crazy, thrilling day.
I think that noise you just made describes how my brain feels about the event as a whole, because I don't think you can actually encapsulate the words that were felt, if that makes any sense. The feelings, the rush, the emotions, the stellar moments. I mean, for a debut at UCS, I really can't pick a better day. The excitement, the thrills, the shocks, the ups, the downs, just seeing the evolution of these teams as a whole. I mean, Kello said it before, Gen 9, always a bridesmaid, but never a bride. But now all of a sudden, I'm hearing wedding bells. So it goes to show you that the evolution of these teams have really developed. And while Nouns is still a titan in their own right, they do have a weakness. And this play and this roster change might have been the secret spice. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, or maybe it was just an evolutionary thing for Gen 5, where they just kept playing and they kept practicing and developed into the team that we were able to see today.
Callow, I feel like the chains have been broken. Let's take a little look at the bracket, by the way, just to remind ourselves of the story of today, where the story up until this point had been Nouns are going to win no matter what. They simply are that good. Blaine is the hero, etc., etc. But now Kamay looked like a completely different prospect with Kranix, who had an incredible debut. Gen 5 win, and Nouns, for the first time, whether you believe in the Inder conspiracy or not, they have weaknesses that can be exploited. As unfortunate as that is for Nouns fans, for fans of the region, what a great time to be watching the UCS.
Oh, 100%. They're definitely, like, things are shaken and stirred around here, and things definitely got shaken and stirred. But, I mean, when we look at this bracket, we see Nouns, each one of their games today ended up in a 2-1 scenario. So it's a matter of, are they still just trying to find their footing, considering they've only just had Inder come on in this month? But is it just the fact that, these other teams are also, as Alex put it, also evolving and growing outside of that? I said that the air felt different this month. And, I mean, it goes to show that, things definitely turned out differently. Just, I mean, that last draft was absolutely mind-blowing.
And I believe that all of our brains are broken, but Chef, we've got to try and reassemble them, because as much as Nouns would have loved the win, the reason why they would have loved to win particularly more today is not just to try and bed in India and find that success straight away, but they've got EUIC in a few weeks, and for someone like, I imagine Gen 5 will surely look to be there. The EOS Cup is going to be something I cannot wait to see how everything turns out in the in-person event.
Yeah, I wouldn't even begin to predict what's going to happen at AOS Cup. That's for future me to try to think about, because that's going to be a whole thing. That is going to be the most difficult tournament to predict I think we maybe have ever had in Pokemon Unite. Maybe since like the last, well, obviously since like Worlds and then the previous AOS Cup. It's going to be the next stage in that evolution, because all the scenes are looking really strong this year. But I'm excited that we got a shakeup. You know, maybe you need to get me on EU more, and we're going to get a little bit more shakeup on the teams, because NA's been great. NA now is going to have a repeat winner, because that's just how it's going to work. But I'm glad that I got to be here and experience EU's meta, which is very different than NA, the way they play, the way that they draft, which sometimes is enough to go double support and have chat make fun of me for saying the wrong name. But it's been an excellent experience, and I'm really excited for Draku as well, by the way, who's switched spots with me and will be casting NA later.
Oh, what a lovely segue. Thank you so much, my friend. Yes, indeed. North America is later. I want to say in about an hour or so. Please correct me, production, if I'm wrong on that. I am. It is weird time zones out here. Listen, maybe. Basically, what I want you guys to do is to keep an eye on Pokemon Unite socials. I want you to keep an eye on Pokemon Unite here, the Twitch channel, because that's where NA is going to be with Spraggles, with Doobsnacks, with Zoinks, and for the exchange program, Draku going to be, I mean, it's such an open region. Please watch it if you have the time. In the meantime, if you want to watch Pokemon Unite Esports all day, we got Brazil live. I'm sure that the Latams are going live soon as well, so you are not going to be stopped for your want of content. It's time to wrap up. It's time to say our goodbyes, though, for here on EU. We've got Alex, we've got Chef, we've got Kellosaurus. It's been a wonderful time. I've just been Relic. And from all of us here, have a lovely rest of your day. Take care.